What's up? What's up? What's up? Back at it. We got to catch up, man. We need a war update. We need a war update. But over the last few days, and Trump has done this before. He continually brings up the Confederacy, and he also says that he supports General Lee, who was a traitor. He succeeded from the Union. Um, he fought for slavery, which is, the whole states' rights nonsense. It's lies. It's amazing to me how people uh people just try to reinvent history and reinvent reality. Um, One of the movies that I'm very familiar with was a movie that pretty much changed our American society. Right? It was written, I believe, in 1936. Uh, Gone with the Wind. Right? No, did I mess that up? Let me see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got Gone with the Wind. I think it was 1936. And in that movie, what they did was they romanticized the South. They completely changed the depiction of what the South was and made it into some type of noble hero, basically the Avengers. That's basically what they made it into. They made it into the Union was bad, Abraham Lincoln, all of that, they were bad. The South was good, and they were under oppression, and they were fighting for quote unquote their rights. They didn't have, their right of life. Now we get into Gone with the Wind, where that's total fiction, that's total lies, that's just an exaggerations. And they portrayed one particular point, they portrayed the Negro in there as happy. And now, let me say this, because we see this now with our politics. Were there some Negroes in the South who enjoyed certain a lifestyle that would render them into a state of happiness? There were a few Negroes like that. You tend to get in your house slaves. You tend to get into the more trusted Negro who has worked his way up, grew up with the master, worked his way up into a position. But for the most part, the majority did not enjoy slavery. That's why so many of them tried to escape, and that's why so many of them were willing to risk their lives, because they would rather, if they had to live that way, they would take their own lives, right? So, and that was a consistent aspect of it. The brutality of it that story's never been told. And then when you look at something like Gone with the Wind, which is a good movie, it's a romance. It's a pretty good movie. It's 3 hours long. It's about the South within the backdrop of the South, but it's a romance. Vivian Lee, Clark Gable, very. I actually want to look. I'm not gonna get into that, but I've seen it. I'll just put it like that. I've seen it. But as far as historically accurate, it paints a version of the South that would make you think that it wasn't that bad, and it also will make you sympathize with the South. The South succeeded. The South are traitors. The war between the states, that wasn't the Union, that was the South. There were no heroes in the South. Now, it's been mythologized that there, because I've read Confederate memorabilia out of curiosity and interest. Matter of fact, I used to receive a newsletter, updates on the state of it's just it doesn't matter. But within it was you could buy flags, you could buy money, Confederate money. They had their whole entire way of life, right? Shirts. And one particular thing that caught my eye was this general figure. It was an animated figure. You could buy General Lee. You could buy all these figures, right? They were just figurines. Um, one of them was called Jeb, and I was curious about this particular one. I said Jeb, General Jeb, and what they said was this guy. He represents uh, folk tales that campfires were lit, and many of the times the older people would tell the youth about General Jeb, and they said this was a mythological general. But they said he won't be mythological to your kids as you explain how General Jeb fought the Union. And then he said, create your own world with him. If you want to say he won this many battles, tell your kids he did. If you want to say he was this, he was that. He was whatever you, General Jeb is presented to you to be whatever you want him to be, to entertain and other stuff about, your family, your kids over the campfire. And I said, well, first of all, it's not even real. It's fiction, right? And in some kind of way, it's melded. And I see Trump's praising. Just what I'm saying. Trump's praising General Lee, and he's lying, suggesting he was a good general. Those are just lies. But that justifies what he's doing. See, Trump does that. He said, well, all I got to do is I'll just lie to justify it. I'll do something wrong, and then I'll just lie to justify it. That's exactly what he's doing with General Lee. General Lee was not a good general. He was not a good general. The South was wrong. There's nothing heroic about the South. Many of the soldiers starved to death. Many of them. The plantation owners, the South, they were not as unified as they claimed to be. Many of the plantation owners, after being instructed to plant edible crops, they still planted cotton because they made money off of cotton. They needed the plantation. That's how they made their money. They couldn't afford to pay slaves. They couldn't afford it. So there's all types of law, we're getting into that, but yeah, the mistreatment of American citizens, black people. And General Lee was, and this is what this man's talking about. He was no, he wasn't. They was trying to break it down to what, from a strategic standpoint. I understand what he was fighting for, but no, he wasn't good at that. He wasn't good at strategy. All types of mistakes, man. And let me show you something. Let me show you something. Check this out right here. And I went in and I got these movie posters, right? These are movie posters. One of the most popular films of its day was Gone with the Wind, right? It totally reshaped the vision of the South. Now, one of the things about the South, if you go and read some of the literature of the Civil War, after the Civil War, they said they didn't want to tell the truth. They said we got to repolish this because we're united and we got to depict it in a more appreciable way. That's what they said. That's what they said. They said, that's why I've never seen a real depiction of slavery, which I haven't. I've never seen that. I saw it was some stuff called Uncle Tom's something. No, not the Uncle Tom Cabin, but it was a movie from Britain. It wasn't from America, and it had a depiction that I had never seen before. But I didn't know they were deliberate. No, this is deliberate. So Gone with the Wind. Now, Gone with the Wind, it was a private enterprise, for profit, etc. But in the same way that Birth of the Nation was a tremendous film and painted the Klan as heroic, they painted the Negro as a white woman in a crazed madman. That's exactly what a slave would do. Once a slave finally hits freedom, his toes touch freedom on his way running from slavery, Immediately obsessed with white women. No, maybe today. Now hold up, maybe in 2020. Yeah, come on now. I don't know about then though. Now I think they was trying to survive. I think they broke away to survive. I think they would do anything than be enslaved. But if you was to make that statement about the Negro today, I think, I might pay. Let me sit down and let me think about what he say. That Negro, yeah, a lot of them are. I ain't mad at. Look, bro, if that's how you move, make your move, bro. Date who you want to date. I'm just joking at the. You know what I'm saying? But when you take a look at America, right? Look at Star Wars, right? How about The Godfather? That wasn't real. Now I know a lot of people thinking, well, Scarface wasn't real. That wasn't real, man. And even if it was, like if it was some crime file, who's the real Scarface? I've never tried to figure out who that was. But even if it was based on some dude that got arrested, he was dealing drugs in Miami, and the movie was loosely based on him. Even though I know it was depicted to me and others as real, as some genuine uh, documentary of somebody's real endeavors. It wasn't. It was a movie. It was fake. Scarface was fake. It was not real. Godfather was fake. It was embellishments because they painted the mafia as the mafia were the good guys. And I saw, if you watch if you haven't seen it, you only need to look at the first one. Forget the other two. Plus it would take too long. But if you look at the first one, it's all types of spaghetti and meatballs and all types of Italian cuisine, and they're always eating, and they're always eating as a family, despite the fact they're a bunch of criminals. And Scorsese said there's no way he would have made that film depicting the mafia as well, for a lot of reasons. But you could put them together. He says there's no way he would have made that film like that because he didn't want to display his community in that vision. So that's why he sort of took some liberties with the depictions. But my point is this: Godfather wasn't real. Neither was Star Wars. Well, shit, neither was Gone with the Wind. But some kind of way, Gone with the Wind has, and I believe it because people want to believe it. I think they want to believe. I don't think they want to believe what the South really was, what the Confederacy really stood for. I think they romanticize it and make it into this Scarlett O'Hara, Clark Gable reality. That wasn't the reality. Where the slaves were, the mammies, the Hattie McDaniels, and she was, almost like a stepmom to Scarlett, and you could see them going back and forth, and they were depicting the slave had some leverage, she loved her, and it's just, those were just lies. Those are just lies, and they don't want to tell the truth. They don't want to tell the truth, and I cannot believe that people believe that. When you take a look at what you believe about the South is a lie. I know you don't understand what the South is. And, I keep up with the SEC and, and all of that. Thank you, SEC. They've been very profitable for me. But these are Confederate states, man. You still have an occasional asshole that you run into. I remember the Ole Miss Rebels. What they call themselves? The SIP. They had to change their name to the Bears. I don't think they've ever done that. I don't even know, but they resisted it. Colonel Reb, it was this old plantation owner. The student body, the school voted against it because it was hurting recruiting. And people still try to bring it up and stuff. And it's a way to try to throw the middle finger at black people. That's really what it is, because there really no real. There's no the South was really no better than any other place. I mean, you had your thieves, you had your criminals, You had your incompetence, all of that. The South was like 1% educated. Most of those, the when you see the Confederacy, they were idiots. They were complete. They half of 99% of them couldn't read, even though they weren't slaves. They couldn't read. They were buffoons and bumbling idiots. About the only thing they could do is oversee a group of slaves doing a project. And then when the people didn't do the job that they claimed they knew, that the supervisor claimed they knew, they would just beat the slaves, And people talked about the plantation owner, right? And the plantation, they romanticized that. Let me tell you something about the plantation. And it could be for you. If I had 50 people working for me, right? They work for me. They fixed the house I live in. They fixed the roof. They fixed whatever's wrong with the house. They maintain my horses. They maintain the cabins. They eat what I feed them. I can go feed them flour and water, and they're going to eat it. What else they going to do? Right? And they're going to pick my cotton. I can sit back in my plantation house in a lap of luxury, right? Have a couple of slaves come in, cook for me, clean my house, take care of me. I won't even go down that rabbit hole, but I'm just saying I could learn to play the piano. I could learn the finer things. I could take in the theater, and I can present myself as a genteel citizen. But that would be anybody, right? But if you're getting beaten and you got to pick cotton, of course you're going to be ragged and torn and worn. And then that was assessed to the person's race. That wasn't assessed to the conditions that they were living in. They were saying they're black. They just look at how they live, and that was the South. That was the South. Gone with the Wind was not. Gone with the Wind was a movie, and Gone with the Wind was about as real as Star Wars. If you think Star Wars exists, it's pretty much the same as fiction. They made it for money, but they did in the process romanticize the South. And I've even listened to a few talking heads, some of these guys on the radio, they romanticize the South, and they paint a false picture. And 90% of the time it's based off of Gone with the Wind. And no, that wasn't the South. And General Lee, a lot of his troops starved. They were eating what they could, man. And they were losing these battles. That's why he eventually had to surrender. He gave you 4 years and he was fighting for slavery. Go and look it up. If you listen to a Rush Limbaugh, he'll tell you they were fighting for states' rights. But if you go and look at the historical documents, it'll tell you they were fighting to protect slavery and the right for slavery. It was the way they had configured it. That's how they existed. The slave, and they was like thing about educating the slave. You can't educate a slave because then he won't be a slave. They were fighting against that. They looked at that as insane. Wait a minute, you want Negroes to learn how to read and write? Wait a minute, you want the Negro to have the right to vote? Yeah, they want that. Hell no. It ain't gonna happen there, bro. Whoa, bro. No. And now you got Trump praising General Lee. Ain't that something? The president of the United States thinks that he can dance around that and talk about, well, he didn't do shit good. And he lost. And on top of that, he lost. On top of that, he lost. And this man sitting up there saying that. Complete imbecile. Absolute nonsense. General Lee was a good general. To who? He was a good general fighting for slavery. That was good. Oh, and black people, all they danced. They played a banjo and they danced and they picked that cotton in the early morning. Oh, the slaves, they loved the South. They'd wake up and they'd pluck a banjo and they'd go in there and pick that cotton and they would dance around and they slept like in stables. And for the slightest offense, you were beaten. But we've never had a real depiction of that. And also, you had so many of them. You know, when you look at these films, you see them strange fruit, black slaves hanging from trees. Right now, hold up. They were running away from slavery, knowing that they would lose their lives if captured. Does that sound like somebody who's happy at their job? If I walk off my job, man, about the most they can do is fire me. They can't chase me and hang me. The way it's depicted in Gone with the Wind, the way it's depicted in all of these films, as if the slave and the master, they were family. And now, I'm sure that developed, but you got to understand the brainwashing and the manipulation of people. And I bring it up. I don't, we're going to get into this Iran war update, but Trump's the one bringing this stuff up. This is the president somebody needs to remind him he's the president of the United States. You're not the president of the Confederate States. You're not the Republican of MAGA. You're not the president of the Republican Party. You're the president of the United States, including the Democrats or the liberals, the Yankees. And technically, Trump is a Yankee. Well, no, I know his dad came from Germany, changed his name to Trump. I don't know, was Trump born here? Well, anyhow, I don't understand. And the only thing that you could praise General Lee for is being a traitor and leading the Confederacy. That's about, what else did he do? And he wasn't even good at that. He was a brilliant. No, he wasn't. It was supposed to last a day, but it wound up lasting 4 years. And eventually he lost. And the South, really, if you want to be honest, and I'm not trying to say the Union was great, but to the victor, and now they've tried to reconfigure with redistricting and Clarence Thomas and all of that, and they did the right thing. And I'm gonna tell you something. I never had a problem with George Bush. I mean, yep. George Bush. Ronald Reagan's vice president. Never had a problem with George Bush. I thought he was better than Reagan. I thought he was a more moderate than Reagan. But he picked Clarence Thomas. And you know what? I was like, wait a minute. Because that was just like, where that coming from? Where is that coming from? I don't know. He picked this man, and maybe he wasn't supposed to make it through confirmation. Oh, Joe Biden almost had him. He played the race card, and they let him in. He claimed he was being attacked because he was black, and they let him in. And this dude, you want to talk about romance in the South? This guy, man, he needs him some boots, a horse, a thistle of whiskey. This guy. But no, Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. General Lee failed. He was a traitor. He should never be praised. He should be taught exactly what he was, a traitor who led a rebel assault against America and cost the lives of 600,000 Americans. He was a racist. He was pro-slavery. Slavery is romanticized in America. A full moon and a quiet South, and you can hear the whispers. That wasn't slavery, man. It was a death camp. That's basically what you lived in, a death camp. You picked the cotton until you passed away. You were sold, you were beaten. There was no such thing as freedom. They'll portray the Bojangle, the Sambo. They'll put him in a tuxedo and a top hat, and they'll have him tap dance. In the Shirley Temple movies, he's tapping and yang 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 yang. But that wasn't slavery. That was Hollywood. There was nothing about slavery that was yang yang yang. And the thing about it is, when you pretend or you ignore, this is what you get. Now you don't even have voting rights. Now, good luck. Good luck. Get good luck having your voices heard. And this is a form of really taxation without representation. You know that, right? What did we go to war with Britain for? This is a form when you say, "Hey, we don't care about you Negroes. We don't care what you think. We're gonna redistribute." That's taxation. You got to pay taxes. That's taxation without representation. That's the original sin, right? Of Britain, right? 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 Am I wrong? Right? Oh, we gonna redistrict all these black districts. Are we doing it by political? No, you're lying. You're lying. And that was the biggest complaint. When you say segregation, if it was segregation, it may have lasted. If segregation that was set forth in America, keeping blacks from whites, if it was segregation, it may still be in place today. It wasn't. It wasn't segregation, because what happened is they intruded onto the rights of blacks. They wouldn't leave black people alone. When black people had their own businesses, their own cities, they would fucking raid them and burn them. And it was proven that most of the men who were raping white women were white men. Also, they were the leaders of raping black women. All of this stuff is factual. It's not, all of this stuff about, no, that's not, none of that's true. They demonized the black man to justify the violence. They projected him to be a certain kind. Now, look, if you want to talk about, what we got going on right now, that's a different story. There's some violent black men. Yeah. But back then, did you have a savage slave who broke away and went after a white one? Probably a lot. I ain't gonna say a lot, probably a few. But the majority were not black men, it was white men. And when you start talking about the Civil War, man, come on, I can't even begin on that. They would pillage the village. They would pillage the village. They would burn the houses. What do you think they did to those people? They would just go through and burn their house, shoot them, and, other things. But that was slavery. And this is what you have now. You have a president now who praises General Lee and tries to give you some gobbledygook about his strategy. That's like me saying Charles Manson, I don't agree with him, but he could play a game of chess. He had a mean game of chess. Charles Manson. That's the equivalent. Or what about the way he was living? I don't agree, but man, he could play chess. What? General Lee's strategy? That's what we're talking about? There was nothing great about General Lee. Nothing. He should be painted in history as a traitor, which is what he was. The South lost. The rebels made an assault on America, trying to defend a practice. Now, they made a lot of money off of slavery. So maybe they can say it was about money. Okay. I'll take it's about money before I take it's about states' rights. Because it really wasn't about states' rights. It was about money and maintaining dominance over humans, or really Americans. And see, when you go by the Constitution, it just doesn't grant you that. And Lincoln, and they fought. And I've seen even depictions of some kind of way the South was fighting to maintain the lifestyle of slavery. I think I heard Rush Limbaugh say that, something like that. It's nothing but lies, man. And like they romanticize. This was one of the most popular films of the day, Gone with the Wind. Everybody loved the film. It portrayed the Negro. Matter of fact, if you read the book, which I would never do, the book's over 1,000 pages. If you read the original Gone with the Wind book, all of that's in the book. The Klan's in the book. Matter of fact, Scarlett O'Hara's before Clark Gable. I vaguely saw the movie. I don't remember all of it, but the guy that she's in a relationship with before she meets Clark Gable, he's in the Klan. That's in the book. They took that out for the movie. He's in the Klan. Matter of fact, there's a letter that was written saying we will not portray the Negro, any group or individual, in a disrespectful manner. So they changed the movie for they had to change, because in the book, they get into that. They get into the Klan being an avenging force, the Negro being a savage and needing to be, lynched. They get into that in the book, but not in the film. And Hattie McDaniels had to sit in the back, and Hattie McDaniels died in an unmarked grave. So in the movie, she may have been romanced, but certainly in real life, she wasn't. And no, this is the only reason I'm bringing this up is Trump. Trump's trying to romance the South again. Here he goes trying to reinvent the South as this great thing. I wish I was in Dixie, away, away. I wish I was in Dixieland. That's what he's trying to do. I don't know what he likes, what he's so control. I don't know why I think I do know why he likes the South. But this is ridiculous, man. And if you're a kid, man, if you're a young kid between first and fourth grade, you look at the president is praising a fucking traitor. And he's too stupid to understand what he's doing. And I'm saying, as a kid, you know the difference between right and wrong. But this is the world we live in, bro. Trump loves traitors. Let me get on this thing, man. I've been off the thing. Uh-oh. I just jumped on the chat box. Ziggy Bear says, oh, shut up. Your black privilege. Hold up. That's what they... Okay, hold up. I didn't know I had it. Hold up. He says, I got black privilege. Let me see. Oh, here you go. Oh, shut up. And your black privilege. Apparently, you don't know what Jim Crow is and what party was in charge of it and still is today. Trump, he says, Jim Crow. I very well know what Jim Crow is. Jim Crow was a white boy, Ziggy Bear, painted up to be a black minstrel. And they actually deliberately done that because they wanted to teach the next generation you not to respect black people. So they dressed, it's called a minstrel show. Blacks couldn't be in it. And it was set out, it was entertainment. He said, what party? Democrat. With Democrats in the Confederacy. And actually the Democrats, it was a Southern Strategy, which I know you're going to ignore. It was a party. Go look it up on Google. It's called Southern Strategy. And now you can listen to this clown that's been listening to talk radio and he's brainwashed. You can listen to this buffoon. He sits back, he listens to Hannity, he listens to Mark Levin, he listens to Glenn Beck, he listens to all these bigots and racists who come on there and tells him stuff about the Democrats. The Democrats started Jim Crow. Get out of here. Get out. Oh, Mark Levin. That was my Mark Levin impersonation. But no, they tell you that nonsense, right? That ain't the Southern Strategy. The parties flip over the civil rights, right? Strom Thurmond, He filibustered and he died. Found out, turns out he had raped his black maid, and she had a baby, and he sent her money, and I saw them praising. I'm in the South. They were praising him. Oh, he was against the civil rights bill, but he was sending his daughter money. I said, but yeah, but he took it. And they didn't want to get into that. They didn't want to have that conversation. Anyhow, he's dead. Old racist. I think he was from Mississippi, Senator Strom Thurmond from Mississippi. And you know what? We're in the middle of all of this immigration stuff. Do you know a lot of, when you're going back to the Civil War, a lot of those soldiers they were foreigners. Irish. First, I mean, like fresh off the boat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wish I was in Dixie. Look away, look away. Irish, German. Hitler said America gave him the blueprint for eugenics. Hitler said it. He said the way America had, the way we had created its, the South. Well, it was in the North too. It was slavery in the North, but I'm just saying the South. And freedom, when you say free Negroes, that's when you had the rise of Medgar Evers, pastor, your Malcolms. But you take their voting rights away from them. That's really illegal. Taxation without representation, because they have no voice now. The Negro has no voice. That they can say whatever they want about. They can give you whatever reason they want. But no, this is Trump lying, telling you that General Lee is someone to look up to, or General Lee was a smart. No, he wasn't. He was a stupid general. Half his troops starved. When you talk about going to war, you got to have a place. You got to be able to feed your horses. They said the horses were so weak, and the horses were starving. They made all of these mistakes, and this guy's and he was a criminal. He went against the country. He was a treasonous. Isn't Trump big on treason? Didn't he suggest that he was saying somebody, I think it was a Democrat, he was talking about, was it somebody in there? General Lee he surrendered. And later they didn't want to tell people the true depiction of slavery. They would go on. America did as a country, and it was a private enterprise. This wasn't government, but they financed Gone with the Wind and within it. And, because it's sort of it's a mind, it's sort of a brainwashing in the sense, no, seriously, because it's a romance, which is, I mean, you got to see the movie. Let me put it like this. It's a romance between Gable and Vivian Lee. And that's the story, right? Which is very safe and very entertaining. But the backdrop, the Civil War, the backdrop, that's not. And that's not depicted as the way it really is. And a lot of people, after watching that film, had a happy type vision of the South. They repackaged the South and made it more easier to deal with. They painted slavery as happy time, fun with Aunt May. Oh, that's my play aunt, not my slave. And she didn't have that. That wasn't even real. She couldn't go in there criticize. You couldn't criticize them because she left, just because I don't give a damn what she did as far as raising them. She was the nanny. She still didn't have the authority to criticize them. And on top of that, they said that if you go and look at the research on the stuff, the whites had to be Mr. and Miss, because you can see, if you're familiar with the Shirley Temple films, if you're familiar with a lot of those older films, you'll see grown ass men referring to fucking the children as Mr. and Mrs. But that was a law. That was a law. You could not refer to them by their first name. April, Tom, it had to be Mr. Mr. Tom, he was like 7. This man like 63. Mr. Tom, what would you like to eat today, sir? That wasn't no politeness. And I'm saying, and Trump reminisces of those days. But see, he doesn't understand. He would not be living his life the way he has been living if he would have been a black person. And Trump is the president. He's supposed to be able to identify with we're all Americans, right? You got to identify with the citizens, brother. You can't just totally ignore your citizens. You don't care about this group of people. We're not at war, are we? When you say you don't give a damn about the Democrats, are we at war? And where's this bigot? Hold on. Let me move this guy up in here, this bigot in here, this racist. And that's what you are, bro. You hide behind your little talk radio bullshit, and they've brainwashed you and convinced you that it's real. I wonder, is Star Wars real? Is Star Wars real? If the Democrats, if the Democrats did everything wrong, is Star Wars real? That's not, those are lies. Is that real? But you believe that, right? You want to believe that. You want to believe that. No, you like believing in the lies. Yeah. The Democrats. Is that how Mark Levin, is that how he said? The Democrats. Not my thing, not my, I've heard him a couple of times, not my, yeah, he's pretty out there. And you can thank Mark Levine for the don't complain about $10 gas because Iran doesn't have a weapon. Strom Thurmond was from Mississippi, Mr. History Man. Are you deaf? Can you hear? I said Strom Thurmond was from Mississippi. I should, I ain't going to do it because I really don't want to do it. I should go look up Strom Thurmond. I bet he's a fucking immigrant. I should go look him up. Because all of this anti-immigration sentiment, right? A lot of those Southerners, right? Well, and Northerners, but a lot of those Southerners were immigrants. The blacks were slaves. They had the blacks pick the cotton. They put the immigrants in the military. It was a mixture, but it was a lot of immigrants in it. And look at this idiot up here arguing with me. Brother, the question is General Lee. Was General Lee a traitor? Look at all of this. Hold on. Look at all this. This dude said, shut up, fool. He said, oh, check this out. Check this one. He said, as a black man, meaning what? I don't know. I mean, can you be some other kind of man? Are you an Asian man? Can you be a white man? Can you be a Arabic? As a black man, what does that mean? Meaning what? Meaning what? As a black man, I have to say, give up the victim mentality. It doesn't look good on you. It's sad, honestly. Okay, well, be sad, black man. I'm going to tell the truth, black man. And how am I a victim? Well, you know what? I was a victim. I am a victim. because of the South and the racism. Why don't you give it up? And don't listen to me, brother. If I make you feel sad, why listen to me? There's plenty of other podcasters out there. Go listen to them. Go listen to Mark Levin. Go pay $7 a gallon gas and listen to Mark Levin tell you that you did it to prevent Iran from getting the nuke. That's the dumbest fuck. You know what I saw Trump say? That's the stupidest. Some of the stuff that's said, man, that's asinine. Asinine. Just, and it's clowns on here. The Democrats. Jim Crow, that's the Democrats. Joe Biden. Blacks suffered under Jim Crow, brother, whether you like it or not. Many of those slaves died. Many of them don't even know what freedom. They don't even know what freedom was. They never even, when they were born in bondage in a death camp. And they would work till they died. They don't even know what a day of freedom is. Day off. There was no days off. You fucking idiot. And I'm sitting up there listening to these clowns, bro. I had to sit here and listen to idiots. Damn. Man, they in the chat today, bro. I can't, it's moving. There you go. He said, black slaves were sold by black slavers. There were a few black slaves. I don't know how many it was, but you're right. There were some black slave owners. That doesn't change the South. That doesn't change racism. And if you were, hold up, if you were a black person and you were a slave owner, you should be held accountable too. So what's your problem with that? Wrong is wrong, right is right, right? These dudes, everything with them is racial. They're trying to feed me race. So well, if it's a black person doing it, then it's okay. Oh, a black person was a slave owner, so it's okay. Nah, slavery is wrong, brother. And he should be, if you're a black bigot racist, you should be held accountable. And fortunately for us, Kanye West, by the Jewish community, is being held accountable. And I'm happy they're doing that to him. I don't give a damn if he never plays again. And I appreciate Trump, not a lot, but what he did to Candace Owens. Thank you, President Trump. They're black people. So what is all of this? If it's black, it's okay. That don't come from me. I've never done that. You damn right I'm a victim. He said this cuck is a victim. Man, take your weekend. You know what? You ain't even a real man. Y'all don't even know who y'all talking to. Man, don't come over here with that. Don't do that. You don't want me to snap. You don't. Don't come over here with that. Take your weak ass on somewhere. Go read Gone with the Wind. Go listen to Mark Levin. Go. You know what? Go listen to some old Rush Limbaugh. Some Rush Limbaugh clips. You'll be happier there. You're not going to be happy over here, brother. Brainwashed. Yeah, a lot of them are brainwashed, man, and Trump's doing it. And you know what they said? Go and read, go do your research on your civil rights history. They said one of the things that they used was the fact that most of those Confederate soldiers were stupid and uneducated. And they knew they can govern them better. They weren't talking about the slaves, they were like, that was illegal, right? They're talking about those soldiers. I didn't know that. They said they had like a 1% literacy rate amongst Confederate soldiers. See, that's what I'm saying. And you're in here trying to defend that. And they said the people who were doing all of the violence were the whites, wasn't the blacks. Repackaging the past so that you can then control the future. And this is what you see. This is the type of bigotry and racism that you have coming out of the White House. This type of lie, just lie to them. Just lie to the people, attack the press and lie to the people. Because there's enough illiterate morons who will believe your lies. And that's what you have right here. And he said the Democrats. What were the Democrats? Just for clarity, what were the Democrats? The Democrats were whites, you stupid fucking racist. He keeps trying, he wants me to make this a political argument. You mean the racism of that day? Are you talking about that? And they've tried to repackage that and run from, oh, the Democrat, it was a Democrat. Did the Klan let you get by if you were a Republican? If I had on a MAGA hat, you think they let me, if I was breaking some type of rule by their determination, you think they let me go? I got my MAGA hat on though. Yeah, these bigots, bro. You guys, I can tell the ones that's been fed talk radio. You guys are an especially stupid breed because you believe that stuff. Now I'll listen to it with skepticism, and sometimes I'm taken aback how some of the things they say because I know they know what they're talking about, and I know they're deliberately telling the stupid things to get them to believe that. But you believe that? You believe the problem is the Democrat? It's the Democrat. It's the Democrat. Joe Biden. Hey, maybe you know what? Let's have a compromise. Maybe both of them are racist. You say Joe Biden. What about Trump? Joe Biden. Okay, what about Trump? I'm not defending Joe Biden. What about Trump? Yeah, they lose their minds when they hear that, bro. They brainwash themselves to think the bigotry and the hate and the racism, the Confederate flag flying, the protect the statues. It's my heritage, not it's my heritage. What they say? It's not hate, it's my heritage, his heritage. Yeah. And a lot of them people were foreigners, but that's fine. That's fine. But just like Star Wars, I don't believe that there's a such thing as a Chewbacca. I don't believe that there's a laser wielding hero out there named Luke Skywalker, or there's ever been that out there in all those stars. I don't believe that Gone with the Wind was real. But I'm sure people are stupid enough to think that that was a depiction of the South. And Trump sat up there and said that he was a good general. Go look him up yourself. Forget me. Go look and see how good this general, see how many battles he lost. Remember me? He had to wave a white flag. The lost cause, he had to give it up. Those guys were reduced to eating pork rinds and crackers. And I'm not even going to say that. You got to go look up your history, man. But they fed the civil rights. I mean, they fed the, they needed some civil rights. They fed the Confederate soldiers a hard bread, and they had to soak it. It was called the cracker. And they were known for eating a lot of them. So you put that together what you will. That was well before my time. I don't even use that type of terminology. But yeah, if you go back and research it, it's right there. Now, unfortunately, no, Trump's getting rid of Black history, but fortunately, he hadn't touched civil rights history. So go and look it up. I mean, not civil rights, damn. Civil War. Go and look it up, the Civil War. It's right there in front of you. Go look up you know what? I challenge you, go get the book, because you guys you listen to Mark Levin, so you got a lot of time on your hands. Go get the book and then go look at the movie and be a fair person, and you tell me that you agree with that nonsense, that propaganda. And I'm looking at that, bro. Look at all of this stuff in my chat box, man. What have I done? Can I have a channel, man? Is it okay with you? You guys all in my chat box attacking me. What you attacking me for? I'm a slowpoke Democrat. He's a Democrat. He's a Democrat. Wake up, Trump does not care about you. America is racist as fuck. These are facts. Oh, that was my, I don't know where that came from, but what I'm saying is, this is the foolishness too. These clowns come in here. Our president, I already told you, that's my president. Our president is praising General Lee. That's the issue, right? You guys are talking about Democrat. What are you talking about? Democrat. Hey, there's $7 gas. Oh, you're Democrat. So wait a minute. If I say anything about the economy or criticize the administration or this president, you Democrat. And when you say it cross-eyed. Cross your eyes and say it. But yeah, this is our president, though, man. He's praising General Lee. General Lee was pretty much a loser. And I get it. The Dukes that has, I never watched that stuff, but I get the little car and stuff, and I don't care. And Daisy Dukes, and I mean, hey, now wait a minute. I did. I have to admit, I, I, I took a look at it with her running around there. They had the Daisy Dukes running around there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But nah, it wasn't. Yeah, if you watch it, I didn't have no problem with it. Was it Bo and Luke, right? Bo and Luke Duke. But at the end of the day, brother, General Lee and all his generals, and this fictitious uh, uh, remaking of history when it comes to the Civil War, when it comes to the way blacks existed in the South, as if they existed in the South and they were happy slaves. And when you just think about that for a moment, what's a happy slave? And that's how they played him. He's picking the banjo. Isn't that something, man? And that's how the slave is depicted. You got a tree full of dead people hanging, yet right there is a plantation they were running from, yet they're happy slave. Well, don't seem very happy to me. Doesn't seem very happy to me. You don't tell them that, they're gonna call you a Democrat. He said there's no such thing as a happy slave. You're a Democrat. Let me cross my eye. Democrat. Democrat. Isn't that something? Democrat. What's that supposed to be? Like that means something, shaming language, and I'm saying when you're a grown person, I mean, I know what the point is, but I'm saying I'm a grown ass man. It's gonna be pretty hard to shame me. That's the type of shit you expect out of some fifth grader. Democrat. Anyhow, let's give a war update. It seems that Trump. Oh, no, 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 no. Before I get to that, let me get you right here. W.E.B. Du Bois spoke on this. He spoke on the repackaging of the slave. I mean, repackaging of the South. He said Robert E. Lee led a bloody war to perpetuate slavery. He never fought for slavery. Well, for what did he fight? State rights. That's complete nonsense. The South only cared for state rights as a weapon to defend slavery. They fought for property and privilege. And that was the Civil War. Property and privilege. And that's what this is about, man. When you look at what's going on now with Trump, it's about property and privilege. It's about manipulation. It's about denying blacks rights. You don't have a right, your American right, to have your voice heard, your right to vote. This what it's about. We're gonna set this map up. We're gonna change things so you Negroes have no power. And that's fine. I'm just one guy. And that's fine. That's fine. It'll be there until it is. But this is a soft civil war in the way they've changed everything back. And I agree with most people. They said people just have forgotten. And they're right. If you doom what they say, if you forget the past, you're going to repeat it. And we forgot it. A dude, he called me a Democrat. Democrat. If you forget the past, man, you're doomed to repeat it all over again, man. Let me get to this. Let me get to this. Iran update right here. Iran proposed a 14-point peace agreement, and any U.S. interference in Tehran's maritime rules in the Strait of Hormuz would be considered a violation of the current ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional post. So they're in a ceasefire. There's a belief that a tanker was hit, but Trump said, well, they're saying that it didn't happen. And people are constantly saying that as viewed by other countries, not America, they see that. They're seeing what's going on over there. And they're saying America's losing this war. They're saying Iran is outsmarting them. Iran's equipment is less expensive and better. And America's just behind. And they're saying that Americans are not getting the news. You look at a Fox News, you look at the complete what is that? Like, because I look at Fox News, that's not news. What is that? Whatever that so you don't know what's going on. And we don't even know because they changed it, they reclassifying the deaths. And people believe that there will be a ground invasion. I hope not. I hope not, especially under this command. I hope not. I'm willing to forego, and it could be revisited. I'm willing to go back, just bring the troops back to America, and let's get some better leadership, and then rethink these positions. But now this idiot Trump thinks that General Lee is a good general. No, I don't want our troops. No, man, don't put the troops in harm's way with this guy. This guy's an idiot to even say some dumb shit like that. It changes nothing. Historically, the man, they've already said they've repolished that dude a bunch of times. See, I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. No, I assumed that was one person's perspective. I didn't know they were deliberately lying. If you go and You gotta go look at the history of the Civil War, and you go into the Civil War. They telling you that they lied. They're telling you we lied so that the country can come together. We didn't want to punish them because we felt the country needed to come together. We also felt we need to repackage the perspective of the South, the American South. Those are lies. It wasn't nothing about no banjo playing and Negroes dance. No, they weren't. And then you got the brainwashed. You got the brainwashed Negroes. You got the brainwashed Negroes running around that's been fed uh, lies and foolishness but you do have some Negroes. So no, I grant you this. There were some Negroes who were just too stupid to realize that they were enslaved, and they accepted it. And isn't that what Harriet Tubman said? Isn't that what Harriet Tubman said? Sometimes she would come to try to free Negroes, and some of them didn't want to leave because they felt the way they were living was the way things should be. And she said she had to pull out her pistol because they give up her position. But she said she's trying to free them. And they going, where? Ain't nowhere to go. Go where? I'm going to take you to freedom. Oh, no, I got to go back to my master. And let me say this. She was wrong, though. No. Hold up. Harriet Tubman was wrong. You can't do that. Look, the person got to want to come. No, I didn't agree with that. No, I don't agree. Okay, the person is a slave and all of that. I get that part. But you don't just go in there and tell them they got to go. And, and they don't know nothing else. So I'm going to shoot you. Come on, man. I'm going to shoot you then. Ain't that something, man? If that's true, right? That man in there, that man said, give the illegals money. Ain't that something? You believe that too, don't it? That, you guys, when you say stuff like that, that just tells me you guys have no concept or idea about what's going on. You guys, you're fed those lies. You believe that while our veterans starve on the streets, while they're giving illegals money. They're giving illegal alien. You can come here from Haiti. They'll give you a 10,000. They'll give you a place at the Waldorf Astoria. They'll give you $10,000 a month. Yeah, get out of here, man. You believe that? You believe that? Meanwhile, you lose your voting rights. How about that one? But see, the people in the chat, the bigots and the racists, they didn't lose their voting rights. The Negroes, that's how stupid these. I had to say on that one, the Mark. I have to agree. The Glenn Beckers and all these some stupid Negroes. They don't have no voting rights now. Listening to that nonsense, that foolishness, absolute lies and foolishness. Hey, you want to listen to that? You got it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hold on. I'm going to do this right here. Watch this right here. I'm going to drop this join link and watch all of these cowards, all these Confederate cowards, which you are. And I'm going to try to control my temper, but watch all these bigoted, racist Confederate cowards. It's about history. It's about my heritage. It's not hate, it's heritage. They can't come up here and stand. See, they can't do anything to a man. They can't stand on what they believe. All they can do is hide in the chat box. There you go. He said, Jim Crow was done by the Democrat. Could black people vote back then? So wouldn't it be a racial thing? The Democrat. Because you guys assume I like Democrats. That's why I say I be listening. I be looking at this and say, huh? Where you getting at? I like Democrats. Democrat. Democrat. Just let the person say whatever they say. If it's any type of criticism, especially of the under the for any type of criticism about the Trump administration, let the person finish and then immediately say, you got to cross your eye. Democrat. Democrat. Jim Crow. Democrat. The Klan. Democrat. Ain't that stupid, man? They're so stupid, man. Woo, man, you guys, man. They try to get into politics, man. And they're that stupid, man. Yeah, and Trump is their leader. And now they're up here praising General Lee, man. Hey, man, General Lee was a great general. Okay. You think so? Did you see his name on the Dukes of Hazzard? Wait, but I could put in Democrat. What? How about I could put anybody's name on the car? No, he was a great leader. Did you see his name? It was displayed on the Dukes of Hazzard. That's General Lee. He's a great man. Nah, you can just put Democrat. You're a goddamn Democrat. How about a Democrat? Because I disagree with what you're saying? Ain't that something, man? And this is the world we live in, bro. This is shared country this is what we have now, man. It's ridiculous, man. But now we have a real racist in the chat box. Let me get rid of this guy. Let me get rid of this guy. Yeah, goodbye. We're not that far removed, though, man. Civil War was, what, 1965? It ain't even been 100 years. It's not even, we haven't even had 100 years of so-called freedom for the Negro, and now we don't have the right to vote. We can't vote now because all the districts, the voting is so dispersed that the Negro vote has no meaning now, even though the Negro has been here his entire existence. Yet he's not participating in the American process fairly. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, segregation would still be here if it was segregation. It wasn't segregation, it was racism, and they was discriminating against. Yeah, okay, it wasn't separate but equal. It was separate and unequal. The schools were pathetic. The Negro schools were trash. They were torn down, things were broken, they had the worst teachers, the books were bad. And they tried to give you this position that, it's separate but equal. No, it was not separate. All the resources were going into the white community. So if segregation, it was manipulated so that it punished the Negro, what do you think this is going to be? You really think it's going to be one man, one vote? You know they're going to put up a bunch of laws to try to suppress the Negro vote, and fewer Negroes turn out. That's the whole thing about Trump. Trump said, vote for me, you'll never have to do it again. That's what he meant. Trump knows what he's doing. This has already been planned. This has already been planned. We got a guy in there, he's got an avatar of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk now. And Charlie Kirk, let me tell you something. I can't hate on it now. Now, if you want to say from a perspective of money, man, Charles Kirk, what, in about 6 years? About 9 years, he amassed, what, $45 million off talking about black folks? Talking about black this and black that and black and black and black and black and black and he black and black and black and black people and black and black. That man amassed $45 million in donations and support for what, TPUSA Turning Point. Him and his girl Candace. Like, share, support, man. Let me get this idiot out of here. And a lot of these people, they want the Negro to be under their thumb. And they always trying to tell, that's what I'm saying. They always try to tell the Negro how to think. Have you noticed that? Like, I'm looking in the chat, all these Negroes calling me a Democrat or trying to attack me because they don't, they've not, none of them have challenged one word of what I've said. General Lee didn't know what the fuck he was doing. And that's why the South lost. The Confederates, the 1% literacy rate amongst Confederate soldiers. Most of them were stupid. See, they can't, I dropped the link. They can't attack me or go against what I say. All they can do is hurl insults. That's all they can do is hurl insults. Now I'm a Democrat. Somebody put Joe Biden in there. That's what I'm saying. But they cannot defend that position, and they know it's lies. They know it's lies. Let me drop it again, man. Here we go. When you take a serious look at the South back then, right? It wasn't too good for blacks. Now, if you were a black, many of those blacks too, 12 years a slave, right? Many of those free blacks were sold back into slavery. They had all types of problems with it. They went over that about what if a enslaved black broke away, and they were saying you got to turn him back. If he's not free, you got to turn him back up to us. And they were saying, well, wait a minute, we don't believe in slavery, so we think it's wrong. How can we justify turning them back over? So a lot of the Quakers and a lot of people, they hid the slaves. So all of this stuff was going to happen anyhow because it was just too much disagreement, and then they had to get out of it. But they needed the slaves because that's how they lived their life. They needed to, that's how they projected the Buffalo Soldiers, all of that stuff, man. They would lynch if military, you came back, they'd lynch you because they said you had attitude. They said the Negro had to be docile. And one thing about a minstrel show, it was the minstrel shows are the equivalent of talk radio. They needed to have someone spewing hatred and lies about blacks to keep the blacks beneath them. And then you got that with Fox News. Now, that's all Fox News is. That's all Fox News is, just hate and lies. And they feed it to the stupid, and the stupid believes it. And that's what you have with the Mark Levins and all of these guys. All of these, the Rush Limbaughs. And Trump was a Rush fanatic. But this isn't Trump. All of this has been scripted. They said when he get back in office, they scripted this to do this. And that's very possible. Well, the ironic thing is a lot of this stuff is probably orchestrated by Clarence Thomas. Because he has a perspective of America that a lot of people don't have. Rankster. Hold on. Yeah, Rankster. Rankster, this guy right here. You need to hit the chat, man. I mean, hit the link. Hit the link. You've said a bunch of things. I've ignored it. You're a man. We're men, right? You're afraid to talk to I'm a black man. Oh, wait, hold on. We still in the days of the South segregation, so we can't. So I got you though. Hold up. You know what? I figured you out. You're right. You can't talk to me because it's illegal. I got you, bro. I'm gonna let you go, man. I don't want you to lose ranking with your people. I don't want you to lose ranking with your folks, bro. The MAGA sheep in this chat have one thing they think is enough: fake patriotism. It's comedy. Yeah, man. Yeah, they don't want to believe the truth. They want to believe lies. Isn't that something? He said, you mad because Clarence Thomas woke up because he serves you? So see, what I'm saying is what you're telling me is that any disagreement with you is going to bring out a bunch of insults. But yeah, let me just say this right here. You know, the Democrats, I don't know where you're getting. I'm a Democrat. I'm not, but the Democrats blew this when when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was about to retire. She had a bout with cancer. She was about to retire. She wanted Hillary Clinton on some womanhood stuff, swear her in. I mean, retire under her, first woman president. And Hillary lost. Trump continued. I think she made it about 2 years, and then she passed away. Trump replaced her. Then they withheld a Supreme Court for Obama because they said the last term we don't do that. And then Trump got in his last term. They gave it to Trump, Mitch McConnell. So Trump was able to stack the courts. That's why when I hear them say stack the courts, they've already stacked the courts. They've already stacked the courts so that it leans so heavily conservative. The whole thing about the courts, I used to wonder about this as a kid. Why does it have a mixture, right, of Democrat, Republican, right? Well, they represent the country. The country is a mixture. They don't want to have it all one way. It can't be all liberal or all conservative because then it would not represent what America stands for. And that's the whole thing about the government. When you put it together, they're not perfect, but this their attempt at having us be able to function. When one person or one group, just like the South, when they feel like it doesn't benefit them any kind of way being a part of the union, this is what you get. They become rebels. Because they say, well, why not? Why do I stay here? I don't have to stay here. I'll go somewhere else. That's the country we live in. That's why it's supposed to have people are supposed to be heard, whether you agree with it or not. People have a right at that ballot box. And when you have taxation without representation, isn't that the original sin of Britain? Isn't that why the country broke off? Isn't that why we went and fought for our independence? And Prince Charles was right. We're just a colony of Britain. Prince Charles was right. And we forget that a lot. We're just different. We don't have that proper sound. You know what? I found out too, Scarlett O'Hara is British. I didn't know that. I didn't know. No, she's Brit. And her so-called Southern dialect, which if you watch the movie, you got to see the movie. If you watch the movie, you would get it. Her Southern dialect is a mixture of her trying to sound like she's from the South and her normal British accent. Yeah, because she does have. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. You got. I guess if you knew, you would have been listening for it. But if you don't know, you don't hear it. It sounds like she's a Southerner. But no, Southerners don't talk that proper, man. So it was a all the stars lined up for her, and it was a good film. I don't agree with the propaganda of the Civil War, which they pushed, and unfortunately, a lot of guys in this chat box, they've been brainwashed. They've been brainwashed by it. They get all their news from Fox. The only thing they know about the Civil War is what they seen on TV. I mean, not TV, on in the movies. That reminds me of it reminds me of the saying they said about uh, um, this football player who was running around telling everybody he had never used drugs, and he had retired, right? And a guy came up to him and said, "So you've never been injured playing football?" He said, "I've been injured twice." He said, "Okay, so what were the injuries?" He told him, and he said, "I got my knee messed up. I was out for a year." They said, "Okay, when you got your knee messed up, did they give you anything?" He said, "Yeah, they gave me a shot." And guess what he said? He said, "They gave you a shot." He said, "Yep," and they gave you some pills. He said, "What the fuck do you think that was, you dumb fuck?" That's how these people in this chat box are. They don't know. They just dumb. And the guy, he got his shot in the knee and he took his pain pills. Those were drugs. He's running around talking about he never, yes, you did do drugs. You just didn't know it. He didn't even know what it was. Like, man, you don't even know what that is, do you? He didn't. He didn't. And that's what these clowns, they don't even know what that is. It was a 1% literacy rate amongst Confederate soldiers. What did that tell you now? What did that tell you now? General Lee, 600,000 dead, American. General Lee, probably one of the dumbest generals ever. And you got Trump, one of the dumbest presidents ever, praising this guy. He said there's a difference between drug. What? No. You see that? This is what I'm talking about. No. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. You see what this guy just said? There's a difference between drugs and prescription. What the fuck do you think prescription medicine is? But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why Trump's able to get away with the things. This is what I'm talking about. And I don't want to live in a country with people like this, where this guy right here is having influence on elections and influences on things that's important to me and my family. This buffoon just said there's a difference between drugs and prescription medicine. I don't know they're both the same thing. But you want to see, that's what I'm saying. You've taken your opinion of drugs, right? You have an idea what drugs is. Drugs are drugs, man, whether they're in a hospital or whether they're in a corner. But you don't even know. That's what I'm saying. And you're trying to have a conversation with someone who is that woefully ignorant and blindly stupid. And this is MAGA? God, Trump knows what he's doing. Now, Trump said he loves dumb guys. That's what he said. Poorly educated. That's what he said. What's up with you, Tabor?
Man, listening to you talk, bro. Listening to you cook, fam. Um, what's up with you though?
Now I'm trying to catch up on the Trump thing, man.
Let me say this, bro. About the drug thing you just hit on. But that's what I was saying the other day when we was up here having a conversation. People be knowing, bro. They not stupid. They not ignorant. They know, like the difference between a prescription drug, right, and I guess weed, right? They know. They just choose to be like that. They choose to not comprehend what you're saying, and they will make a full-fledged argument about it and think they doing something. And this is why the country is where it's at, right? You just spoke on the I guess the Supreme Court, right? And you was talking about America and it being fair. I mean, to add to that, there should be a race up there representing every race. If it was fair,
Well, good luck with
I mean,
that. Good luck
I
with that
know,
one.
right? Good luck with it. I know.
Well, they're gonna tell you the Constitution doesn't separate. That's Clarence Thomas' biggest thing. He don't believe that the Constitution separates us by race, and anything that would separate Americans by race is unconstitutional.
The whole time they playing a game, a totally different game. I,
No,
I
I
told
think
you,
Clarence Thomas. No, I think Clarence Thomas. I think he believes that.
I know he believed it. I know he
I
did.
don't think he has a. Well, everything he's doing, everything they're doing is constitutional, right? But no, I don't think there's a master plan in the sense that if you these what you want, you can do it this way. If you want black people to lose their power from a standpoint of political power, you can redistrict, you can remap a state, and you can also do it uh, 5 years into it instead of waiting 10 years because there's nothing preventing you. So yeah, I'm saying, but no, you saying that no, I believe he truly believes that he don't believe in anything uh, that should segregate us by race.
I believe that too, despite the fact we see what we see, blatant every day.
Do, do you
It's
do
front.
you,
Go
do,
ahead.
do you know segregation would have worked if it was segregation? Okay, what I'm saying, if you got two schools, right, both of them equal, maybe slight differences, but both of the schools equal. Um, uh, Bathrooms, say bathrooms downtown, black bathroom, white bathroom, for the most part equal. They were never. It was never. That was the whole thing about the segregation didn't work, and all the resources went to the white community. And now you're going to see a lot of that now because election when you don't vote and you stupid and you leave yourself out there and you think white folks gonna take care of you, you're gonna see all of those resources changed and sent to the white community. You'll see. Cause they ain't gonna have
You
nothing.
ain't
I don't know how they're gonna their roads gonna be messed. They ain't gonna get no money because they don't have no representation. It's almost like what Trump said. Trump said he don't like Democrats. They didn't vote for him, right? If I'm a local if I'm a governor, a bunch of a section don't vote for me, I'm gonna take my resources and give it to the people who do vote for me.
as you should. You
No, you
support
shouldn't
those
do. No, you shouldn't do
man.
that.
Yes, you
That's
should, bro.
no, you shouldn't do that. That's unethical, but you can get away with it.
To who though? This is what
It's
I
unethical to the people.
be.
They all supposed to all pay tax. They all pay taxes, brother.
I hear the logic behind it,
Okay,
fam, but I
if you
see the
got two
reality also.
if you got two kids, right? Don't you want when they go to schools? Don't you want those schools to be equal to some degree? I'm not saying they got to be exactly, but as their peer group, they're in the second grade. Their peers are in the second grade. They're both growing up at this time in this moment. Don't you want them to get both of them to get the same education? Well, under segregation, it was never like that. They said it was never like that. Also, black businesses. Look at how many times I don't have them in front of me. I can talk about the race riots. They went into these black bustling communities that they were segregated. It was a black
Tulsa,
hotel, it was a black police, it was black this, it was a bunch of black people, but it was on the word of a white woman that some kind of way she got violated. And they would go in there looking for the Negro, and then they would burn that place down. And many
with no
people saying that those
consequence.
were lies. Many people said those were just made up lies. They wanted to burn down those cities out of jealousy and just hatred of Negroes.
Because they was thriving.
Well, so what
I
I'm
get it.
trying to
That's what
say
I'm
is
saying, bro. It's
so what I'm
unfair.
saying
It is.
under segregation, you were having violence. And it's like, wait a minute, we separate but equal, right? Nope. We separate, but we're not equal. So, and that was the problem with all of that. So they'd get rid of that segregation. But go ahead, brother.
What once you he who created the game dictate the rules. It don't matter what plan you got. Plans change. They change all the time. Either you go adapt or you won't. You can say what's not fair. Platt, bro, and I'm gonna put it on my own self, right? Bro, I told you I should have been home Sunday. It's Monday morning. I should have been home already. Drop my load. A lot of things happened this weekend with my truck, bro. Ain't happened in months. But on my way home, things changing. I had to adapt, bro. My plans for Sunday got shut down. I had to do an 8-hour cooling. They had to redo my radiator, bro. There's things that happen, right? And I can look at it and be like, it's unfair, or I can look at it and be like, I just gotta adapt, bro. It don't matter. I could have ran my time last night and made it there for 6 a.m., but I also had to be up since 7 a.m. And wait around for 8 hours. I was tired. I only drove 5. Things just change, bro. They're not wrong for what they doing. They control the game. If
Tabor, Tabor.
I'm hearing you on the ethics side, bro. I'm telling you, I be hearing you.
They matter though, Tabor. You're talking about we're all Americans, Tabor. Tabor, we're about to go to war. We got about what 10,000 Americans ready to go into Iran, ready to go into the strait. They're gonna risk their lives. What are they risking their lives for?
It don't
For
even
us,
matter,
for me and you, Tabor. You up here trying to say it's okay to be unethical. No, it's not okay to be unethical.
I can be walking this planet or walking in America and have this wishful thinking and just these high hopes that they go about treating me right, bro. And it don't even matter what my race is, because they got poor races all over. But as a black man, bro, I recognize what it is.
Well, don't you want things to be done fairly?
I can want what I want, but that don't mean they gotta move how I want them to move. If I want things to be done,
they're not going to do that. No, hold up. On that one, you're right. They're not going to move how you want them to move. You would have to legislate them to move in the direction, just like Trump is doing, just like Clarence Thomas is doing. You got to legislate that stuff. That's a process to that. You're right, but no, I agree with you, Tapor. That's one of the problem with the Negro. He wants something and he ain't trying to get it, but he wants it. I want a brand new Mercedes, but I ain't got no money. But
I won't put in the work.
Hold on. But I hope white folks feel sorry for me and give me one. So that's how the Negro think. When other people say, no, work your ass off and go get it. But no, you shouldn't be discriminated against. But yeah, you gotta go and achieve to get what you're looking for. If that's what you want, that's your money. If you want to do that with it. But that's what I'm saying. But I agree with you. We from an electoral standpoint, we're woefully ignorant, and we are far behind. We don't even know about the Civil War. We don't. We just don't, man. We don't.
I would say,
and places like this channel, we try. We can't do it all. We try. They don't even support it. They would rather listen to foolishness. They rather listen to Fresh and Fit talking about OnlyFans and strippers and screaming at them. They rather support that. So I'm saying, you know, and it's a lot of incels over there. I know it's a lot of white incels over there that's driving that channel. But what I'm saying is the black community is woefully undereducated when it comes to politics, and they're going to pay for that. That's all. They're going to pay.
I'm going to tell you, big dog, we've been paying. There wasn't a slew of black people putting kids in college for lawyers. They wasn't justifying why they need to become a lawyer. They'll just tell you what to do. If I want things to go ahead.
Jasmine Crockett's a lawyer.
I mean, bro, you talking about a few. We don't
have some though. It's a lot.
Not enough.
I wouldn't say it's enough. No, we don't have enough, but we have a lot of lawyers, black people, a lot of black lawyers.
And they're not getting together doing any legislation, bro. But this is what I'm saying. If I want things to be fair in life, the only people that I can really worry about for the most part is myself and my kids. And because I'm old enough to know the game and I'm self-aware of what's going on, I can change the rules in certain instances.
Hold up for a minute, Tabor. Hold up. We've been joined by, let me see, who is this? How you doing there, sir? Mike.
Hey, how you doing? First time on here, but I listen to your platform a lot. Okay. I just want to confirm it. So the Civil War ended around 1865. Okay. At some point, the South was winning the war for the most part because a lot of the generals graduated from West Point came from the South. It wasn't until they started enlisting black men to fight in the Union, that's when the tide of the war changed. And with the whole, when the Confederacy got their ass whooped in Gettysburg, that's when it was over for the Confederacy. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know a little bit. I know most of the Civil
What
War
you
for the most
okay?
part.
What you think about Gone with the Wind?
That's just a fairy tale of what the South was like. And even
Okay.
though it's been romanticized about how beautiful those big ballrooms were, and due to the cheap labor of slaves, it's pretty much a retelling of somebody that had it all, a rich, spoiled white girl that had it all, and how their world got turned upside down thanks to the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation. So, yeah, a lot of it was like, I know they had the big issues with the black woman being kind of like the mammy in the in, in the movie, but yeah, it's just a glorification of what it was like, pretty much.
Why is America afraid to tell the true story of American slavery?
Hey, I mean, it's part of. Sorry if it's a little noise. I'm a truck driver too, so, but it's pretty much one of the one of the sins of United States of America that made America what it is. Kind of like, I don't know if they like with the Indian Wars, the Native American Wars, there was a lot of murders that happened when it came to snatching up land for that was owned by the Native Americans. And even with the Spanish American War, when they fought Santa Ana, California down to Texas. I'm from Texas. It used to be part of Mexico. And even Abraham Lincoln even said before he became president that there was a very unjustifiable war. So when it comes to history like that was back in the 1800s, they tell bits and pieces of the story, but they don't want to go real deep into it because it makes a lot of white people, their ancestors, look bad. And of course,
Mm.
with the whole, they're gonna say it's woke.
Yeah, but
It's,
Mike,
it, yeah.
why is it? Because I've seen Fox News or whatever. Why is it they say when you talk about slavery or you tell a factual story about slavery, you quote unquote trying or you are making white people feel guilty? Why do they say that?
Okay, so in a way, it's so this the way I see it. Like, so I understand that you got some white people that they can trace their ancestors back 3 or 4 generations to the 1800s. I mean, damn near everybody either migrated here or was illegally came over here by kidnap with slave trade. But when it came to that, you got a lot of white people out there that feel like, hey man, I wasn't part of that. My great great grandparents might have participated that, but I
Mhm.
wasn't part of that, which I believe that's true. There's no white man that's living in America right now that took part into what happened almost 200 years ago, about 200 years ago, in regards to the slave trade. So I think it's just the whole trying to let white people know to be accountable for what the sins of their ancestors, their great great grandparents did. It's almost like they understand. Some of them can admit the sins of what their great 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 grandparents did, but to throw it on the white people that's alive right now, it's almost like you trying to shame them for something that they had no
Yeah.
participation in. That's
Okay.
kind of the way I
That's
see
the
it.
game, bro.
Hold up, DeBoer. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. How do you tell the story then? No. And you're factually accurate. How do you tell the story?
I say you tell the story, but don't try to shame to
This is
white people
ridiculous.
today
No, you
over
being
some shit that their ancestors did.
yeah,
It's
but
like,
you know you're being ridiculous. Listen to what you're saying. So that means you can't tell the story.
no, you can tell the story, but don't just be
Who's
like.
shaming anybody? You're telling the story.
But the white people kind of feel like some of the white people kind of feel like we're pointing the finger at them for something that their ancestors did.
Oh, no, you're saying this happened during this period of time.
Hmm.
Who's pointing the finger at anybody?
That's just the way they feel.
Well, then you can. So, in other words, you can't tell the story then.
No, you can tell the story, but it's just in a way. It's like I'm not trying to say you should sugarcoat it. That's complete bullshit. Oh, excuse my language. Sorry, that's never sugarcoat the truth. What I'm saying is when you tell the story. Well, fuck. Excuse my language. Okay, damn, that does kind of make it sound like I'm contradicting myself. So
No, that's
I'm trying to say in a way where you don't trying to point the finger at the white people that's alive right now.
You
You
keep
trying to
saying
be
somebody's
politically
pointing the
correct.
finger. No, you keep saying somebody's pointing a finger. Who's
Hmm.
pointing a finger? You're talking about slavery and it happened.
Yeah,
Who's pointing the finger?
they make it feel, a lot of them make them feel like black people pointing the finger at them
Why?
when we
Why do they?
constantly saying it.
Why do they feel that? Well, I mean, okay, why are they so? What do they call that?
Sensitive because we keep
Sensitive,
bringing
or
it up.
do they feel guilty? No, like do they low key feel like they are guilty?
Yeah, but they don't want to admit it,
Mm.
and especially when it comes to heritage. Like when it comes to the Confederacy, before the statues got taken down, they had damn near anywhere between streets, highways to schools named after Confederate soldiers, Confederate generals, Confederate captains and colonels, and it's like y'all pretty much glorifying something that was pretty much a slap in the face to America because they broke away from the United States of America. America had to whoop that ass and tell them, hey, no, slavery is over. That's these people are free. But yet, years later, they pretty much putting up all these statues of Confederacies,
Hmm.
naming streets and signs of them. Pretty much, it's almost like, yeah, we did it, but our ancestors not guilty for it.
As they
Is
should.
yeah, hold up, hold up.
It's their heritage.
We'll get just hold up, Tabor. White supremacy, right?
Hmm.
Is that active or is it passive?
Oh no, it's you mean passive as in passive aggressive?
No, passive. Like it's a passive belief. Like I'm a white supremacist, but I mean, you could do your thing. I'm a white supremacist. Because
Oh,
my
it's
okay. Listen to my point.
hmm
Um, Confederate statues, minstrel shows. White
hmm
supremacy is active. White supremacy,
yes,
all of the race riots, and let me go into this city and burn. Let me go into this city, burn it down because someone said somebody did something bad. So without proof, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna murder the black people. That's white supremacy, brother. It's a very active
yeah,
belief.
yes, it's very active,
Active
but they try to hide
philosophy.
it more than anything right
I
now.
know, I know. I know, and I know that, and I'm saying they list. I'm looking at him and with the Trump. I see what the dog whistling. Him saying that shit about Lee, like you say, Trump, billionaire, or maybe he does that to get his votes. He pretends to be not as smart, but he's dog whistling the white supremacy, talking about General Lee.
Hmm. Yeah, and that like that's some of his support base where they voted him in, so it's almost like he has to cater to that support base that also helped him get elected in a way.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Tabor.
Man, based on what you just said alone, bro, I'ma tell you it ain't even about his people that voted for him. He believed that, bro. He gonna make his people look good even though he can down talk his people. I'm talking about his race, bro.
Hmm.
Everything you just said, it don't even make sense based on the fact how you gonna tell a story without telling the truth. What you need to lie for? But at the same time, why would they tell a story? Why would they let you shame them? America
Well,
has never been held accountable by the rest of the world for what they did to their own people. It happens everywhere. We ain't gonna let you do that to us. You ain't about to take none of this money. You ain't about to take none of our power. We not giving you anything. You want it, go earn it. And the people, as far as black people that did come up, right, and they start talking and they start telling you certain things, most people ain't listening anyway.
yeah,
So at
true.
some point, you just stop talking.
Yeah,
Like there's no need to tell me that you need a better job or you need to stop smoking, bro. You should know that by now. You too old. I just think, bro, people keep thinking America moves on ethics and morals and what's right and what's wrong. And when they want to change the rules, what y'all ain't realizing, they go change the rules. It's
No, well,
simple, bro.
you have rights, and um, you can take you actually can take the side of the South in this conversation because the South succeeded and went to war because they were not being heard. They were not their needs were not being met and they were not being heard. So they went to war. So what I'm saying is that's how we do things. There's a process, but no, you don't sit back and say that's just the way it is. No, you got to do something. You have to do something. to make things change. That's why we have elections, man.
And them elections don't matter, bro.
You know,
They
well, they
changed the
matter. They
rules.
matter more.
Black,
They
what
matter
I'm
more than
telling
you
you,
think they matter.
I'm telling you, they changed the rules when they want to change the
No, they
rules,
don't. The
bro.
elections matter.
Oh,
It's not
come
about
on,
changing the
fam.
rules. The
We
elections
watching
matter.
it,
Look,
bro.
they redistrict all of these.
They
The
changed the
Supreme Court.
rules.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
change
That's
it
what
but
to
I'm
wherever
telling
they
they
you,
feel like
bro.
it.
still
Yeah, they
they
do.
went through the process, though, brother. You saying it like that? He put the people on the court. If Ruth Bader Ginsburg would have retired, Obama would have put in a justice. He probably would have had to put another one in. Isn't that Merrick Garland? Isn't he? He's dead now, right? Oh, no, man, no man. Anyhow, Obama would have filled her seat, and then all of this imbalance and stuff wouldn't have been there. But because, and then you had Obama. I don't even think Obama should have ran. I've always said that because he had to be extra sensitive, like you said, to whites. So he bent over backwards to please the whites.
As
And
he
many,
should.
no, he shouldn't because that hurt a lot of people in the process.
A lot of people, what people? Like black people?
A lot of people.
And that's what I'm saying, Flat. But based on what you just said with the districts, and there was a process. The process was made for them to do what they want to. Most people ain't don't know the process anyway, and they don't care to learn it. But the ones that do learn it can change it. The rules get changed every day, bro, and we don't know about it. You can have a plan, and you can set your plan up to win overall. And if you smart enough, you're gonna adapt, you're gonna pivot, you're gonna put people in place that'll get you in rooms that you need to be in to make sure whatever plan you got is going to work out, bro. That's the lobbying. Most people don't care to do it.
Well,
It's
then
all a game, bro.
they'll suffer, DeBoer.
We doing that now. Every race is out here suffering somehow.
Not all of them.
Which one ain't? In America, at least. Which race?
Blacks are suffering in a particular way.
I know they are.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, brother. If you don't want to work or you don't want to do what you're supposed to, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about that. But blacks have a disadvantage because of society. They're perceived to be second class citizens, and that is unnecessary and it's uncalled for, and that's what you should have a problem with that. Now I know you're gonna say about it, things out there. No, we're talking about in the world of politics. You can actually make things happen.
I mean, you can, but we also know there are certain black people, and I'm gonna use the person. I'm gonna use Tyler Perry as an example, right? You can be out here and be poor if you figure it out. You can get in the lane, and nobody else will be in that lane. That's the power of being black, bro. We can really come up out here. We at the bottom, but if you
I have
figure it
no,
out,
you know what, Tabor,
I'm listening.
no, I'm letting you go. That's Tabor, right? I have no idea what he says the power of being black. Tabor, I don't know what he's talking about on that one. I'm
I'm
happy for
talking.
Tyler Perry though. I mean, he came up. He got a lot of money and all. He's very successful, but I don't think it was because he was black.
Bro, he was able to tell a story that everybody, for the most part, can relate to. That's why his shows and his movies be the way they are for the black community. They doing it like him before him. He's the only person in his lane. I'm just saying about figuring it out. There's ways to maneuver. There's ways to look like a
Okay, but
monopoly
I
within a
got you.
situation and not be one.
Okay, that's good for Tyler Perry, but there are more people in America besides him, and there are people who actually need help.
Hey, sorry, don't mean to cut you off. Just let you know. Thanks for allowing me to
All
speak.
right,
I'm
bro.
going
Pre-
in. Y'all have a good one.
appreciate you, bro.
Anytime.
Appreciate you, big
All right.
dog.
When all is said and done, black people are at a disadvantage now. They're too dispersed, so their needs won't be met, and they're gonna. I don't know how long it's gonna go. They're gonna be taxed without representation, but they really have themselves to blame because they don't want to keep up with history. And if you forget the past, you're gonna repeat it. So they can play all these
And
games they
even
want to. And like I said, hold on, like I said, with segregation, it was the point about segregation. They said this is the way things should be, but it wasn't like that. It was one group got resources, the other group got neglected. And over time, it became worse. So the black thing, whatever the black thing was, the black side was torn up, torn down. The white side was kept up and it was okay. And there was all types of laws about that too, saying there all types of laws. You go to a train station, it say colored. It's a room. That's where you wait. It said whites only. You
but
wait
big
over there.
dog,
It's a
who
clean. It
made
was
the
a cleaner. It
laws?
was it was a cleaner room. And then the black room was dirty. So people who paid taxes and they were law abiding citizens, they had a problem with that. And now Clarence Thomas is saying he don't believe in that. He don't believe in segregation. He don't believe in judging people by race. So on that, Clarence would be on the side of those people. But I don't know how they're going to figure this thing out as far as voting or anything pertaining to blacks, unless they just declare black people all Americans and there is no such thing as color. I don't know. Maybe they will do that.
Bro, they are it's already figured out, bro. They showing us in real time. People just choosing not to pay attention. You choosing not to comprehend the game that they're playing with you. They do it all the time. People don't even want to take care of their own situations before they won't take care of their own household before they want somebody else to take care of their household. These people wrote the laws, bro. They can change the laws. They can use them to their benefits whenever they want to. And if they see if you getting ahead, no matter your race, bro, they can shut things down. Okay, take us to court. Hopefully you got enough money to fight us. At least you may win. That's one person. Everybody ain't go get that. That's all I'm saying, bro. The game ain't changed, bro. It's the same. They rewriting the rules based on the times we in.
But it's a different world, Tabor. It's
To
not the
you,
hip hop. It's real world out here, and people's lives and their futures depend on are in the balance. When you say politicians who hate half the country, that's not good for the country. Period. And a guy like that should never even be elected.
who Trump?
But we're headed back to the days of the Civil War, and people keep thinking the South was this wonderful tap dancing, fried chicken Negro. No, it's all types of stuff. All types of if you got sick, you died. They had no money for no doctor. You got out there and got in that cotton field. You got out there doing that job and you got sick. You just got sick. Not gonna take you. The owner might have a bag of medicine or something. He might have some peroxide and some alcohol in a bag with some, couple of pills, some sugar pills. But he couldn't give you no take out your gallbladder or nothing. You just died, and that's a painful. Woo!
Now they got
That
people
is
go.
painful, bro. When that thing go bad, you gotta get that thing out, man. That thing will, woo, man. I said during COVID, man. It was a guy in the hospital. It was during COVID, brother. It was about 10 people all in the emergency room. It was filled, packed in there, but they had to give up some floors because of COVID. Well, even though I know we still got COVID, but at the time it was an outbreak. So they only had about 3 floors they could work with. So everybody had to wait in the emergency room till they got to him. This dude was due to have his gallbladder removed tomorrow. And the woman told him, all I can do is give you some Motrins. She said, the medicine you need, I can only administer that once you're inside one of these rooms. Legally, I can't give you this medicine here. See, that's just the way it is. We can't give out medicine here. We had to give it out in those hospital rooms. You know, it was a controlled substance, right? Man, I watched that man wither on that floor and whine out. He looked about 41, 42, rolling around in pain, holding his hip. You know how people say, go to the hospital? He was at the hospital. He was there.
And that's why they don't go
But
to the hospitals.
no, he was there at the hospital holding his hip in pain. And they said, well, we can't do it till we can't give you nothing for that pain until you get in this room. And then she said, we overloaded. And she was like, you can go to another hospital, but it's pretty much going to be the same everywhere. And now I'm just saying, I just looked at him, man. That shit was. So if you're a slave, you don't get you have to you can't work, then you can go. You ain't gonna be able to go back to sleep. You ain't no good. So they might put you to sleep, but yeah, that's about it. But they ain't gonna give you no gallbladder surgery.
Man,
Nah.
and that's why older black people don't go to the hospital, and even people now today don't go to the hospital as black people. I mean, we got the maternity situation with black women. What I'm saying, bro, is that the game ain't changed. They just rewritten the rules. They always rewrite the rules. It's not about what's right or wrong in our eyes. It's about what they feel is wrong when it's wrong, or what's right when they feel is right. And they can switch that at any time. That's all I'm saying, bro. No matter what we get on this internet and talk about, it's shown in our face. You can say Trump don't deserve to be in the White House, but he in the White House, and cats rocking with him, and they storming the Capitol. They doing all kind of things. And didn't, if I ain't mistaken, didn't he let them out or,
Mm-hmm.
or, or dumb down their charges or something?
He pardoned them.
There it is. The rules are meant to be broken and rewritten because they
You
wrote
can't.
the
You
rules.
keep trying to justify Trump's bad
I'm not
behavior, brother.
justifying,
You
bro.
no
I'm
no
just being
right. It's no
realistic.
no. It's right and wrong. You can't. Even though Trump is doing that, he's wrong. You keep saying you're trying to make it seem like that's the way you should be. No, you should not be a dishonest person. No, if you run for president, you got to serve all the people. Don't you
That
can't
sound
all of
good,
this stuff about he should and all of that. No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't, and he's
bro.
wrong, bro.
They doing it, bro. They doing it. If
Why?
you want
No,
to
they're
talk
doing it the legal way though. Ain't nothing I can do about it.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. They wrote the rules. It's not about what I think. It's about what I'm seeing in real time. And we want just to bring it up, right? If we want to talk about black people, right? People that look like us. The whole continent of Africa is a certain way right now. And there's black leaders in power. And they still got people out there that's poor. And they're still stealing money. They doing their people bad. They do it everywhere, bro. You get you a position of power, you may change views. You may have a nice theory that you want to execute, right? And when it's time to execute it, once you get in the power, you
Tabor,
realize you
Tabor,
really can't do what you
Tabor,
thought you can do.
Tabor.
I'm listening, bro.
Okay, yeah, we're grown men, Tabor. We have to deal with the system. You drive a truck, you got to deal with the
The
laws.
laws.
When you get on those roads, you got to have your book, all your stuff together. And then if you get pulled over, you got to have a presentation because you want to continue to, go on about your way. And you're governed by that. If people turn around and govern you by something else, that's not right. Oh, well, they can do it. No, they can't do it. That's the whole point. No, you can stand up to that. If a cop comes up to you, you out in some small town and some cop pulls you over, it's just you and him, and it's some old lonely ass highway. There ain't nothing out there. And he come out and then he pull out a pistol and put it on you. You haven't done anything. And he put the pistol on you, talking about if you give me $200, I'll let you go. Well, you can do it. You can say, okay, hold up, take this pistol off me. You give him 200. He robbed you, right? And then he walked back to his car, and you can drive off, or you can say no. That's what I'm saying. You still have rights. He
And
just
probably
violated
wouldn't
your right.
make it home.
No, no, you well, or you might not.
Come on, Platt. I'm rocking with you, G. I'm being realistic about life, bro. Listen, based on what you just
You don't
said,
have to let people abuse you, brother.
you don't. I'm not saying that, bro. I've never said that, bro, at all. I don't even talk like that. Listen what I'm telling you, G. The other day, based on you just said my logs and all that, I got pulled in because I bypassed the way station. I just flew right past it, going 80, bro. The lawman pulled me over. I have none of my book, or I don't have my binder, right? I passed the way station. I know that I'm black. I know my log is straight. When the dude pulled me over, he just gave me a warning. He said, I ain't even log you in. So I won't even let your company know. He a white dude. He just let me go. It happens sometimes, bro. And the past few times I've been stopped by cops, they just let me go. They see I got a CDL, bro. Oh, you got a CDL? I don't want to ruin your life. Just like that, bro. White cops, black cops. But before, when I had a class C, they trying to check the car and everything else. The game changed for me because I got a CDL. Thank you for your service. I ain't gonna say I'm military, but they'll thank me for my service, bro. I'm just saying, bro, you can learn the rules of the game and start moving different, but most people choose not to. I'm not blind to what Trump doing. I'm from the South. I know what it is. I didn't got shunned in stores that I'm just trying to get something to drink. They can treat me how they want to. That's their store. They write the rules. I would rather walk out the store and walk down the street
How
and
come? How come?
go ahead.
Are you black, Tabor?
Yeah, I'm black.
How come you think like that? But if I was to ask a white person, is it okay to be mistreated? They would disagree that it's okay for somebody to mistreat them.
Yeah,
But no, you're very comfortable being mistreated, and that's what I'm saying. Look at how, even in our philosophies, man, we so brainwashed. We think it's okay
it's
to be
not that,
mistreated.
bro. It's
No,
not
Tabor,
that,
you
bro.
can't. Tabor, you can't say stuff and then back out of it. You
I'm
said
not
that
back out of anything.
you thinking that just you thinking that scuffling and stuff like you scuffling to survive and all that. That's the way to be. A lot of people don't agree with that. They don't think they should have to scuffle. A lot of the slaves that got hung and beaten, they didn't want to be slaves. They said, I don't care. I'm not going to be a slave. So they lost their lives. You're saying, well, that's what you get. No, they should have never got that. And they're
That's not
willing
what
to
I
pay that
said.
price. They're willing to. What about the people in the war? What about them illiterate Confederate soldiers when they got killed? Was that fair?
I
That
know
wasn't
nothing
fair.
about a story that was told to me, bro.
I
That
Man,
is
got you,
not
man.
my concern in 2026
I
platform.
got you. We got somebody else. What's up with you? Relaxed.
what's up, man? Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if if black people had that mentality that he's saying right now, we'll still be in slavery. We'll still be in civil rights.
Mm.
It's like you gotta push back on something. You can't just say, "Oh, this is how it's going to be." I disagree with that. I understand what you're saying, but it's like, no,
I
you got to give
ain't
some pushback. You don't just
ain't
fold for
nobody
whatever.
said not give them pushback, bro. You
I
just
mean,
talking
that's
at
what it
this
sounds
point.
like, but
That's not
okay,
it can listen, my life can sound however it want to you. Just
okay,
like
I
your
got you.
life gonna
I got
sound how it sound to me.
Tabor,
that. Yeah,
he's
I'm
but
listening.
responding to what you said. Now go ahead. Go
what you
ahead, brother.
Yeah, you got to give some pushback, man. That's why we had Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all the different civil rights leaders. If they just would have said, "Hey, this is what it is," we'd still be waiting in line for a dirty ass fountain or something. It's just so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I disagree with that completely, man. Sorry, but it ain't a
They do.
personal attack, but I just disagree with that stance. You can't just fold for anything. And I understand sometimes, we work in certain environments and we drive through certain areas and it make you, feel like you got to be kind of just, it is what it is and just accept shit. But nah, that's not how it's supposed to go. I
Lit,
disagree
lit.
completely.
Okay. So for the most part, you disagreeing with me, have at it, bro. It's not gonna
Okay.
change how I move.
I
You
got you.
hear what I'm saying?
Got you.
I
Got you.
can disagree with you. You hear what I'm saying? But I can't change how you move. I don't need to. Right? If you think I'm out here walking around docile and don't have a mind of my
Nah,
own, I'm just not stupid enough to
Yeah,
go
but
into.
you can't. You
I'm
can't.
listening, bro.
Tabor, you can't. Tabor, Tabor, you have a position. You have to stand on it. The man said that the way you talk, we would still
I,
be in slavery. No, 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 no,
I,
no, 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 no.
I'm listening, bro.
You have to defend the position. Now you said that the way you were saying, go along to get along. They got the power. Shut up. That's the way to go. And he just
That's not what
disagreed
I
with that.
said.
Well, that's what you've been saying.
That's
That's
the
what the
way y'all
rules is. You
comprehend
said
it,
that's
bro. Come on,
okay.
bro.
Break it down for us,
Tabor,
then,
well,
man.
then
I'm
if
Break it
you
down
listening,
for us.
say
bro.
something,
I'm
Tabor, we can
listening.
only go by what we hear.
And if you can't, if you ain't trying to really comprehend what I'm saying, then you not go get what I'm saying. You're
I'm trying to
old for a
comprehend.
certain. You're the age you are for a certain reason, right? You know when to shut your mouth, right? You know when to stand up for yourself. Pick your battles, bro. Your life is the war. Are you
Well,
gonna
but
be here long or
okay,
you gonna be?
within
Go
that,
ahead.
Tabor, who's not doing that though?
Who's not doing what?
Picking their
We do that
battles.
every day as black men.
I don't know. I know I choose mine.
Okay, but no. When I'm saying that when something is wrong, right? Say, okay, Tabor, like I said,
Give me a scenario, bro.
Tabor,
Please.
you got two kids. Your kids got to
Okay.
go to school, right?
Okay.
They say, okay, your kid's going to the black school. And you say, well, wait a minute, I drive all over America, I pay my taxes. Well, I'm sorry, your kids are black. We call them black, so they going to the black schools. You say, okay, fuck it. Segregation. So you go to visit one of your kids, the door barely get open, it's leaks, it stinks in there. You look at the lunchroom, it's roaches in there. And you said, no, your kid don't know no better. Like you said, your kid don't complain because they don't know no better. You said, no, you don't have to, what? These conditions unacceptable. You go to the white schools, ain't no problem. That was segregation. You go to white school, ain't no problems over there. Clean and stuff. So then you have to say, like you say, pick your battle. Do I just say fuck it? Or do I say, hey, I'm not, this is unacceptable. This is a violation of my rights. This is my kids have a right to a future. And we'll let a judge decide. That's what I'm saying. That's what we've all been saying.
All right, hold on, Platt. Let's stick right there, right quick, right? So for the most part, what you go plan on doing is going to somebody else and let them know about your concerns, right?
Yeah.
That's what you would do?
Yep.
Okay, so let me tell you what I would do based on my mindset and my logic. I'm going to my community. I'm gonna put something together so we can scrape up some dollars to make our kids' life a little bit better. That's me, bro.
I don't
I
even know if
know
you
the
I don't even know if you can do that.
I what can't donate to a school, bro?
You might be able to okay. Well, no, I don't even know
Come
if you
on,
can do it.
Platt. I'm being realistic.
Public school, I don't think you can just I think it goes into a general fund.
No, so this is what you
I
can
think the
do.
white school would get your money. No, because see, that's what I'm saying. You just can't take money and give it to a public facility like that. They don't let you do that.
Yes, you
One
can,
one of
bro.
these basketball players, wanted to put up a goal, and they told him he could make the donation, but he can't. He said you can't designate the school. We'll designate the school. In other words, he had to go through other people. But
which
now
is fine.
he had went to the school, he had graduated, he had made 100, 200 million in the league, and he wanted to put a goal up outside at his school, and I think it was going to be about 75,000 fresh nets and all of that. And they told him no because it don't work like that. Look, it's more to it than that. But just go ahead, brother. You say you're gonna get the community. Go ahead.
Okay, I will get so let me tell you what I know with dealing with schools, bro. Right? This is personal. Anybody can do it. Anyone can go and speak at a school. It's about how you get in the school. You can go right in by yourself, but there's organizations and boosters that can get you in. There's a way to play the game. Most black people don't play by the rules. If I want to go and change the community, I can go get into the PTA. I
So
can go express my concerns.
so would you
I
do
can
that?
what,
So
bro?
would you do that to get Black history inside? The schools. You know how they trying to take Black history out of the
It's not the
schools.
same thing, bro. He's talking
How not?
about doors. I asked for a
Okay,
scenario.
got you.
We're
Go
not
ahead. Keep
talking
going.
about
Keep going.
curriculum.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, we're talking
My
about
bad.
like the things within the school, and then you can say basketball goals or whatever. I can work
Got
with other parents. I can go through the PTA at least. That's on the small side, bro. I can
But
work with
Tabor, now
local business.
you're
Come
doing
on,
what
bro.
we're talking about, Tabor. You're taking the
you. Pretty
proper
much. Right.
methods to get to remedy the problem. That's not what you were saying before.
No, that's the part you wasn't listening to. I'm already
Tabor,
on
I
that,
heard
bro.
everything. He heard everything. We heard everything you
You
said. Now you check.
I'm,
No,
I'm,
Tabor.
bro.
Now
I don't
you're
walk back,
reconfiguring.
bro. Come on, bro. I have never walked back none of my statements with you, bro.
You don't have to walk back none of them. We know what you said, and now you saying you
So
didn't say what you said.
You
so how
talking
you
about a
feel about
school versus politics, bro? Like real world federal
Schools
laws
are
and local
politics.
laws. It's not the same.
Schools are politics.
so how you
I
feel
know
about
that,
civil
Yeah, who
bro.
you
rights
think
leaders
controls
in the
all of that?
past?
Bro, I know that, bro. That's the way. That's the reason why I can walk it down to you the way I'm walking it down to you, bro.
I
I'm not
got you.
going
I
back
got
on
you, Tabor.
anything. I've been standing on the way
I
I
didn't
feel
ask you to
about
go
Trump
back
since
on
day one.
nothing. I got you, man.
So how you feel about like back in the day when there was certain laws and civil rights leaders, they pretty much they fought for these changes. Do you feel like they was tripping or they should just went with how it was going, or how you feel about that?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
What now you say fight for change. Who are they going to for this change?
Amongst the community, they was going to politicians. They did a lot of different. It depends on who we're talking about. But I'm just saying, how you feel about their ideology of this? This is not how it's supposed to be, so we need to change it. Do you think they was had the right mindset, or do you feel like at a certain time period they should have just stopped? It like we cool after the '90s, or do you feel like we should keep pushing for something, or we good where we at?
They're not wrong from what they were doing. How they went about it, that makes the difference. There's a
Okay.
reason why. There's a reason why if you go into certain communities, it look a certain way. But at the same time, the people in the community don't care. So you trying to
Man,
change the community from the top instead of from the bottom.
I'm
You
gonna
can
be
you
honest
can
with you. It sounds like you got a pessimistic view of black people though, because a lot of people definitely do change. Growing up, man, like I'm from Chicago, bro. Like my whole family, we used to do stop the violence marches, everything. It's a lot of people, but the problem is the silent majority get over how you say
Yeah,
over you
overlook.
you know overlooked over the loud minority. So people looking like, oh, okay, it's killers out here, but you don't see the people every day trying to fight against this, trying to feed the homeless, trying to do their things different. So a lot of things get overlooked too. So unfortunately, it's a very negative view of black people from a lot of people, even our own people, unfortunately. But I assure you, it's a lot of people out here who definitely want to see a change, bro. Everybody not
and
trying to
there's
just go ahead.
go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm saying everybody not just trying to, everybody don't got that, excuse my language, niggly mentality.
I would say personally on Chicago, I see where they at. I done been there. I done seen gunshots being fired on the highway, bro. And
Oh,
they
for
shut the
sure. Yeah.
highway down.
Oh, yeah, they
I done been
wild.
out
Yeah.
there. So
I
so
agree. Yeah.
there's other factors that wasn't um um dealt with.
But
There's
there's
other
not,
things
Tabor,
from the
they
single.
can't.
I'm listening, bro.
They can't do anything about civil rights marches and stuff, and even local black leaders or leaders. They can't do anything about criminals doing something like that, getting on the
Because they got
highway.
people with everyday struggles that they got to worry about.
Yeah,
That ain't
and
taken
that's
care of.
actually who they are worried about. Actually, everybody is worried about the taxpayer. They really don't care about non-paying people who don't pay taxes. Yeah, and if they could take a bunch of people who don't even pay taxes and put them all in like a section of a community and make them afraid to leave that, they don't care what they do in that little section. It's like jail. They don't care what you do in jail. I mean, they care because they're liable. But what I'm saying is, they put all them dudes in a little cell, 14 men in a little room, and they shut the door. And they got cameras. But if you want to be honest, they don't care. Long as you ain't bothering them and none of these other people, the people that pay taxes, the people who are trying to raise a family, people who want things. But if you can do whatever you want to do. So now you can. I'm saying they do. I've heard that before. They try to blame politicians. Can't do nothing about that.
You ain't
But
got to
anyhow,
tell me.
Aaron Painter says schools are funded 80% by local property taxes, 20% state and federal funds. Yes, because of reclining, whites generally have higher property value, so better funded schools. They're going to do the same thing. But see, what I'm trying to say is they've already proven that, and you'll hype now about property tax. They've proven that, but then again, it's supposed to be separate but equal. So now, since we're not separate but equal, they got to all be equal. So what I'm saying is, no matter what, if whites can't have better schools, you see what I'm saying? They can't have, okay, this school over here got everything. Why? Because the white community got it. Okay, what about that black school? Where ain't them niggas ain't got no money. See, it don't work. That's not how America. Now, I know it's sort of like that, but it's not how it's supposed to be.
I mean, based on who's rhetoric, bro? Who's ideal?
American Constitution.
The Constitution was
General
written by
morality
men
and
during the
ethics.
time.
I mean, come on, man.
What you say about the Constitution? What you say?
You talking to me?
No. Tabor said
Nah,
something about
yeah, go ahead.
The Constitution was written by men in a certain time.
It's still what we go by.
How's that working out?
All right, I got you, man. Go ahead, Dynasty.
I mean, yeah, it's just, I think there's just general morality. You're gonna want everybody to be treated equally. I get it, some people got just general. I said general, meaning just the general population. Like you talk to an average person, even a racist white person, if you ask them straight up, should two people be treated the same? They'll claim yes. That's how most people think. I mean, I don't know what I understand. Maybe if you got that, what's the word? Might is right mentality, but that's not necessarily a good way to move in life. Like just because I'm tough on you, like somebody come put an AR to your head and tell you, hey, give me everything. Do that make them right? Nah, that just mean they just got you at that moment. Like you said earlier with the police situation, it's just that don't necessarily mean you right. So I don't know. You probably got more of a different mentality on that, but I think generally most people would say it's right for everybody to be treated equal to a certain degree.
But we know that's not. People say anything, bro. They'll say anything to your face, but be doing the total opposite behind your back. Your coworkers will do it. Your families will do it.
See, Tabor, hold on. We've done this before, Tabor. We are bordered by we're controlling what we can and can't do. We don't care what the street people. We know niggas do anything. That's not what we're here to justify. We're talking about
politics.
Well, you keep talking about who don't care and do anything. We're talking about a politician, and just like Trump can't do anything. The judge just threw down something he tried to do. Judge told him no. So if he thought he could just do it because that's what people do, then he didn't do it. He showed up. Another thing, I keep talking. He showed up for all them court hearings. How come if he didn't give a fuck and he the man, he a king? What he doing sitting in court? He was there. He wasn't late
for his charges.
He did everything. Yeah, all of that stuff that he had to go there for, that he had to go, he was there. Where he could get out of it, he left. What I'm saying is, when he had to be somewhere, he's the president. He's a former president. He's a billionaire. But guess what? His ass was there. So what I'm saying,
that's different.
Well, that defeats all of this. You can do what you want. It don't matter. It does matter. It matters.
Things come back sooner or later too, man. Sometimes you feel like you're getting away with everything. It'll come hit you when you least expect it.
Yeah, and it does matter. So what I'm saying, we all have to live under rules. Now, people who protest and demand fair treatment, they have a right to do that. They don't have to accept inferiority. And they didn't do it. And that's why a lot of them didn't. A lot of the businessmen, what if your business got burned down? What if you say, okay, I'm segregated. I'm finna open up a convenience store in the black community. It's number of black people come in here. It's all black, 90% black. What do you do if some white people come in there and burn your shit down? That's cool. You ain't do it. Hold up. Somebody black did something wrong. Okay, you didn't do it. You're a working man. You pay taxes. They come in there and just burn your shit down, talking about you a nigga. I'm supposed to turn around and tell my wife and kids, well, just the way things are.
Okay, so what you gonna do about it?
Now I want to hear your answer though. Like, what would you do for that?
You're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Well, as far as something like that, I would hope I got insurance. Right? I'm gonna look at the law of the land.
Insurance to black people though. What they say we don't give insurance to niggas. I said, what they say they don't give insurance to black people.
See, now you're throwing in factors. That's out of my control, bro.
I mean, you threw in the factor too. I just threw another factor on top of your factor.
I know, because it happens, right? And the insurance ain't got to pay out either. things
So what
like
would you
that
do though?
happen.
My question is, what would you do? How would you feel about that?
If they came in and they burned down my store and I'm not getting insurance, right?
Yeah,
I will pack my family up and move, bro. We
man,
are not safe there.
damn, bro.
I have
Okay,
other people to think about, bro,
Where you
like
gonna
my
go to, boy?
kids.
all right.
Where you gonna
Well, I
go?
mean,
I don't know, bro. But I got
Okay.
other people that's depending on me to be alive, and I'm not gonna be out here with my ego and my pride and not worried about my family if I'm not here. I can't do nothing in the grave, bro.
But that's
man,
all.
I just
Boy,
thank God we born when we was born, bro.
but
Honestly, because a lot of
ain't
people,
that the
man,
point, Tabor? Ain't that the point that
they couldn't make it.
you want to raise a family and live a peaceful life? You're a law-abiding citizen. Some Negro being accused of a crime, you don't know him, you didn't do it. Why you want to come in and hold me responsible? Oh, because I'm black. Now you just said I move. Where you gonna go? Because you're gonna be black everywhere you go. And if nobody says things happening to black people are wrong, you basically said it's okay to do it.
What?
So
Okay,
somebody
so
got to stand up. Mega Edwards, I think he was a pastor. He, I'm sure he wanted to live, but he wanted to register black people to vote. They told him to stop. He wouldn't stop, so they murdered him.
oh, okay, so there's that. So I just told you what I'm doing. What you doing? Based on the
Me,
factors.
man, shit. Honestly, I'm glad I was born when I was born, but I mean, I'm definitely gonna give him some pushback one way or another.
What does the
And then that's another
pushback
thing.
look like?
Shit,
I
I
probably
don't know if
would
I can say
die.
on
I
here.
probably no.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
being
gonna say I
real.
don't think I can
I
say it on
probably
here,
would
but
die.
yeah,
I
like
probably would die right there because if I ain't do nothing and I
yeah,
don't know the dude and they come
I
around there with them
yeah,
axes and stuff,
I'm kind of
and
a
then
high head,
yeah,
you know.
I probably would
It's
do it
just
because I want my kids to remember me that way.
right.
And what good is you standing on your ego go do for your kids
That
and
ain't
they
my
gonna be out
So
here
ego.
by
can I
themselves?
That's
say,
not my
okay,
ego.
I
I got
want
a
to answer
right to
this.
say. Look, once
Hey,
again, we going back to the South.
hey,
The South
and one is
succeeded. The South succeeded, started a war. Why? Because they felt they weren't being served by the
right.
government. They felt they had to do it. That wasn't about their ego.
And people
Man, I
underestimate
guess.
martyrs too, man. You stand up and die right there, you might inspire 1,000 people to stand behind what you just did.
And who's gonna take care of my family?
The
This is
community.
the
You
nigga.
said you're going
Listen,
to the
bro.
community,
What
right?
y'all talking about is the dude that feel like he gotta be a real nigga, right? And move a
That's
certain
not
way.
about.
Hold
That ain't
on,
nah.
and go serve
Go
his
ahead.
time in jail while his kids out here struggling, and his baby mama
Nah,
ain't got nobody to show up when she need them
See, that's what I'm saying,
because he want to
Tabor.
be
nah.
real.
No, Tabor. Your references are
You
based
going
on
back to the
things
streets.
that we're
Bro,
really
it
not
ain't
going
even
down that
about
rabbit
that,
hole.
bro. I'm dealing with the black community, bro. You you
But
acting like I got 1,000 references to
that's
really point
not
out.
what we're talking about. If somebody came and burnt your business down,
I know,
a
bro.
white mob, and they're doing it because you black, you some kind of way conflated that with what niggas do in the hood. We don't
Dog,
know
I
what
said
they do
it's
in the
like,
hood.
bro.
Hey,
That's how you
and
took it.
I hear the passion in your voice. I really think you wouldn't fold. I think you'll crash out. I think you
I
just
don't
saying this.
vote.
I honestly, I think you probably would get busy on them. Like it's just, I don't really believe you when you say you just gonna pack your shit and move, man. Because I just know how we can get when we get pushed to that point.
And
Somebody
the
come,
only
you did everything right, and somebody come and fuck your shit up. What you just gonna sit there and let
listen,
that happen?
I'm telling you right now, I am being YouTube politically correct
Got you.
for the
Okay.
sake of Platt's channel. He ain't gonna
Okay.
even let
Yeah,
me
you
go
right.
down that road, big dog.
Yeah, right.
So I
That's
ain't
what
gonna
I'm
even
saying.
talk
Like,
like that.
okay.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm
See now,
saying. You
yeah.
don't know me, and I don't have to be loud
I don't
about how I
know. You
move.
don't know me
Don't
either.
blame
Nah,
me. Blame the guidelines. You can't. You're governed by certain things you can and can't say. But
yeah, I got you.
Of course I
But
am.
yeah,
yeah, but
I
look, at
think
the
I'm
end
not
of the day,
stupid, bro.
a lot of black people lost their lives. I get what you're saying. I'm sure some of them were on their ego, but a lot of them were. They didn't bother when the Klan showed up, pulled them out the house. They didn't do anything wrong, and they've already talked about a lot of those black people were innocent. Okay, you looking for a black male? White woman said a black male tried to assault her. Okay, we finna go into this side of town or this over here. There's a bunch of Negroes. You go in the house, hang this Negro. Okay, go hang this Negro. What about? Well, they didn't do anything. So that's what I'm saying. They didn't do anything. Okay, what happens next day? Well, we not bad people. We good people. We just hung 4 Negroes looking for one of these Negroes assaulted a white woman. So we hung 4 of them. and we hope we got the guilty one. But I'm sorry, we had. That's what I'm saying. They don't do that in the white. I mean, white dudes assault women. They don't go through a white neighborhood and just hanging everybody that's in there. They don't. So why black people have to accept it? No, see, that's what I'm saying. You
I ain't
don't
telling
have to
you you
accept.
gotta accept anything. I'ma just tell you you ain't gotta tell people how to this about to really play out.
I mean, we talking
I don't have to
hypotheticals though,
put
so
how I move on Front Street to make a
Oh,
move.
okay. Well, then we will.
right.
Okay, that's fine. You don't. You don't. But at the end of the day,
But at first
man,
you said this. It is what it is, though.
No,
we're
that's the way you
different.
take what I said because I can't say what I
That's
really would say.
Yeah, we
that's what
we
you're saying now. But all right.
we saw the civil rights movement. We saw King. Malcolm was a big opponent to King. He didn't agree with King's nonviolence. King said that was the only way for us to get our point across was because we didn't have the resource, we didn't have no weapons, we didn't have the manpower, right? So he said it's the
They
best way to
both was
do it.
impactful leaders, though.
I got you. So Dr. King protest, but this is the thing though on that. I don't even know as a people now in 2026, black people, I don't even know if that's us. No, what I'm saying, and in many cases, comfort. What did that guy told Batman? Victory has defeated you. I think the black community is so comfortable. They don't even know what that is. Protesting, fighting for your rights, and
Because
uh,
they're just trying to
Hard
survive,
times
bro.
breed weak people. I mean, excuse me. Hard times breed strong people, and easy
Sometimes
times breed weak people.
yep. And this we in easy
that's a
time.
good saying, but that's sometimes. Everybody ain't gonna come
No,
out
that's
strong.
facts. That's
No,
facts.
we
Bro,
No,
we
it
are
ain't.
in
everybody
we
ain't
are
coming
in
out strong, bro.
No,
We
you're
know
right.
that,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
You know that.
we are in the
We
middle of
need intellectuals. We
easy.
need all type of people.
Our easy
Y'all
times
ain't
has
being realistic.
our easy times has made us very weak,
Right.
very weak, and we looking
We
Man,
at
are,
that now.
we in the
I
illusion of equality. That's the era we in right now. It's an illusion, but it's not real.
man, ain't
So we
nothing
get.
an illusion, bro. The problem
Oh
is
yes, it
is
is.
that
I
certain
assure you, it is.
adults, bro, the problem is that certain adults felt the need to keep playing around instead of making true sacrifices that can put their kids in position and give them the right information that they need, not just to survive, bro, but to thrive. Most
That's
black
right.
people don't even want to see their kids do better than them.
Mm.
They've been rocked to sleep.
You said what?
I said they've been rocked to sleep.
Call it what you want. Any excuse will do. We just know, and
I
we
ain't
see
an
it in
excuse.
real
It's
time.
facts.
We just know in real time, bro, even though it's a lot of cats that can be wherever they at, everybody ain't fit, bro. Everybody ain't gonna make it, bro. Everybody ain't mentally strong or physical.
Okay, but hold up the board. But what about the people who are physical
Fit,
fit and mentally strong and ready to ready to live and live their life? They shouldn't be discriminated against, right?
based on whose morals and whose
um uh
thoughts.
that's
I'm
ridiculous.
being honest with you, bro.
Man, that's
Because a person
ridiculous.
can
No,
hate
that's
on you
ridiculous.
just because you doing better, bro.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Oh
Now we talking
man.
about hate. No, look, no, Tabor.
Bro, I'm
We're
just
talking
keeping it.
about
I'm just being realistic,
politically,
bro.
Tabor. Politically, a person should
But
not be discriminated against. A woman shouldn't be held back because she's a woman, right, Tabor?
are we talking about based on American politics?
Yes.
Okay, and if that's the case, then why did they just get votes and some of the people are still alive today? That's the way America moved.
That's the progression.
Well, I'm saying
They fought back.
should a woman be discriminated against?
America said
Wait a
yes.
minute. Denied the right to vote because she's a female. I'm asking
You,
you.
yeah, you said politically. America said no.
Okay, so do you agree with that?
It ain't about what I agree with.
It's-
I always talk like that, Black. You know it, bro. You know I say it like that. It's not about what I think, bro.
I got you, man. It is. It's called. We're having a discussion up here. Actually, it is about what you think. That's what we're asking you the question.
I I'm thinking
Oh,
the
man.
way my mind works, bro. I take everything into account, bro. I will be a fool not to.
Okay,
I
so
can tell
women,
my.
so
Go
women
ahead.
should have the right to vote then, Yes or no? I'm asking.
And this is based on politics, right?
Based
American
on
politics.
your assessment of reality, your opinion in this world, women should have the right to vote. Yes or no?
America says no.
What do you say?
It ain't about what I
You
say.
don't want to answer the
So you
question.
so you
That's
saying your
not
voice
it.
don't matter? That's basically what you're
No,
saying. Your
that's
voice
not
don't
it.
matter.
I'm being realistic based on the times I'm in.
But you said so. You said based on the times you in, your voice don't matter.
Listen, I don't walk around here thinking that everybody's equal, bro. There's not. It's just not true.
No, I don't
I
either. But
know
I
Okay,
that.
think
if you
everybody
don't,
should have an
hold
equal
on. If you don't
chance.
believe that, if you don't believe that, why don't you say you don't think they should have the right to vote?
Because it ain't up to me.
I didn't say it was up to you. I'm asking you a question, yes or no.
America says no,
Yeah,
Platt.
you sound like to me you see that's what I'm saying, Tabor. You don't sound like to me you sound like to me you're afraid to say that.
Why would I be afraid to say anything? I
Okay, well,
talk reckless up here all the
should
time
women hold
compared
up?
to
I'm asking
everybody else.
myself. I'm asking myself the question: should women have the right to vote? Yes. I don't need America, none of that. Yes, they should.
I hear you.
Simple as that.
Now, with that answer and feeling how you feel, what are you gonna do about it if they don't have the right?
I would help in the politically. We would, I would help as much as I could.
What does that look like?
What I just said, I would help as much as I could.
I mean, there gotta be some type of plan.
Well,
You gonna become a lawyer to learn the laws? You gonna become a
no, I'm not going to
representative
do
in your
that. But
area?
no. But I would help as much as I can. That's pretty much all they would need me to do anyhow. They would have their share of lawyers, and they would understand the path they need to take so that they can have a right to vote and maintain the right to vote.
And are you willing to fight everybody that come against you that goes against what you talking about?
No, we can disagree with each other.
And even though you'll be out here fighting for women to have the right to vote, there'll be women that'll be going against you and telling you no.
Okay, that's fine. They can. I'm gonna go by my beliefs.
And and let me bring on here and break the point, bro. When it comes to Trump getting in office, there were women that voted for that man.
Okay.
Despite the things that he said, despite what they know about him, they put him in office. It wasn't just men.
I know that. Yeah. We can agree on that one.
And those are factors that need to be considered when you start talking about
No,
certain things, bro.
no. Why would I care? Tabor, when you go to vote, you pull the curtain. That means I can vote. I can vote any kind of way I want, and then I walk away. And then when they tally the votes, this person won, this person lost. I don't care if women voted for somebody that I voted against. Why would I care? I'm going by the issues. I want to know what kind of issue. I look at the whole issue, and then I make my choice.
And no matter who you put in power, they always go on backtracking on the main things that they say they was gonna get done, or it just never gets done.
Some of them,
Yeah,
you're
we
right.
still fighting
Some
for it.
politicians, I don't know if they. Now, I had to admit, I don't know if I've ever seen one lie like Trump. But yeah, politicians do lie.
I told you, Trump ain't a politician.
Well, he is now.
I mean, he's playing one.
Okay.
He never was one. He's never held an office anywhere, but in Trump Towers.
But he won, so that would make him a politician.
Call him whatever you want.
He's the president. Well, President Trump. That's what he is.
I'm listening to you, bro. I'm just being realistic based on the times we in, bro.
Well, I mean, that's the way you see it. No,
like
I don't see it the way you see it. You see it a different kind of way. I think black people deserve the right to vote. I think black people need representation. I can agree some of those districts were way drawn ridiculous, but I don't think that affect all of them. I think the Supreme Court went too far. I think it was overreach. And I think that it's going to, I think just like with segregation, they'll say one thing and then they'll take advantage. Segregation, if segregation was segregation, it'd still be here. but it wasn't. Segregation was let's loot the black community of their resources and neglect it, and then we'll build up the white community. That's what
Yeah,
segregation was.
because segregation don't feed. I mean, doesn't work in a capitalistic society,
Yes,
bro.
it will. It's supposed to.
It's supposed to, but it doesn't.
No, it didn't
I'm just
because
telling you what it
no, no,
is.
no. People didn't do their jobs. It's supposed to.
Come on, man. We can we can
If
we
they
can say
build a
who didn't
third,
do their job.
if they build an elementary school in your neighborhood and they build an elementary school in my neighborhood, it's supposed to be same. It's not supposed to be okay.
You
It's
want
a
it to
white
be the
neighborhood.
same.
It's a white neighborhood. It's gonna be modernized. It's gonna be clean. Uh, it's gonna be fresh. The football team, they got a practice field. They got new stadium. The black neighborhood, they playing on bleachers almost from the 30s. It's the grass is not cut. The showers don't work. The pads are outdated. That's what I'm saying. That's what segregation was, and that's why they was able to get away from it because it was not separate and equal.
Man, Platt, listen, fam. I'm telling you, I went to Spring Woods High School in Spring Branch, Houston, Texas. We had a swimming pool, bro. They had league tryouts and competition at the swimming pool. We got the football field, the baseball fields. They had money, bro.
Are
I
we
went
under
from
segregation, Tabor?
So boy,
no. Let me
boy,
make my point, G.
that's predominantly a white neighborhood. Cut it out, man.
It's neither here or there. And I went to my hometown, bro. Half of the school was shut down with broken windows, and like the bleachers you talk
But
about,
that's
that's
the
what they
problem,
had.
though, Tabor. That's what we just talked about.
Whose problem?
It's a community problem with representation. So boy,
There's that.
think about what Platt just said, right? All right, so Supreme Court, they ruled that uh they could change the laws on redistricting and voting and things like that. So you take a state like Louisiana and you take a parish or a county, whatever they call it,
Parish.
where 70% of their constituents are black. But then you put a white face to represent that 70% of black people. Now, you would think, if we're going to go on where everybody's equal, everybody's the same, everybody should treat everybody with respect and dignity, right? You would think that white person would go in and represent that 70% of black people because it's 70% of that parish is black. But what happens? You go back to that parish and you look at that high school and you look at those roads and you look around the area and it's not represented well. It's represented to bring the community down. They funnel money to other places because that's not, that's not their thinking. They didn't
Right.
grow up like how somebody that's black, maybe from that parish or a surrounding parish, know the struggles of what they had to go through to get to a certain point. You just bringing in a white face to say, all right, well, you won this area, now represent it. They don't know nothing about the area. They may
Man, you
generalize things, but they don't know the struggles of the people and what the people need. So the people
so
gonna talk on deaf ears to that
But
person that's representing them. Nothing gets
even
done.
that though, Jr. When say you represent a certain section in New Orleans, you're the congressperson for this district. Even that, if you the only Democrat, right, and everybody else is Republican,
Oh, you getting
and
pushed
you
out the way.
hold up, and you don't vote with them, they're not going to give you anything because the part of the negotiation will be you need to support this thing. You'll say, well, that's taking resources that my district needs, but I'll vote for this in exchange for what? A new elementary school. And then what I'm saying, if you say, no, I'm not voting for that. And then they'll say, well, you ain't going to vote. You don't ever vote with us. Don't stop them from getting the money because there's more of them than you. So they'll just ignore you. They'll say, well, he don't matter because he can't stop us. And we're not going to fund any of his needs. So guess what? You're right. That district going to go straight downhill. And guess what? The people going to be looking at you.
Yep.
They're gonna be saying, "Why you let our road potholes? Look at these schools. Look at all these parks. Grass is growing out the way. Look at our police force. We don't have no new police officers. We don't, and they're gonna look at you. But hold up, and they've done this, and politically they're doing that because they're saying, well, he don't vote with us, so we ain't gonna help him. They don't give, and that's another thing. They don't give a damn about the districts that don't vote for them. They supposed to, but
Yep.
they don't. So they'll hoard resources into theirs, and then what happens is now you want to your little kid, you can't wait to grow up. Why? So you can move to Sunset, and everybody
Makes
like,
sense to me.
no, I can't wait to move because if you, but the whole time you are held back, bro, because of racism. That's holding you back. You see, that's an unfair disadvantage that you got to deal with, and
And
that's the
people
whole point. You should not have to deal with that. They
and
didn't say
people
they didn't say you don't have to deal with, your parents don't have no money. They didn't say that. Actually, you really don't. But I'm just saying they didn't say you don't have to deal with certain things. They're talking about racism. You can prevent that. That you can prevent that, and
and,
you can prevent that.
and people, bro, that look like you, right, from the same area would tell you that for the most part you playing victim. You're a victim. They'll tell you that. And
Well,
there's other
actually, you
people
are a
that
victim, though. But you are a victim.
Yeah,
I get,
you
bro.
actually a victim.
Y'all don't have to tell me what it is, but I'm just saying the same people that look like you would be like, "Oh, you crying victim."
So what should the
Okay, but
victim
you
do?
are.
So
I
you
am a
can
victim.
have the logic.
If I'm getting fucked over by my city council, I'm a victim.
I'm a victim. Yeah.
I get
So
it,
what should
bro.
so what should the victim do though?
I I don't know. It's based on your area. I'm not
Oh
you.
man,
Because listen, bro, you can come in and tell somebody
we
how to
talking about a
move to get
hypothetical.
what they want, and they ain't gotta listen to you, bro.
You
Y'all
right,
act like
you
it
right.
don't go on
But
in
I'm
your
asking
life.
you. I'm asking you as a man. What should the victim do? Should you just let
You
it go, or just
based
what should
on
the
his
victim do?
situation, he's gonna do what he think he should do. It's not about what I think,
Oh
bro.
man.
Because if that was the case, certain people around would be up. They don't listen to me. That's cool.
All right.
I don't have to be
Hey,
around
what
that.
you from down south?
what would you tell your children, your child? Just be the victim, or hey,
Fight
you got
back.
you gotta you gotta
I'm
you
a,
gotta
I'm
understand how to change your circumstances,
I'm gonna tell
right?
you like this here, and I can say what I need to say on Plat's channel. So I'm gonna tell you what I would tell. What I'm telling my daughter now. The world is treacherous. They don't care about you.
Man.
You need to care
Okay,
about
what you?
yourself. Hold
Yeah,
on, bro.
okay,
Let
yeah,
me
I got
finish, bro.
you. Yes, sir.
You need to
Go
care
ahead.
about yourself. The world will take advantage of you if they can.
And
They
what
will
does that
take,
look
That's a
like?
fact.
bro.
What is taking
Bro.
care of
Let me
yourself look
finish,
like
bro.
though?
You asked me a question. I can't go into details. Let me give you the overall first, right? The world is treacherous. They don't care about you. You're a black woman. They're gonna be against you. I can show you
So,
things. Everything is gonna be subjective to what you put yourself around. If you hanging around hood chicks, hood things can happen. If you hanging around chicks that you think ain't hood, bad things can still happen. You need to be aware. You want to change something, focus on your own situation first before you try to deal with anybody else's, bro. I tell my daughter that in real time. And how I show her things like that, for instance, she got cousins. When I buy stuff for my kid, I make sure she got snacks for the week and she got money at school. Now, my kid is the nice kid. When she get the 20 packs of chips, she trying to give everybody a bag of chips every time she eat chips. And I remind her, don't always give your stuff out. You need to give them one and let them share. So you can have more when you want them in the middle of the night. You can't be nice to everybody because,
Yeah.
and I done been on the, hold on, let me finish, bro. And I done been on the phone with her and I done heard her not have no more of her snacks. And I'd be like, didn't I tell you to keep most of it to yourself? So
So
what you gonna do is,
that's
come
the
on,
that's the
buy a
that's
little
the
more snacks
same
for her, man.
that's the
what?
same principle.
I said
That's
just
the
buy a
same
couple more snacks for the friends. Go ahead, my bad. I ain't saying
yeah.
that. Go ahead.
That's the same principle. You giving her that same principle of advice as she gets older. So she achieve everything she needs to achieve for herself, right? You done led her to this point. She done looked out for herself. She done educated herself. She done got her a good job. She done did everything that you led her to do as a child up into early adulthood. Now she's sitting at the top and she looking at everybody else struggle. And she want to help those people that's struggling.
Mm-hmm.
So what you tell
Yep.
her? Nope,
So
you
what do
just
I tell
worry
her?
about
Fuck 'em.
yourself
Is
and
it
keep
just
it
fuck 'em?
moving.
Hold
Hold up,
on,
man.
no, hold on. Answer the
Hold up,
question for me.
hold
Don't
up,
ask
hold
me
up,
what
hold
I
up,
tell her, then
Tabor,
answer it.
Tabor,
I'm
hold
listening,
up,
bro.
hold up, because we're drifting. Look,
All
look.
right.
At the end of the day, the whole Trump situation, his praising of General E. Lee,
That's what he
is
did.
wrong. No, it's wrong. He's wrong. He's 100% wrong, and this is not what I signed up for. I'm an American citizen. He's the president. But I didn't sign up for some dude to go in here and dog whistle the white racism
Right.
by praising a failed general. And I saw that somebody put in the chat that he went to West Point. He's still stupid. He's stupid. Did you see all those battles he was losing? And half of his troops starved. You can't. Maybe you shouldn't have went to war. You can't just go declare war and you ain't got no resources. Where your hospitals at?
You know, the thing about Trump, he got to do that little subtle head nod to the
I
races
know.
every so often. You know,
I
just to
know.
kind of keep him on his side.
And look, he said Robert E. Lee was against. I don't believe that, but let's go with that. He was. He was for it when he was a general, because he wasn't fighting against it. They put out, and we know it's a bunch of lies. They put out that he didn't support slavery. Yes, he did, and also he got intimidated by his family because they certainly was for it. When they write the historical facts, all of his Robert E. Lee's family were pro-slavery. Then some kind of way they put out there he was against. Get the fuck out of here. He's for it. He went to war for it. Once again, they trying to polish his image. And Trump's trying. They ain't changed shit over here, Trump. Fuck him. I hope they throw his statues down the toilet. Old
And
racist
these
ass white
generals
man.
have
Oh,
schools named after
I
them.
know. And
Robert
well,
E. Lee got a
and
school in Houston.
okay. And I hope they get rid of these old racist ass white men who hated black people and they hated America. I'm an American, and they hated
Hey,
our
imagine,
lifestyle, and they did not want us to enjoy freedom like they did. And they motherfuckers went to war for 4 years.
imagine
And
if
they,
Germany
and
had a
no, they,
Hitler University.
yep. And they trying to repackage them to try to make them where black people or other people will look at them in a different view. Well, he was not a racist man. He was against slavery. No, he
And it's
wasn't.
gonna work.
You know the crazy thing is
It's
though,
gonna
Plat,
work, bro.
it's statues in schools and airports, and these niggas lost.
Mm-hmm.
There you
They
go.
lost.
Right
When we
there.
start celebrating losers in America, you lost. But you
We've
got
been
statue and school
celebrating them.
named after you. Crazy.
Well, they committed treason
To who? You?
to
Like I
America.
said, man, that'd be
And I
like
hear you,
Germany having
bro.
like
But he
a
just said that
school
they
that
got
honor all
statues.
the Nazi scientists or something. It's no difference.
But yeah, and Tabor, if you say what you say, they have one, because that's exactly why they did that. Because they
That
wanted to change the image of them. And you
it's
up here
gonna
right
work.
now saying, but they got a statue though. Hey man, Robert E. Lee was a racist. Boy, he got a school. But that don't change what he was. Well,
It,
you don't know what you're talking about because he got a school. Well, you don't think they'll give a racist a school?
you don't have to tell me. I live in
They
America.
will, and they did. They will, and they did. He was those things. Look, you can give them. I can't control what they name a school. I can't control where they put a statue in the park. But, and you know what? And to this day, the Confederate States, there's no Dr. King statue anywhere. And some politician was talking about. They had some black politician in the South. I remember he was running for office. They asked him he's going to try to get a Dr. King statue. he was quiet. He said, "Well, I'll take that matter." He knew damn well that wouldn't work. He said, "White folks ain't gonna let you put no," and they try to cut it up in the Democrat. But these white folks ain't gonna let you put no Dr. King statue in the South. They got that shit in D.C.
Yep, ain't happening. It's right in DC. It ain't happening in the South though.
And he's white.
That's crazy. Yeah. Oh
Bro, you ain't
boy.
gotta tell me. Y'all keep telling me about the game that I see. I understand what it is.
They made him out of granite. I was like, come
I
on.
And
mean,
a
whatever
Japanese,
excuse would do.
yeah, Japanese dude carved that statue.
There it is. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, just being aware. We can argue all
Look at
day. You know what? You know what
that. Look
I
at that.
say to most people
You
that
like the
that
system you
knows
in?
it ain't about that. That don't even make sense. I maneuver in the system I'm in, bro. My dad
Do
told
you
me
like it?
when I was 18, the most strongest thing anybody ever told me: learn the rules
Cause it
of the
sounds like you
game
like
and
it.
move accordingly, bro.
I got
You
you. But do
do
you
it
like
too.
this game you playing? Yeah, for sure. Do you like this game you playing though?
You
He,
asking me?
Yes,
he said,
sir.
I don't have to like the game.
So you don't like it. All right, got you.
I don't have
So
to
you
like
don't
it.
like it, but you still going for it.
I'm gonna survive. What I supposed to do?
I
well,
mean,
You give
you
me
can
a bunch of the options.
you have legal
you can at
remedies
least.
for you can right wrongs just like
I mean that too,
uh,
but just when we
Right? What
speaking, you can at
wrongs? The
least
yeah,
speak
hold
small
up, man,
against
wrongs
hold
it.
that
up,
go
hold
on
up,
I'm
hold
around
up,
me?
saying.
hold up. We can right wrongs just like the politics. They redrew the districts once the Supreme Court saw it. Those were politicians. Those were people taking opportunity, time out to change what they felt was wrong. That's how you do it. It takes time. But they're saying this guy's saying General Lee was a slave owner. So how did he like slaves? Or how was he against slavery?
They all love their slaves though. Shit. They
Who
was part of
wouldn't
their
like
family,
free labor?
right?
Yeah.
They love the
And they made
slaves.
money off of them. A slave, if I had two slaves, I could take my slaves just like daily. You know, you see them people standing outside a Home Depot or whatever. No, you could do that. You could
That
take
makes
your
sense.
slaves, you could take your slaves and say, you need your cotton pick? And the guy say, yeah. And he said, I got two slaves. And then I could turn around and take a belt and smack him and say, y'all better listen to him. Don't he better not tell me that y'all want listening to him. Yes, sir. Yes, master. Y'all better pick his cotton. And then guess what? When I showed up get my slaves, he gonna pay me. He gonna get that money to me.
Yeah.
And I put them slaves in the back and I said, okay, I got your dinner. I'm gonna get you some flour. He goes some flour and he goes some water. Let me mix that up. There you go. Get you some dough. Eat that. What are they gonna do? Go to the store? They don't have any
Hey,
money.
so how was slave? I got a question. How was slaves able to save money up and buy their freedom though?
Some of them,
Anybody know? Yeah,
no,
Some
some
of them
of
had a
them.
skill set to actually get paid.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how they did it.
yeah, because
That's
I
what they
always
did.
wondered
Some
that.
of them also was it with the slave owners were not they. There's a lot of wealthy slave, not necessarily in the rural like the South, right? Flyover country, right? Not there, but there were slave owners like say New England and stuff. They would they didn't want their kids around illiterate slaves. So even though it was illegal, they would teach both to read and write and general stuff. And also they would leave them things. So there was ways for them to get money. Also, if they were going to be free, they needed to know how to read. They need to know how to understand society.
And some of them had skill sets like, let's say, woodworking at least, that if you would go somewhere, I mean, just based on logic, if your slave owner put you somewhere to go work for somebody else, they probably threw them a couple nickels. They stacked that. They stacked
That's
what
why
they
the North
could, bro.
really wanted. That's why the North really wanted to end slavery because they was taking all the jobs away because they had all the skills. They was
That's
messing up the
why.
industrial revolution.
Well, they looked at it as that free labor. It was just
Yeah,
free
that
labor.
too. But
It's just
but
like
at the time,
it's
you know
just
that.
like this
Go ahead.
immigration. Just like this immigration.
What?
If I got a
Same thing.
bread company, if I have a bread company and I can get 350 Mexicans, my
Cheap
my
labor.
overhead, I'm cutting my overhead way down. So my competitors who are using Americans, my bread's gonna be a lot cheaper, so I can make more money. Then that's what I'm saying. But that ain't how this country's set up. So they're saying, wait a minute, they're supposed to be citizens. He's hiring a bunch of illegals. And that hurts him as a business owner because it's not supposed to be like that. It's an unfair playing field. And that's what slavery was. Slavery was free labor. And a lot of the other competitors, as far as the states, They had slaves, but they didn't have them like that.
They got cheap labor now, so it's still
Different
going
geography
on,
too.
just a new way. They just rewrote the rules. That's it, bro.
Yeah, I agree
They
with that.
always
Wage
rewrite the
slavery is
rules.
definitely the same thing.
This is what I said yesterday
You don't
about the
work, you don't
internet.
eat.
And I told y'all how the internet just gave people the right to just do whatever. The only thing changed is the internet. What was added. The laws changed, bro. They still get cheap labor. That's why you can't find a job out here, because there's always somebody doing it for cheaper. I'm in trucking. They do it with rates all day. They'll pay an illegal or a person that don't supposed to be driving less. He'll take it for
They just
1,500.
fired like
The company want
they just
25.
fired they just fired like 7,000 immigrants though. They just decommissioned all their CDLs. I don't know if you heard about it
And they
out
can
here in
be
Indiana.
replaced. The rates
Oh
ain't
yeah,
going up.
they will be. That's crazy. Yeah,
Maybe.
probably not. I don't know. I don't truck, so I don't know. But yeah,
The game don't
probably
work
not.
like that, bro. Because even if
That's
the
what I'm
rates go
saying.
up, there's somebody at the top, like a broker, who will tell you that the rate is 2,500, and in reality, the company paying 4,500. He gonna eat off the
But what I'm
top,
saying.
then pitch it off.
But
That's the game.
that's perfect. I'm glad you said that. So, Tabor, if you could change the game and make it better for yourself, would you not?
I will become the broker, bro.
What would you change?
That's where the
Okay,
money's at.
yeah, you're right. Freight brokering. You talking about freight brokering?
Yeah, freight brokering.
Hmm.
There's no need for me to try to rechange the
Yeah,
rules.
my
I
auntie do
just
that.
go acquire the skill set to make the more money, to put myself in position. That's the smarter move, bro.
So you saying
Yeah,
you just trying to
but the whole
join.
thing, Tabor, is about your race, and you saying all this. You do everything you say, but because you're black, you can't elevate, and that's what the complaint is about. It's about racism. When you take people's right to vote away, right, and you say, "Well, they ain't took their right to vote. They have no representation." So, isn't that what we went to war for?
And what we
Our,
mad
our
because they
voices
took it
are not
away?
heard. So when we go to Congress, we're diluted. Guess what? Strom Thurmond is now my representative, and he hates me.
And despite what you saying, Platt, there's gonna be some people that know how to maneuver no matter how the laws
It's
change,
not
no matter
supposed to
how
be
the
that way.
economy
The
is.
fact that you can change the look, it's supposed to be just like it's read out. I have a right as an American citizen. My voice, I count. If you're racist or it's just what do you think black people have a right? Now that's Clarence, that's them saying we can't go by race. But they know
Yeah,
what they know why we were going. They know why we were doing it. They're trying to just act like, well, somebody challenged it. So by somebody challenging, they took a look at it, and this court, this
You
Supreme
said they
Court,
can't go by race.
yeah, this Supreme Court. But the reason that they went by it was because of discrimination. It was for a lot of reasons, and they said blacks have a right. So, and what that made is other politicians can't just write them off. They said, no, we got to take into account our black citizens. A
bro,
mayor
you
comes into a town, he got to look at the whole, all the people, the demographic in his city. I got a bunch of Latinos, I got whites, and I got blacks, and I got some Asians. He can't just say, well, fuck these Asians. He can't
well, he
say
not
that.
gonna say it initially, but he can say it when
Well,
he get
no,
in
he can't.
office.
He got to govern for all of them.
I mean, you can say that, man. You asking America to be fair to people they've never been fair to, bro. It's never been an equal playing field, ever,
So we
at
need
no
to
Things,
change.
time.
things
We need to
change though.
change it. We need to change it.
Yeah, things change though.
What does that
Everything
look
gonna
like?
stay the everything ain't gonna
What
stay the same.
they've been saying that since the 50s. What does it look like? Give me a plan.
And we've
Give me
seen
something.
change
Give me
since the
something.
50s. And we see you see it. You see the change over time. It's definitely changed. It's not the
How is
same.
Platts talking about they're taking away our voting
If you don't mind me asking,
in a
how old are you?
sense?
They already
How
took
old are
away.
you?
I'm 40.
It's already
You
taken
four?
away.
Okay, you older than me. I'm 30. So I'm sure in your lifetime you've seen things change.
That's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm talking and telling you what I'm telling you as I'm saying it.
But you
I
just
know
said it
what it
ain't gonna
is.
change. You said it ain't
I
gonna
didn't say
change
it.
though.
Listen, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Look, just overall, wanting people to be fair to you when they've never been fair to you is crazy, bro. That's
I'm gonna
it,
get my
bro.
fair due, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. No, I ain't. Yeah, they gonna have to do something.
Bro, they don't have to do anything. They don't have. If you want things to change, the only thing as black people, you got to change it around you. Everybody got to be stepping the same
That's what
way,
I'm
bro.
saying. That's what I'm
And you can
saying.
do that, but the
Yeah.
problem is, you know what? Let me tell you what the problem gonna be. You gonna be king. Technically, you king.
Me.
Nobody
Nah, you
wanted to
can't
be king. Listen, bro, just roll with me, bro. You king.
go ahead.
Nobody wanted you king. You got the plan. Nobody wanted to be king or had a plan before you came. And then everybody's gonna come and challenge you. Your own
Hey, now
people
that is
that you lifted up
now that's
is gonna
true.
challenge you.
Hey, that's true, man. Every nigga want
Come
to be
on,
top
bro.
dog. Now that is true. I agree with that. That's a problem amongst black people. Everybody, every black man think he's supposed to run the show. People can't play their position. For sure. I do agree with that. But I mean, we gotta work on that. Honestly, amongst
I,
ourselves.
I mean, and you can say work on
Everybody
that,
can't
but
be the chief.
for the most part, you
But
can
nah, it
say
still
we
gotta be
need to
some
work.
change though.
Look, share, support, man. Bless the Cash App, man. We got the Cash App posted. Hit the super chat.
Damn it.
Support the platform. We trying to figure this out. Donald Trump praises General Lee. Hold up, but I got the video for that. I totally forgot. Hold on, let me show
So
you
you got
this
the cash
video.
up.
Yeah, that's the Cash App up
Where's
right
that?
there posted. Hold up. Let me see. General E. Lee. Hold up. I looked around, man. I tore up my I pulled my little fair use thing off. Now that's Donald Trump. Fair use, and here you go. Check him out. Praising General Lee. He's about now I think he's dog whistling the white racism.
Oh
The
yeah,
founding of
definitely.
our country and all of the great people, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln later, but Thomas Jefferson, all of the original founders, and some of the ones that are least known are actually the most important and the most interesting, actually. But when you look at all, then you have the Civil War. The Civil War was brutal. It was a brutal. I always said, why couldn't that have been settled? And maybe it could have been, but it was a brutal war. It was supposed to last one day, and because Robert E. Lee was an amazing general. I deal with generals a lot. And I ask, who was the best general? A lot of them say Robert E. Lee, because he took something that was supposed to end in one day. And Trump is lying. No general's gonna say he's not a good general. He's
I'm
and
not gonna lie.
he's
I
a
gotta be real. I
seditionist.
did.
He's a
I,
seditionist sack of shit. He was
I
not
gotta.
a good general.
I gotta watch. I watched this documentary. They did say he was a pretty good general though, but I gotta
Okay, thank
rewatch it.
you.
And my
No, no, no,
history
no,
is
no,
a little.
no. Thank you. You just said that. Once he surrendered, it's right there in black and white. It says that America said we gotta change this idea of the South and including them. So they thought, okay, let's make these guys brave warriors. And just like with Gone with the Wind, people saw that movie and they said, oh, the South wasn't as bad as people think. Those slaves were on the plantation, they were singing, they were around, hanging out and having just a great time. No, that's fake. That's Hollywood. The same thing with Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was a dumbass. Period. There
Based
ain't
on
nothing
your
to argue
metrics,
about.
Black.
I did. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I call an ace a spade a spade. I did hear that he was a pretty good general, but I don't know. I got to rewatch that whole little history
Yeah, but who told the
channel or whatever.
story though, bro?
It's like the history channel or something. That's what I say. So I had to do my own
Yeah,
research. So I don't want.
and he who tells the story is
That
probably
don't
the
mean he wasn't
people
a piece of
writing the
shit,
rules, bro.
but yeah, right. That don't mean he wasn't a piece of shit, but I mean, from what I heard, he was a pretty good general. Like until the black people
It
joined the Union Army, pretty much he was winning from what I heard. I don't know how to, it's a lot of revisionist history nowadays, so you really don't know what's true and what's not. But from what I heard, he was a pretty good general.
and for the most part, the only reason why you know that is because you're an adult. You grew up. They can feed certain things to you as a kid, and that's cool. But when you start to get older and you see the world for what it is, because there's been some trial and error in your life. There's been you not getting a
Oh, yeah, for
job, but
sure.
you qualified, but they're telling you you're overqualified. Like, come on, bro. We grown. We don't have, we really, I can say we don't have the
You got
luxury, but some people do. We don't have the luxury to be sitting around and acting like the world ain't moving the way it's moving, just here in America, just in our state, just in our county or
that's the
parish.
first step. That's the first step, awareness. But once you got awareness, now you act on what you're aware of, and you can make changes. Man, you'll be surprised how much you can change within your own personal reality. I'm sure you've seen that. You're 40 years old, you're 10 years older than me, so I'm sure you've seen a lot in your life, and you've been able to change things because you saw something. It was going a certain way. You didn't like the way it was going, so you said, "Nah, I'm about to change this a different way." Like you said, I agree with you said. You start with yourself. And once you change yourself, then you can change your environment. Then you can change others around you. Man, you can change stuff, bro. A lot of this stuff
I,
is that a
I,
lot of the ways that these white supremacists got control over people is a mental thing. It barely ain't physical. They not putting guns on us no more. They not lynching us no more. But it's a mental thing. You think like, hey, this is what it is. We got to go for it. Man, I don't know if you ever been at a job or some white person being disrespectful, or racist to you. The minute you bug up on him, the minute you show him any form of aggression, he tuck his shit. And he instantly get back in line and he realize, oh, this dude not playing. So it's just
bro, I
and
got fired for not shaking a white man's hand at work. His name was Tom.
that's crazy. You should have sued them.
I got
That's
fired,
insane.
bro. When the
That's
day
insane.
they were supposed to give me a raise, they fired me. I told him I wasn't
That's
shaking his hand. You
yeah,
screwing
that's
me over.
insane.
That's what I
That's
said to him.
insane. Oh, you
I
told them that
cannot.
too?
It's called concrete support system. That's where I was working at. Mr.
So
Mark is the
what?
owner.
Okay, concrete
So I'm
support.
not
Okay,
just talking.
what was
You
their
said what?
reasoning? Why did they say they fired you? Or are you in the right to work state?
Let me tell you, and you need some backstory, right? When I started
Yeah.
working this job, I came in as a staffing agency, from a staffing agency, amongst a whole lot
Okay.
of other
Yeah.
black people. My
I've been
thing
through a lot of
is,
them.
bro, I'm gonna look for the money. The money was with Walter. He an old school black dude. I rock with old school because they give game. And as I'm moving the way I move, he was like, "Look, I'm gonna put you on something new. You will get paid more money." He put me on the game. The owner came in. He spoke up for me. Mind you, bro, I've only been there for 3 months. I started getting paid more than everybody.
Pause real
My
quick. You
raise
saw
went
the
up.
owner a black man or a white man?
A white dude,
White guy. Okay, gotcha.
but he knows the owner. The owner rock with Walt.
Okay, they
I'm
tied
right
in.
next to the.
Gotcha.
I'm next to the black welder now. His name was Marcus. We was all cool. Them boys watched me come up under their nose. They all had the opportunity, but they was talking about how they don't like Walt. Oh, he this, he that. He used to smoke. Nigga, who cares? He old school. He got some game. He about to tell you how to move around here. That's what I did, bro. That's me. Now,
So
when
basically
Tom
saying
came, I'm listening.
no, it's basically saying they was in their feelings and you was in your bag,
Yeah,
basically.
that was in their feelings, bro.
I got you, yep.
When
That'd be a
Tom
problem
came,
sometimes.
Tom was liking me at first, but he didn't realize who I was. You can't just talk reckless to me, dog. I don't care who you are. I don't care you're 20 years older than me. I was about 30 at this time. I don't care about that. You hear what I'm saying? What I care about is you telling me I'm not gonna get a raise like everybody else. Everybody else get a dollar raise. I want a dollar raise. Well, David, you just got a $2 raise. Well, I earned that $2. I earned that. I did everything he asked me to do. I make y'all look good and I move fast. Now everybody else get a dollar raise. I ain't shaking your hand.
He's
You
trying to slow
kiss my
you up,
ass. You can
basically.
fire me.
Mm.
He was
I'm
trying to
just saying, bro.
hit the brakes on your progression. That's what that was. But see,
It,
sometimes, see, in that situation, I would have chose my battle. I'd be like, it's cool. I just would have
let,
said,
let,
I don't know. But it just
it,
depends on how the progression works in that company, because they got
let me
tiers
tell
on
you how it
payment.
was, bro. He made the mistake of telling me when I get done through my work for the day, right, I can just chill. This is Tom, this big dog,
Right,
right under the owner. The problem is he don't know how fast I move because I slow down when big people around, if that makes sense. Right?
right.
He told me something. I went and ran through every bundle of things that we had and got it done in like 3 weeks. Bro, all I did was chill on the clock.
And
Hard,
it pissed them off to see you just sitting around.
hard. And you gotta pay me.
Right.
And you told me I don't have to do no other job. These are your words. See, there's certain
What,
things you can't tell a person like me, bro, because I'm a maneuver within the parameters. I don't
what
have
he
no
hit you?
choice because that's in me.
He hit you with you got time to lean, you got time to clean or something.
Now he hit me with, David, we can't give you the dollar raise. So when
Oh,
we had to
damn.
go in for our review, Mr. Mark told me, listen, we're gonna have to let you go, but we gonna give you unemployment. All right, nigga, bye.
Oh, yeah, I would have took that too.
I ain't about to argue with you. I know how y'all feel
I
about
would
me,
have took
bro.
that too.
I've been there.
I got you,
There's,
man. I
I'm just
got you.
saying, bro.
I got you. Now,
Politics do
hold up. This is Trump praising General Lee.
Went 4 years, and with the exception of Gettysburg, that was not good. That was not a good one. That was not a good day for him. But
he's a bad general.
That didn't happen. He would have actually won. They were going for New York, and they heard they were going up a hill, Harvey, just going up a hill. Robert E. Lee heard that. He stole.
Is Trump on that snort, man? Because you saw he be. Yeah,
Sure is.
I think he's smoking. I do, man. I think he's snorting. You know, and he can do that in
They
front of
found
the.
cocaine in the White House.
No, yep, a sack. Yep. Somebody said it was Don Jr.'s.
I mean,
That's
Trump
what-
was up there in the 80s living, so you know he owns something. He was living.
Yeah, and he's telling these idiots that General Lee was a good general. He wasn't. Okay, he wasn't. He's an idiot. And like he said, Gettysburg, it wasn't a good day. That makes him a bad general. Then
let me ask you this.
Hold up. You only got one life to live, one life to give. How are you gonna say somebody's a good general if they have a bad day and you get killed? The fuck you mean? That's a terrible general.
I was gonna ask you what makes him a bad general.
I got killed.
Well, he was killed.
That's a fact.
Oh, he was
That's
killed.
a
I didn't know he was
legitimate
killed.
factor,
Okay, my
bro.
bad. I thought he surrendered.
He
Oh,
did
so he was-
surrender, but he lost a lot of those battles.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta.
And
I
that
gotta
right there
reread on
allows
that.
the mediocre person to think that what they're doing is enough. America allows it.
I know more. Really, you gotta have 2 degrees, a trade, everything, to make it out here now.
Yeah, and they
Competition
paying
getting hard.
them at bottom of the barrel prices after 2 degrees.
Yep.
They're online talking about it.
Yeah, I'm going for IT right now, and they saying IT about to be washed up because of AI. So
Yeah, it
really,
makes sense,
it's
bro.
the AI stuff. Yeah, it's rough out here right now. Really, you got to be
AI gonna
10
be able to
times
monitor
smarter.
24/7. It makes sense, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's getting real out here for real.
A lot of
The
people's
only
jobs
thing,
going to get taken away.
Oh yeah, that's what
man,
I'm trying to
y'all
plan
gotta
right now,
get
trying to set
something
my
that y'all
company
know
up.
AI ain't taking.
Yeah, that really you got to have your own business, your own plan. All that trying to go up to a corporation and beg them for a job, them days starting to become about to be over with because
You have
AI
to,
gonna come in.
yeah, you have to have a profession that's in
But even
demand.
professions getting
And
getting
you
shut
probably
down.
wouldn't even be in America because you got a really good skill. These other companies probably gonna get you out of there, and you probably won't even be here. You probably be living in a foreign country, making a ridiculous amount of money
That'd be nice.
doing your job. So because they're in demand. And that's another thing about Trump. Most people like Trump, billionaires, they don't run because they lose money. Well, we know Trump don't care because, see, most people are not dishonest. Trump don't care because he's a dishonest dude. He's in there doing all
He's a
types of
narcissist.
insider trading. He's hooking people up. His kids securing contracts with the government and stuff. That's all inappropriate and dishonest. And he's trying to justify General Lee. Man, fuck General Lee.
Yeah, General Lee was trash. General Lee wanted slavery to continue. There's no way he's a good dude.
No, I don't think he's good, but I'm just asking because I swear I seen articles they were saying he
Those
was
are
a pretty
lies.
good general.
It's called lies.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
called lies.
I don't got enough information to speak on it. I ain't gonna. I swear they were saying like, oh, he really was a good general and all this other. But you're right. They probably trying to rewrite history. Got to watch that propaganda.
Hold on. We got a guy in here that's up in General Lee. He said General Lee lost 4 battles and 1 strategic loss. He won 9 battles, still morally wrong, but not a bad general. Even a great leader can lose. Get your ass out of here.
Ask him this real quick. How much did the Union general
out of
lose?
here, bro? We don't do that.
He said he gonna kick him.
I'm gonna block this motherfucker.
I want to know
Man, in
how much
our
did the
community, he
Union
could be a bad
General
general,
win?
but clearly Trump is putting him on the world stage. So in his community, he ain't a bad general, even if he was mediocre.
Once the
Well,
good old
Trump
boys.
doesn't get to
There were
decide who's good and bad. Trump, he's a bad general. Trump don't get to decide that. And he was a racist. See, that's what I'm saying. Trump knows what he's doing. Trump is trying to normalize racism. He's trying to normalize people with histories of racism, like himself. He's trying to get people used to that and acceptable to that because he's talking about, okay, well, he was a good this. Fuck General Lee. That's how you tell Trump to his face, man, get fuck a General Lee. I don't care a damn about him. Was he a racist? Yeah. Well, shut up. He's the bad guy. And they trying to
Yeah,
make it
because
seem like the slavery and the racism was okay because of the time of the day. No, it was never okay. Founding fathers, that shit wasn't okay.
And
And a
in
lot
their
of them,
head, it
a lot of
was.
them,
most
it's been
definitely wasn't.
proven that it was white men who were doing all of that raping. All of it. They were doing
And
all
no.
the raping. They were doing all the assaulting. It wasn't no black men. You know that was a death sentence. If you was a black man, they had a law of Jim Crow, reckless eyeballing. That's Jim Crow. No, I know about the pimping
Nah.
world. I know. I'm talking about under Jim Crow. It's a fucking
right.
law.
Yeah, you couldn't look at him too long.
Reckless eyeballing. Like I said, you couldn't even look
That's what
at a
got
white
Emmett Till.
woman. You couldn't look at white people, period. But you couldn't, if you're up there oogling a white woman, they'll hang your ass legally.
Hey, hey, Platt,
That's what got
have you
Emmett Till
seen
out of
that?
here.
Have you seen those videos online where white women are telling their kids that if they're ever in trouble, find a black woman or lost, find a black woman or a black man? You ever seen that?
Mm-mm.
It's a real thing, bro.
I'm gonna check that out.
what's that all about?
Why? Because they got more soul. They more,
I
you know,
mean,
they more
because they know they're
compassionate.
safer with black people. That's what they tell their
That's
kids now, bro.
crazy. That's true. Hey, that's crazy. It's really true too.
Wow.
But
That's crazy. It's
that's
true.
how they conditioned us.
The,
You
the,
know,
the, the
they
world know who
conditioned
Because
we
us.
they
are,
know we're
bro.
not gonna play with no white kid.
Man, they
They
know we
can,
don't play with kids like that, period, bro.
Period. Yeah,
That
nah,
ain't
fact.
us.
Yeah,
That
fact.
ain't what
Yeah,
our
fact.
community
yeah,
do,
but
bro.
You right.
we've
It
been
happens.
conditioned to be servants, and that's really
Unfortunately, it's getting more
when
That's
you
prevalent
what
look
it
though.
at it.
is.
When you look at it going with the wind, there's no black people in there in any type of leadership or any type of role. A grown man like a supervisor or in charge is always servants. They're a bunch of servants. The mammies Scarlett had, and then you got a black man that Clark Gable. He murders a dude, KKK, and all that stuff. And that's what I'm saying. As that's another thing. This is the thing that the South. That's what I mean. The South. What does the South mean to everybody individually, right? But the South, as a man, you couldn't be a man. So if you were a slave, you weren't a man. So you were a eunuch by default. It didn't matter if they cut your thing. You couldn't use it because they wouldn't let you.
I don't know, white
So
woman.
you're a slave, you're a grown man, and the slave, he shows you, he said, hey, don't touch my women. So there's a girl your age, both of y'all growing up, she's your age, you're her age, y'all very attracted. He done warned you, nigga. You better not touch my women.
You talking about the other slave girl?
Yeah, I'm telling you, growing up as a slave, look at all that stuff, man. So you were a
You think they
eunuch,
wasn't sneaking around though?
not like that. No, because they had to have babies. No, they didn't. No, hell no. There was a price to pay for that. That's what I'm saying. That wasn't summer camp. That shit was real. If you went out and got somebody pregnant, man, that was a beating. Either she got it or you got it. So you're gonna stand out there and watch her get her back split open. They know you're gonna come forward. And you on some Prince Charming shit. You on some save the bitch and all that shit. You know that. They gonna tear your ass up.
You gonna step up? Boy, man, I love. I love. I was born when I was born, man. That was a whole different world. It's crazy.
Yeah, bro. We was born in a good time, and
It
we hit
really
the
was.
geographical lottery.
We
That's what
did.
the angry man said.
Yup. You right. Because as bad as America is, it's still the best country in the world.
I wouldn't want to be nowhere else.
Hell
I'll deal
no.
with
Nope.
what I got to deal with here.
Exactly.
And we need to fix what's broken here.
Exactly. Make it good for real, for real.
Make it fair for everybody. You know, the best man gets the job.
Yep.
That's the way it's got to be. Now, as far as the ghetto and the hood, if Republicans take over a district, I hope they take it over. I don't care. Get rid of all the thuggery and the crime. Okay, I'm for that. I
They like
support,
that though. They give them something to point their finger at.
but I support. I support that. I can agree with them
Support
on
what?
that. They want to come in and be tough on criminals, and even put these Negroes in a curfew. I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah, that curfew crazy.
I
They
mean,
said
I
that out
guess,
there in
bro,
Illinois. In Homewood,
especially
Illinois, they
when
had a curfew.
Thank
I
you.
guess that's okay, especially when they're some of the biggest criminals.
Yeah, Tasha says Lee was a good monster. There you go. Now we talking.
That's a good way to break it down. At least
Right.
somebody being honest in the comment section.
Yeah, I don't know. They definitely been trying to big up him the last couple of years because I see all this type of stuff like General Lee wasn't who you thought he was. He really was a genius and all
Yeah,
this.
yes, he
But
was.
they try to rewrite history, man. It's crazy. Like these last 10 years been a roller coaster.
If General
General
Lee, go
General Lee
ahead, go
was
ahead,
a
play.
General Lee was a racist. As far as the Dukes of Hazard, bro, I'm just being for real. I ain't had no problem with it. And what I'm saying is, it's like Good Times, right? Good Times was a TV show. I don't know. It was made for whoever want to watch it. Okay, can we agree with that? So was Dukes of Hazard. But a lot of black people watch Good Times. A lot of white people watch Dukes of Hazard. I ain't had no problem with Bo and Luke Duke. I had no problem with that. I didn't get it, but I like the car, and I certainly like Daisy Duke. But I know they had the General Lee on there. But I
Oh,
mean,
what?
like, yeah, they trying to make it. That was the name of the car, wasn't it?
The judge they were driving. That was a
The
judge,
car.
right?
No, the car they was driving was called the General Lee, right?
No, 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 no. Like that was a Chevy, right? Or was it a? I think it was a Chevy. I don't remember the
Okay.
name of the car, but I know what you're talking about.
On the side of the car is written the words General Lee. I think the name of the car was referred to as, like, he'll say, the generals in the shop.
Ah, okay, 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 okay. All right. I was just trying to remember myself. I know it had the Confederate flag on the top of it. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's right. Okay, okay. So we on
Y'all
the
put
same
it there
page.
to remind everybody. That's all.
And also they lied too. They lied on the Dukes. Them women weren't built like that, man. Daisy Duke, they weren't built like that.
What do you mean?
She was
They weren't
thick.
built like Daisy Duke. She wasn't thick, but she no, whoever she was, I mean, she had a nice set of legs on her. The women weren't like them. Women weren't running around there looking like that. That was supposed to be if you go into those outbacks and over there in the Ozark Mountains and stuff, and up there around them hillbillies, the women up there were finer than them. No, they weren't. Some of
Oh,
them,
them
yeah, they
Never
Appalachian.
were.
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
see a
hell no.
out of shape
Them
woman.
Appalachian women, hell no.
Uh,
They be
Oh no,
inbred.
yeah,
They
yeah.
be inbred. I know y'all saw that soft white underbelly interview where they had, they interviewed the whole family. They was all inbred. They got one tooth. They all kind of, slow.
Oh, they definitely American. Yeah, yeah.
the Beverly Hillbillies played on that trope because they had Ellie Mae. Ellie Mae was the fine, like, cute, fine. I'm trying. Well, she was a tomboy. She used to beat her brother up, right? But she had, she was fine, right? And they was basically saying that's our community. Now, I haven't been in enough rural community. I haven't. I'm just saying, I just haven't. If it is like that, though, if they run around there like Daisy Duke and Ellie Mae, I'm going. I'm gonna have to
Depending where you
fall up
at.
for that
But we
motherfucker. I'm
know
gonna have
they
to check
not
it out.
though.
I know. That's just
Nah,
TV.
I've been in some small towns. There's some nice looking women out there.
Man, you seen a couple chicks that
And
look good,
they
bro.
like black men
Overall, they
too.
don't
You'll be
look like that.
surprised. Cause you exotic. You'll be
Mm.
surprised, man. You'll be surprised.
Ellie Mae
They be
was
out here.
cute though.
Yeah, I mean, she was on TV. Why would they make themselves look bad?
I ain't
Oh,
never
I get
watched the
it.
That
I
show,
don't
so
get
even
I
it.
don't
make
know.
sense.
She was fine
I
for
know I done
like
been all
back
over this
then.
country, and most chicks in most places, I'm talking about rural areas too, bro,
And
they just they be big and overweight with their
and
nails
you
done.
you know
That's it.
what
Maybe some.
though? It's interesting, and we sort of drifted. Unfortunately, we gotta get back on the topic though. But when you talk about a Daisy Duke, or you talk about a Ellie Mae, or you talk about a Thelma, right? All of those women during the time, those women were extremely attractive women in absolute great shape. It's
Mhm.
funny how women now in 20, you don't even see women like that. Ain't that something?
Not
Is
like
it
that.
McDonald's? Is it what? Is it Arby's?
Unless
What
you in
is
the gym.
Hey man, you gotta stop going to Arby's, bro. I like Arby's, bro. I'm a
No,
black
I'm
man
just
that like
saying we don't
Arby's.
even
Bruh.
have, but I'm just saying we don't even have women built like that, naturally fine. Isn't that something? I'm just saying, isn't that something?
You go to the
We
gym, you'll see them.
Yeah, but
No, not
and
like
that
that. No, not like
and
that. They
The
don't look like
gym,
that.
nah, it be nice in the gym.
I've
I'm
been
not
in
gonna
this
lie.
year, man. I see them big overweight chicks on the Stairmaster, man. They don't be built like that. They don't-
I ain't talking
yeah,
about them.
because who want to spend $1 million creating a TV show and you got some ugly chicks on there, bro? That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, true.
You want to bring
They
the
definitely gonna
dude's
have the cream of
eyes
the
to
crop.
something.
Yeah, for sure. They
Yeah,
gonna
you
have
know
the
what I'm
top of the
saying?
line up in there. Yeah. They gonna have some women with some marketability, looking nice. Definitely not no bullshit. That's every
Yeah,
show
I would.
though.
I mean, man, listen. Even on Mama's Family, I used to watch it back in the day. They had the little chick that was on there, and a number of other
That
shows.
was too much. That was too much. Mama's
Mama's
Family was
Family.
it was too hillbilly for me, man. I couldn't fuck with that.
Oh man,
I
that was
never
my
even heard of
show,
the show.
man. We didn't have cable like that.
What's it called? Mama's Family?
Yeah,
Yeah, with
Mama's Family.
I ain't never heard of
there
that.
was a
That's something
woman
new.
on there with Phyllis Diller, and she got her own. She was dressed up not like Tyler Perry. She was dressed up like an old lady. But yeah, I couldn't. Now probably like inside jokes. I'm a black
That was
dude.
a
So
dude.
no, it's a white woman, but I'm saying
Oh,
she started with.
She
I
aged
think she
up.
was with
that might be
Phyllis
bad.
Diller a lot, but she got her own thing, and she had her own Mama's Family. I don't understand. So maybe it was a thing in the sense that maybe white community, it was more tailored toward them, because I never understood Mama's Family.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the people who was able to afford TVs back in the time. They had a
Well,
few
believe it or not,
TVs in there.
Tabor, we managed to afford a television.
Well, okay. Well, we wasn't controlling the content put on TV. We had no real control over programming.
Well, we never had that.
We got it
Only think
now. We
white people
got
got
Tubi.
that.
We at least got Tubi.
Hey, yeah, shouts out to Tubi.
Shots
My my,
out to Tubi.
my daddy came from the pawn shop with a like man that thing. It wasn't even 30. Like the smallest one is like 13 inches. Man, I think his TV was smaller than that. We had that little bitty ass black and white TV. We had to get the Y pliers to turn the channel, put the clothes hanger for the antenna. That thing would work though. Once you get it going,
That's
watch
all
them
that mattered.
Saturday, yeah, watch them cartoons and stuff in the morning, and you had a
So,
TV to watch, man. But you know what? I can even say that to him. We never went a day without a TV, man, ever. If somebody said, "Hey, the TV broke," when he got off work, man, he picked that thing up. When he came back, that thing was working. Either he got it fixed or something happened. He come back with somebody else's TV, man. So man,
man, wait.
we
It
ain't never
sounded
had
like
to worry
that was
about
some of
nothing.
the highlights of your childhood.
No, I mean I survived, but no, I mean I'm glad that we didn't have one. But
So watching TV wasn't a highlight.
it was a time, it was a moment, but no. I mean it was it was just television. It's what was on.
Uh,
But Norman Lear, shout
I
out to Norman Lear. He wrote a lot of wonderful sitcoms with the
what's one of them?
Mauled, Good Times, and I think he wrote. Did he write the Jeffersons? I think the Jeffersons. Um,
Is that a black man?
all in the Family. I think I don't know if he did Sanford and Son, but
Nah,
uh,
that was a dude. You know what? I just seen him come across my timeline. There was a black man saying he stole them shows from him, and they sued him. Every one of them shows you
did,
just
did,
mentioned.
did they win?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe he
It,
stole Maul. I don't believe he stole Maul was nothing but feminism. But you got to also understand, like this is YouTube in 2026, and people's against it. You got to understand back then, that was you wanted women to be feminists. Now, what I mean by that, they was crawling out of a hole like that. So I mean, what I'm saying, you have to understand. Now, you used to have this. I remember Virginia Slims, and there wasn't no internet, so you look through the magazine, and then you'll see a woman, but not even saying
them
it was
bitches
a
was
white woman.
long.
You see a white woman on a motorcycle, and they was doing all of this stuff that you don't expect women to do, right? So it'd be a white woman on a motorcycle. It'll be a white woman as a police officer, and it'll say, "You've come a long way, baby." And it's Virginia Slims, right? And I had an aunt; she used to smoke that shit. I had seen it. I didn't smoke, but what I'm saying, I seen them skinny ass cigarettes. They had a long ass filter, man. They was
Bitches long.
long cigarettes in that funny looking box. It looked like some Gucci or some like a designer type box. And that's the way they promoted it. You've come a long way. A woman with a Virginia, and then you were a woman smoking. That was the thing, because there was women weren't supposed to smoke, certainly out in public.
See, laws.
No, that was the thing. No, it's a marketing thing. No, they made a lot of money. No, no, they came up with a cigarette for women, and they made it for specifically for feminists. And now at the time, did I think that? Fuck no. I didn't think it was about feminism. I just remember seeing that shit. Like, what's this white woman that's a police officer? Ain't no women police officers like that. Damn, she on a motorcycle. Women driving motor. It wasn't no women. I ain't never seen that. And I'm saying they was doing that to sell.
As they should, because women are the biggest consumers. They've always have been. Why not promote what they want? Because the dudes go buy it anyway.
Dudes
Husbands,
want smoke.
boyfriends, friends.
Dudes don't smoke, and they weren't smoking no Virginia Slims.
They were smoking some Marlboros.
Okay, but
Yeah,
they
the
weren't smoking no
cowboy.
Virginia.
Yeah.
They weren't smoking no Virginia Slims.
I mean, I get that one, but
Yeah,
man,
Virginia Slims. That was a female. Maybe if a dude he addicted and he just need a hit, but nah, man, they ain't fuck with no Virginia Slims.
well, in the hood, they smoking Newports, so they
I don't
Newport,
know. Newport.
Marlboro,
I
Cool.
don't think.
cools.
I don't think Newport has ever had a commercial.
No, they haven't. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They'll, so
You
they
know what
like
you
the
see?
Chinese restaurant.
Yeah,
Never had a commercial, but niggas be buying.
you see the Newport on a billboard in the park. You see a Newport in the black community. You walking down the street, you'll see a dude look like he got money, or you'll see a bad chick, and you'll see a box of Newports. You always see them in the hood, right? But I'm saying I don't think I've ever seen a Newport commercial. But people like them. I've never smoked one, but people like
Ain't
them.
never smoked a Newport? You ain't living plat.
I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke
I'm
cigarettes.
about to
No, I
smoke one
would.
for you,
No, no,
big
no, no.
dog.
I would. I would. No, I'm saying if somebody had a pack just off just to try it out, I'd smoke one. But I've never
Go
smoked a
grab a
new.
pack
Oh,
from the
you be
gas
bumming
station
off
real
of
quick.
packs.
I don't want to buy no them things. Damn, they was talking about
Like
cigarettes.
$12 now.
Yeah, cigarettes cost more than dope. Yeah, I want no
That's
cigarette,
crazy.
man.
Let me tell y'all something, man.
Yeah.
In North Carolina, Georgia, and Missouri is the cheapest in America. You might as well buy about a carton at about $77. I got me a carton before I'm
Yeah.
going home.
Yeah, people used to hustle that back in the day. They used to drive from Indiana to Chicago with the carts. You said it's how much a
See, I
pack? You
said
said 77.
You said in Chicago it's like $18, bro.
Yeah,
I
it's
said
crazy.
never again. New York
I
high
don't
too.
smoke cigarettes though, just to say, but yeah, nah, it is crazy. Glad I
I
don't
was
smoke.
sick when they said I had to pay
I
$18,
used to smoke.
bro,
Yeah, damn. For a carton, you talking about 77 for a carton?
for a carton, a 10-pack.
And
Damn,
what that, yeah,
Wow.
And
that's
I get
crazy,
$10
man.
off because I got a truck driver app with the store Pilot.
Are you smoke
Yeah.
you
cigarettes?
might as well
Pat?
load up,
You
go
say
sell them
what?
somewhere. I
You
said you might as well
smoke?
load up, go sell them somewhere.
No, I said
You
you
say I
smoke
smoke
cigarettes.
Newports?
I'm asked. That's a
Yes, I
question
do.
here. Do you? Why you choose
Yeah.
Newports
I
over the other brands?
Menthol.
Because when I was a kid and I used to get high at 15, 16, this is what me and my
Mm.
cousins used to smoke after. This is what
Y'all
they
smoke
gave
a
me. They was like,
Newport,
here, cuz, smoke this.
Why
so
you
you
ain't smoke
blow.
no black and mild? You supposed to smoke a black and mild after you smoke.
Nah, big dog, that's a struggle. That's a struggle cigar. If a nigga
What?
smoking the black and mild, he got some issues. He got some
Hey
shit
man,
going
we
on.
that's where I come from, bro. That's how we smoking black and mild, jazz and regular
But
wood
white
I
people,
tips.
can't do that. I did that when I was a kid, bro. I was like,
you know
nah,
what
never
though? How
again.
do they know us though? I'm just saying, just like they knew women, they said we're gonna make a cigarette for feminists. We're gonna make a cigarette showing women in these positions. Now's the time. You've come a long way, baby. And we saw all, I saw them. I'm some of my aunt used to have them. So it worked on her. So I'm saying they managed to sell, and they was real skinny, right? And I ain't never seen a dude smoke one. But what I'm saying is you smoke Newports. Now we know Newports, and I don't know, I could be wrong on this, is associated with the inner city. Because I know I've seen those growing. Man, I've seen
It is.
plenty of those billboards.
And the country.
Plenty. Newport billboards, Newport sign, Newports,
To
Newport.
remind you,
Yeah,
get you some ports.
so I'm saying why'd you choose those? You saying you decide to go with them after you blow a blunt,
So
but why?
yeah,
I'm
my
saying,
cousin.
are they good? Are they good cigarettes?
I mean, this is what I'm used to,
Just
right? Like the
influence. That's
nicotine
all
in
it
my
is.
body. Influence, there's that. Go ahead, chase it
That's
with
all I
this,
wasn't.
cuz, and your cousin giving it
Yep.
to you. So you just like,
Yep.
come on, give it,
Same
pass
thing
me.
with the black and milds.
Could be, yeah,
Yeah,
could be the taste and what your family was smoking.
my
Platt,
dad
you
smoked
remember
cool
you
though.
being here. You remember, Platt, you being here, being in San Diego. You know they only sell menthol cigarettes on base now.
No, I didn't know that, but
That's a
okay.
trip, man. And you could sell those because many places
Where
and
you at?
stores outside the base in San Diego, many don't
Yeah,
sell menthol cigarettes no more. So on
nobody
base,
in
Why not?
Cali. They
that's
Why?
where you
can't.
get them.
Why? Why?
I
I
was about to
honestly
ask
don't
that.
know. I honestly don't
Oh,
know. My dad knows, but I honestly don't know. He just told me, if you ever come across a menthol cigarette, just know they came from the base. And regular store will buy
That
them from
too.
you.
bruh. It's so much corruption out here, man. It's
Yeah, bro.
ridiculous, bro.
That's the
Every
game.
that's
All you
in
can do
every
is
country in
maneuver
the
through it.
world at this point.
Now, I'm
You
not a
fight your way
cigarette
to
guy,
the
man.
top. You gonna do everything to stay there.
You
That's what
know
it
what
seems
I
like to
don't
me, bro.
like? What I don't like, I don't like women who smoke. I don't. I'm saying, especially even in 2026, if you're on a date with a chick who smokes, yeah, I
What
just
if
don't
it's
like it. I'd start looking at it and wonder
Damn,
about
Platt,
it.
you knocking out
what
half
what
the
if
women.
what if
No,
she
ain't
smoke
no women
weed?
don't smoke like. No, I'm talking about like Newports, shit like that.
No, I'm
Uh,
saying what if she smoke weed though?
I give her a pass on the weed.
Yeah, you get a
Like
pass. Well, you got to, man. Come on. Yeah, I ain't trying to share my ports with my female. Like, nah, we ain't. This ain't a party pack.
Newport.
We ain't doing that. Hey, Platt, let me
that
speak on
cigarette
those
Oh
smoking
Virginia
is
man,
kind of
why
Slims
not?
though.
unattractive
Why
though.
not? Why not camels, Tabor?
My dad used to smoke. They too harsh, bro.
What do you
To
mean?
me, they
Uh,
harsh. Like when you hit it, it's like a mini cigar to me. Camels, cools, ports
You
just
don't
hit
mess
me
with the
right.
vape. You don't mess with the vapes. You don't vape.
I used to have a vape, but I stopped smoking the vape, bro. I don't know.
My brother be
But,
vaping. Yeah, I don't do none of
What
that.
about
hey, Platt, let me say this about the Virginia
Marlboros?
Slims.
Marlboros. What they call 'em? Marlboros?
Yeah,
Marlboros,
my
them,
Mar-
them,
Marlboro
cow,
here.
them cowboy killers. That's what they
yeah.
call
That's
them.
what them white. That's what the white
Cowboy.
girls smoke.
Cowboy killers, man. I was a
So if you
dollar,
mess
man.
with
That's what the
white
white.
girls, get you a box of those balls.
Yeah, I said that's the white girls smoke. That's all they smoke. When I was in Terre
I
Haute,
don't
that's
even
every
want no
girl I
white girl
messed with.
smoking the Marlboros. No, sir.
I ain't got. They was
She
some
thugging.
freaks though, but yeah.
Technically, that's thugging in their hood.
I stayed on their ass about it, but they didn't care. I'm like, you need to stop smoking them nasty ass cigarettes.
Hey, Platt, you know what I thought of when you said those Virginia Slims? I was thinking about like, where did I see something similar? Back in the 20s when they show those movies, they had them long white things, and then they had the cigarette in it.
Yeah, you talking about that little?
You know,
I know what you mean. That little
The Pink
thing.
Panther
Yeah,
cigarette. I know what you're talking about. The thing the
that's
Pink
what
yeah.
I'm
Panther
thinking
used to
about when
I
I
smoke.
need
keep thinking
I
about.
need one of those things though. But I wouldn't want the one for Virginia Slims, but I do need that little cigarette holder. So
You
because
can
when you
find
get
one
them
on eBay for $30.
when you get them roaches, you know what I mean? Yeah,
Oh
gotta get rid of
man,
your roaches, bro.
I ain't even smoking it down like that.
Well, sometimes you might have 4, 5 roaches, so you know you got to cook them down.
I mean, I'll break it apart first.
I
I must say
bust
cook
them
them
open.
down.
I
What you got
bust
going
them
on,
roaches
Black?
open. I bust them roaches open and I rewrap them.
I
But
Yep,
I
mean,
like
that's
that's how
that.
that.
you gotta do
I
it.
can do
Yeah.
that. That makes sense.
I just get a new paper and put them all in the paper, and then in a line, and
Yeah,
I just roll the paper up.
yeah, but I
I
still
just
need
ain't
that little.
smoking down to no roaches no more. If I smoke, I can't do it.
Why? Why not?
You got money.
I,
That's that money.
hey, I got a couple
That's
dollars
how
in
I
my
used to be when
pocket.
I
I ain't
had
gotta
bread. You
smoke
know
it
what I'm
down
saying?
to
When
the
I had
roach.
bread, I ain't gonna lie, I'm throwing roaches out the car. They could be about thumb size. You still throw
You
them out.
feel me? Yeah.
Actually,
Yep.
Thumb
roaches
You
are the
stay
size. They
best.
cooking.
gotta go.
Your roaches actually
Got the
with that.
resin. I'm already.
Yeah, with that juice, that
Yep.
THC,
Hmm.
they be
Yeah.
wet with it. So when you burn
Man,
them,
well, you can
all
have
the
the
time.
roaches, Platt.
Well, I'll
I'll
give them to
save them
me
for you.
then. I don't want your roach. But I know what you say. No, for me, man, shit. The next, I have a little half. Then you relight, man. That resin, that shit, them things be fire.
Yes, they
I
do.
like that. I like
Hey, you
that. So
know what?
when I it
You
hasn't
know
been
what's
years, though. I
better?
haven't
A
smoked in
cone.
years.
Yep. You ever
Go
smoked a
ahead, bro.
cone, Platt? Well, you gotta stuff it.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh man, I know. I'm in
Yeah.
Cali,
There's a
bro. I done
cone, like you
smoked.
grind it up,
It's like a
and
joint,
you
but it's
you
like
stuff it in a cone.
It's a cone
yeah.
Yeah,
shape.
like a joint
Yeah, it's a
paper.
cone shaped joint.
No, I never. No.
Okay, so it's real easy.
You
You
gotta
just
step your
take you
game up,
grind
Platt.
your weed up, and then you stuff it. It's like
A
a
traffic
cone. You just
cone.
like you stuff it in there, and you pack it as tight as you can, and you got your joint.
That's what the fancy smokers use.
So I think that's what any smoker use.
Most people they use blunts, honestly.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
I
just bought
don't.
my niece some gold wraps for her birthday. Man, it was like $20.
Yeah, I don't.
Damn.
New.
You know what? One thing I don't do though, boy, I don't encourage other people um ride that train. I don't.
I mean, my niece a smoker. I just respect the game, Platt. I meet people
How
where they at,
old is
bro.
she? She over
She like
18 though, right?
27.
Okay. Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
27,
even
that's a
that,
grown
I
ass
don't.
she
woman.
grown.
I try if they not into weeds, I try to coach them not to do
Yeah.
that.
No, I don't do that. I tell her
I
to
ain't
stop
smoked about a
smoking so she can
year.
get a better job. I do that.
I ain't. When I get out
I'm an
Well, you
probation,
intelligent
I'm
know,
nigga,
definitely
man.
smoking.
weed is addictive, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Definitely is.
I
It
don't
It's
think
the
it
can
most
be.
is.
sneaky. It's the most sneakiest addictive drug because you don't look at it like that. So you'll be smoking all day, every day. You smoking on break. You smoking before you go to work, after work, and you like, oh, I ain't addicted. But you tripping on somebody they doing a line of coke or something. But it's like they
You
do
know,
that every so often. But go ahead, my
I
bad.
Now I
I
can
mean,
go to a spot. I can go to the weed spot right now and post up outside. And if you said okay, it's not addictive, I guarantee you when them people come out, you're gonna see them rolling up. They ain't even cracked. I mean, why don't you go home? They rolling up, trying to get a couple of buzz hits. Yeah, they're addicted, man. They got to get
they
that.
about to
They
slide.
trying
Yeah,
to, yeah, right there. You see? Have you seen that? You seen that? They're
that's
right
a
there.
that's a
Yeah,
baseline.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
a
They like to
baseline.
drive and get high and listen to good
Mm-hmm.
music. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
I got you, bro.
I
Nah,
don't like
yeah.
All
I don't I don't like how weed slow me down though. That's why I don't smoke no more. Cause like you
yeah,
have
that's the
plans,
thing.
you want to go do a whole bunch of stuff,
When
and
you
then
got
you
shit to
hit the
do.
blunt, you don't care. Yeah, I don't. That's what I don't like about weed. slow you
I
down
don't
too
think it's
much.
addictive, bro. I think it's the people that I notice that they just don't have nothing going on to where they can be like, you know what? I make too much money to be smoking. Cause that's how I deal with it.
True.
No,
Facts.
I
what's
got too
that?
much money to lose. My bad.
Yeah.
What's that magazine? High Times.
Yeah. High
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, I've seen that magazine throughout my life, right? And I
Some
kissed the
nice plants
blunt
in
or
there.
whatever. I kissed the blunt or whatever a couple of times, and and then I saw the magazine, and I don't even know. It was a couple of years ago. I saw the magazine, and I'm looking at the magazine, and it's got the weed in a skillet. It's got the weed, yeah, it's got the weed, around like a cupcake and stuff like that. And I was
Yeah,
like,
the
look at me.
oils and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I said, look how they showing. I said, this is porn. This is weed porn.
Or
It is. It really is,
I,
bro.
That's
I
basically
think
what it
that's
was. I never knew it
I think
was
that's the
high times was
terminology.
weed
The
porn
brownies, the
for smokers.
gummies,
Uh,
Yep, the way that shit is pictured and stuff. Because
they put it in everything.
it make you want to go find you some too. Because yeah, they had a cast iron skillet, and dude had like buds all in it, and it was in the sun. And now I'm
Hey, it's
just
good
normally
money in weed though if
it's
you're in a
just
legal
a
state.
picture. Now normally it's just a picture, but I'm saying obviously I just know after I read after I looked at that magazine, I said, "Damn, I need to go get me some weed."
Bro, they had a dude selling pizza slices for like $15 in Oklahoma by the truck stop. They
Mm.
got they got
Weed in it.
juices. There's a pizza chain that has weed in it. I seen it up north. I forgot the name.
Well, they got a dispensary.
No, it's a pizza chain like a pizzeria.
Uh, but they
I
gotta
didn't
Dang,
have
seen
a.
it in
They
Boston.
can't. No, that's all that stuff. Even legally, it's controlled. So what I'm saying, you can't just
right.
go get you a piece of pizza and
Federal,
then
it's
walk.
federally regulated.
Yeah, you got to have a.
It's legal on the state level,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
based on
illegal on the
state.
federal level. Hmm.
Now
I
hold.
But
I
know.
it's
saw.
illegal on the federal level.
Now I know Vegas. They made it legal, but it's illegal to blow it in the hotel rooms. But it's legal to
Oh
buy.
yeah.
But it's illegal to smoke outside. So I mean, how they got these little
Well,
rules.
well,
They trip you up,
I
yeah.
remember being in Vegas and smoking on right on Fremont Street, and I mean I seen a couple people doing it too. And if enough people are doing it, cops ain't
Probably
gonna
don't
do
care.
nothing.
Okay.
I feel like the West Coast don't care.
You
Nah,
gonna lose
nobody
Where
all
it's
really
your
cares
money.
legal,
out
You
legal,
here.
do
and
that,
strong out
Jay.
there. Yeah, West
I
Coast
mean,
probably
yeah,
don't care.
yeah, but Jay, you get high and you go in there, you gonna lose all your money. Try to get.
Oh no, I don't
You know,
gamble. I don't
the
gamble
next thing
high.
you gonna do, you gonna miss your
Yeah,
pot.
me
If
either.
you do hit, you high. You gonna hit for
Hell,
20,000,
high.
but you high. You gonna sitting up there still trying to play. You gonna still be hitting that button.
Man, my brother is from in Sharonton, Louisiana, bro. He lived right across the street from the casino. Man, bro, I done got high. I go in there, get the free drinks. I'm on the table gambling. I walked away from the table when I was up like 800 and gave the dice to my nephew. Yeah, I never get high at the casino again. I'll get high, go to
Yep,
the casino again.
that'll mess you up, man.
It'll bring your heart down.
Did I just lose $200? Oh no.
I don't
A
like how
lot,
weed
a lot.
it take that aggression out of you. It tell you
Nah,
just too
Plat, I tell
relaxed.
you, Plat, like when I was in high school, I had a home girl, the one I told you that told me the story about females. Her mom, believe it or not, and I'ma say it, bro. Like when we was in school, we go to her house. Her mom told us that we are safer here than being outside. And it was only a selected few of us that was able to do that at her house.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard that
I
before.
ain't saying
I
I
heard
would
that before.
promote it, bro. You said what?
Nah, yeah. Nah, so I heard that before. Yeah, I had people, parent, friends, moms say stuff like that before.
Just smoke. We
They'll
don't
let
want
you
you to
kind
get in
of,
trouble.
they'll let you turn up. Yeah, they'll let you turn up at their house instead of being out in the streets or whatever. I heard that
Yeah,
before.
bro. And some parents are like that. You know what I'm saying? Some ain't. You
Yeah,
know, I
I
get
don't
it.
agree with it, but I
Man,
like
I'd
that your
rather my
kid.
kid be safe. It's like I told this chick I used to rock with, her kids, I was like, because when they home, I tell them they can drink.
I ain't,
Her mom asked her, they asked me if she could drink. And I told her, Mom, you should. Because she go get out here and she go drink. She ain't gonna know her risk level, right? She's doing it anyway. So it's best that you monitor her and tell her no matter what happens, you need to call me. If you're in a
how
bad
old is she?
situation, you need to call me. You need to come home, huh?
How old is she?
At that time, maybe 15,
Oh
How
yeah,
long?
hell
How
no.
old?
Yeah, I
huh?
got two daughters, man. No, I ain't
How
playing that.
old?
She
Hell
was
no.
15.
15,
You said,
hell
hold
no.
up, you said 15?
Yeah, that's
She was
over with.
15.
Yeah,
Bro,
that's
I was
no,
drinking and smoking
that's
at
no,
14.
I got you. No, Tabor, I got you. That's the youth, and that's the world we
Yeah.
live in. But no, yeah, that no, you got that at that
Nah, my kids
age,
got to sneak.
you
My kids got to
yeah,
sneak with me.
you
They better
gotta move
not
away.
do it
If
in my
somebody,
face.
if you got a pool party for your son, and he got a bunch of people over there, and some of the girls in their bikinis is 15, you want to go ahead and cut that out, man. He said, nah, they
Yeah.
just too young, man. And you
Setting up
got
the
to say,
Man.
hey,
wrong
what we
narrative.
gonna do? What we
Hey,
gonna say?
hey,
What we gonna do, son? Is we gotta wait a couple of more years. But I'm here, fam here, my backyard. I don't want these young women running around my backyard. That's all.
y-
No, I'm
yeah,
so some serious shit.
I got a
Set
daughter,
up that
bro,
wrong
and I'm gonna
narrative.
be honest with you. As a grown man, I would rather be the one facilitating the party because I know she gonna be safe, bro.
And there you go.
They
I
go
need to
do it
bring that part up.
somewhere.
They got daddies. That's what I'm saying. So your kid going over some dude's house and you don't know the dude, you see the dude, but you know your daughter be going over there swimming. You know, you might say something to him. Maybe you're in the store shopping, you see him. You might say something to him like, "Hey man, protect my daughter, man. No, I'm letting her play with her friend. I'm
Give
letting
them
her
that
play with
look.
your daughter. I'm letting her play with your daughter. That's her best friend. But hey, man, I want you to know that that's my kid. So when she come over there, man, I don't want to see nothing. I don't want nothing to happen. That's what I'm saying. So that's
Big,
what I'm saying.
big,
Crazy about my kids.
As
Yup.
a man, I wouldn't even allow no shit like that.
Hell
big dog.
nah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you like this.
No,
As a man,
no.
I know the game, and homie will always be welcome to come to my house. His daughter's over here, bro.
Nah.
Show up. Let's go play some dominoes or
Yeah, I
something
wouldn't.
while they
Well, we
having
just
some
different.
fun.
I wouldn't
Well,
even.
I,
Nah.
yeah, I mean,
hold
I
up.
get it, bro.
You gonna
I
play
just don't want
dominoes?
my kid to be
Hold up.
sneaking and doing things,
You
bro.
gonna play
Hey,
dominoes? You gonna play dominoes with him?
Play with who? Dominoes with her daddy?
No, with his
nah, with the
daughter.
kids.
Man, I'm talking about with the dad, bro. I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay.
being welcome to come over and knowing me on a personal level because
Well,
your
we on
kid
the
at my
same
house.
page. No, we agree each other because you said you wouldn't. I got you. Because I gonna say if
Yeah.
you sit up there playing dominoes with her and she
Nah,
15,
nah.
you 41,
We doing too
it's
much,
gonna look
Black. Come
strange.
on,
No,
bro.
I'm just saying
Hey,
it's gonna
that's
look strange.
it.
That's
Look
all.
crazy. Yeah, it look crazy.
Yeah, listen, it's certain things, and because the way I was raised by the lady house that we was able to go to, and we were safe, bro. Never had an issue, no fights, no nothing, bro. Like I know
You
what
say
I'm
you from
not gonna be a
Louisiana, right?
hypocrite out here.
You from Louisiana?
Yeah,
That's why y'all got y'all
but this was
more.
going on in Houston, though, bro.
Nah, yeah, y'all more moral out there though. Like, I wouldn't trust that out here in Chicago, the Midwest, man. It's too much just weird shit. Like,
Yeah, it's too,
you got a
bro.
lot
We
of
used
older
to have
people trying to. Yeah, I did. Nah, hell no. That shit over with.
as a
I ain't
high
gonna lie to
schooler,
you.
we had certain parties go on where there was drinking and smoking, and it was reckless stuff going on, bro, in the high school.
Nah, but
I don't
the
know.
South, y'all more respectful down south. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all just a little more
Let me
respectful.
no
Like
no. But hold on. Let me
y'all don't
say
play with
something
people
though.
like that.
Let me say something
I'm listening.
to Boy. He's a resident of New Orleans. Look,
No,
I
I ain't,
salute
bro. I'm from Franklin.
you.
Franklin.
From where?
Franklin. I'm like 45 minutes from Lafayette and about an hour from New Orleans.
Are you
Right up
from?
in the middle.
Are you a resident of Louisiana?
No, I'm a resident of Houston. I live in
I wouldn't
Texas.
trust that in New
No,
Orleans
no,
either,
no, no.
honestly.
I'm saying growing up, were you born in Louisiana or did
I
you
was
go
born
there?
in Louisiana but raised in Texas since the
Okay,
80s.
that's all I'm talking about. You was born in Louisiana. Thank you. I want to
Why
thank
you
you
say that,
personally
bro?
for Hurricane Katrina. Women, the women came down here and set this motherfucker off. Louisiana
They,
women came to my city and set the shit off, and they was fine, fine and freaky.
yeah, they did that in Houston.
Thank you. No, I'm talking about
Oh, it was
coming
wild. It
from
was a
there.
wild time.
They got relocated, man. They came here twerking,
Hmm.
fucking,
New Orleans
funning.
bounce music.
Yeah. I'm like, damn, these some freaky
Turn.
man. They was freaks, bro. Young freaks
That
too,
turn.
young, pretty freaks. So I'm just thanking you, man. I was
with an
like, damn.
accent.
Yeah, I almost wanted to move down. I almost wanted to go down to New Orleans. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers fine.
You don't want to be there?
Man, I
Yep.
wanted to, man. A couple of them. This one chick, she joined the military. And this other chick, she went back to New Orleans. But this other chick, she was just a freak, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
so thank you, man.
they be pretty and fine and young, and then they grow up to be some wine. I ain't gonna hold you, especially if they can hold it together.
Not these ones. I can imagine these women growing up and being like bitter and shit. Not them.
What do you mean bitter?
These were some pleasers. And look, that's what I'm saying. These women was about making a man happy, and they did that.
They'll crash out on you too.
We never got to that. Wasn't no bad time. So what I'm saying, I'm sure they would. But yeah, man, she was like, I'm from New Orleans. I said, okay. She said, yeah, I moved up here.
Katrina.
Hurricane Katrina. I was like, okay. So I was like, so can I pick you up? She's like, yeah, hell yeah, you can pick me up. Here go my number. When you gonna call me? I was like, damn. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, okay? You ready? You ready to come over? Hell yeah, I'm ready. Don't be playing with me. I'm like, oh, I called up. She came over there, man. Twerking.
With the accent when they say baby.
Yeah, she was in great shape. Twerking, just
outside.
doing whatever, man. I was like, damn. I'm missing this. And a lot of times we do, man. Stop missing your moment, man. New Orleans was a moment for a lot of niggas.
So you saying I should go out there?
You should. You ain't been to Bourbon Street?
I think everybody should.
I ain't been yet. I ain't been yet. I need to go check it out.
Bro, go. Take somebody
it
with you.
Nice,
hey, listen.
No, I'm going by myself.
Don't be scared to bring sand to the beach, big dog. Just to protect yourself. You feel what I'm saying? On some having something to do and trying to meet the locals. They'll set you up. Huh?
Oh yeah. I already know how that goes. But you saying be strapped up, basically, right?
No, I'm saying protect yourself because you can be the local and she'll set you up.
Oh yeah, you know, I come from that.
You can have your pistol. No, you got your pistol. You got your conceal and carry. I would say keep it in the trunk. I wouldn't say you need it on your person.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I would say you don't need it on your person. But no, I got you in case some shit pop off. You just got to go back to the car. But I'm just saying, for the most part, and also go to Bourbon. Don't go to the strip clubs. Go to the Bourbon. No. Listen to me. I know
Bourbon got strip clubs.
But don't go in the strip club. Don't go in there. Go to the hang out around. Yeah.
Why not go into the strip club?
Because they gonna play you like a trick.
No, that's what I'm saying. So you can be a real player. Just hang out. I'm telling you, better off getting you a local. You're gonna get the same thing. Like the strip club gonna give you the same thing.
But check it out.
Hey,
I heard a lot of good things about New Orleans.
There's a hotel I stay. I think it was the Hilton. It's like $2 a night. Bro, you gotta have a card to get on the elevator. You gotta have a card to go to your room floor, so nobody can follow you. But you can literally walk 2 streets over, and that's Bourbon, popping all night. Don't go doing Mardi Gras though. Go doing like the regular time of year, so that way it won't be too packed. You can try the foods, the daiquiris, and all that. You know, I went by myself a few times, but because I heard
the French Quarters is cool. It's like when you start to go into the different what they call it parishes. That's when you might have a problem.
Yeah. The French Quarter is a minute away, but you catch an Uber, bro. You ain't even got to drive. Just catch an Uber because you can talk to the Uber drivers and they'll tell you about some nice places to eat. You know what I'm saying? Just stay in the tourist
I'm gonna check it out.
Other than that, you say what?
Man, New Orleans. I'm gonna check it out. New Orleans seems like a whole nother country. The way it's designed and everything.
It is, bro. And Canal Street. Canal Street is what the hotel you want to check out. Not too far from Bourbon. Bourbon got, I think, the Sonesta, something like that. You can write on Bourbon. Like, it's a vibe, bro. They got the music outside. You know, the locals, they'll teach you about some history. Go pick up you some Mardi Gras masks. I got a few of them.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay away from that voodoo. I'm gonna stay away from that voodoo, though. I heard they got that voodoo out there, too. Listen,
bro,
they heavy on it back out there.
let me tell you, bro, when you go to New Orleans, if you listen to the right woman talk, because they on the corner and they'll start talking something to you, they'll stop you and say some things. You'll probably come across some chicks that you noticed or you used to know that probably was doing it and you never recognized it.
Oh yeah, I read it too. You know them crystal ball type girls, and you know they spraying
Nah, nigga, I'm talking
sage and
about the
all that.
covert.
You know the
I'm talking
oh
about the
yeah, nah,
covert ones, bro,
yeah, nah,
that you
that's yeah.
never knew. You don't see nothing in their house. They ain't wearing nothing, but they'll talk over you when you sleeping.
Them Erica Badu's, and yeah, I'm cool on
They
that.
listen, bro. They go they gonna talk over you while you sleeping, and then you gonna wake up and they gonna be on the other side. They gonna be sexually doing something to you.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's voodoo in itself.
Yeah, they say.
I'm
I mean, you
telling
know,
you.
they say everything magic to a certain extent. So you know, that's crazy
Yeah,
though.
yeah. Chick gonna do what
They
she can
put
if you rock it the right way.
yeah putting blood put what they put period blood in the spaghetti and all that type of
I don't
shit.
eat no woman spaghetti, not even my mama's. I cook it myself.
Say you don't eat your mama's.
I don't eat
Oh
nobody's
Oh,
yeah,
for
I
spaghetti
real.
when I
seen
learned
that.
that.
I
None.
seen that on that Timu.
I mean,
A chick,
The Jamaican girl, she told me about that shit. She was like, "Yeah, she's like, we put she was saying all, they put the period blood and stuff." I'm like, "That's nasty." So I
I
catch
don't
you
even
doing
think
that,
it's that far. I think just overall juice is from her. Like that's
oh,
enough.
like pussy juice. Yeah, I don't know. If I ate it, shit, there ain't no difference. But
I
as far
mean,
as like period
you
blood,
feel
hell
me?
no.
Technically,
I'm
but
just saying, like, if I ate it already, shit, what difference does it make?
and they'll bury your
But
drawers
period
too.
blood, hell no. They'll bury your drawers.
Bury your drawers in the backyard. That's a real thing.
Nah, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I
I
learned
don't
that
know.
when I was a kid. I was just like, "Ooh, what? You lied?"
Like,
And then you
man, where
try to
my Nike
realize why you
boxes
so
go?
hooked on Shorty.
Yeah, be some whole other shit.
She probably
Yeah, a
buried
lot of
those
it's.
drawers in a plant pot. You
I
don't
feel
know.
like with a lot of that. I feel like a lot of that stuff is it's psychological though. It's like if you believe in it, you go for it. Because if you don't, you
Like
know,
the sugar pill, and they telling you like
hmm
it's aspirin, and yeah, I mean I can see
placebo. There
that.
you go. Yup, placebo. Yup. She talking
I
about
can
she a
see that,
witch and
bro. It's
she
possible,
yeah she doing
but
all this
it's
like.
also. Go ahead, my bad.
And I was say like with Erica Badu, like how she supposed to make all the dudes go crazy. I feel like because they probably already come in that relationship with that preconceived notion that they about to go through some whirlwind, so they already just subconsciously thinking they about to do something crazy, so they go crazy when they dealing with it.
Cool
I
with
mean, it's
Erica
her
Badu.
eyes.
That's what they say. Yeah, I ain't really looked into her relationship, but they always say
Man,
that every man she get with go
It's her
crazy and all
eyes,
this type of
bro.
shit.
bro, there's
She
no.
fine as hell though. I'm not gonna even for an older woman. She
I,
pretty good looking, man.
Nah, I don't know what y'all see in Erica Badu. She is not cute to
You
me.
crazy.
man, back in the day, Erica
You
Badu
like
was
white women,
stacked
don't you?
with a voice.
I like women. Don't get it. I like
Oh, you mean
women,
I like
bro.
Yeah,
women?
me
Like,
too. I
nah,
like
don't
pretty
do
women. They
that.
don't gotta
I'm
look
just
good.
not attracted to Erica
It's
Badu
her eyes
because
for
she
me, bro.
weird.
Look up some
Erica
young
Badu was
pictures
her
of her.
eyes.
No, I
I
know
mean,
all about Erica Badu. It's just
okay.
I'm not interested. Like I didn't
Nah, I
see.
feel you.
I'm not, bro. I'm
So
not
you
like
wouldn't
that.
crack.
I'm not like
So
the
you wouldn't
regular,
crack.
bro. I don't fall for the Erica Badu. I don't fall for the Halle Berry. I don't, bro. I don't fall
Oh
for
yeah.
that bull, bro. Like,
So if she show up to
nah,
your bedroom right now naked, you ain't gonna crack real quick.
she
So
would
what's a
never
star you
show
would
up to my
fall with?
bedroom date.
No, she would.
What
I
what?
mean, we know she
Hey,
wouldn't, but if she did,
If she showed up, first of all,
man,
there would
you'll
have to
hit.
be
It's all right.
levels. First of all, there would have to be levels to get there to get her to my
Yeah,
bedroom. But I wouldn't be
yeah,
interested.
you'll hit. You making all you'll hit. It's all
Nah, I
right.
would not. I wouldn't, bro.
Shit, I would.
That's you.
But now, what
yeah,
you
I'm
say
on
at the
Erica
board?
Badu top if she pull up. Hey,
What, man?
so you
Man.
say you not
Come
my
on.
bad. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Oh, so you said Erica Badu, and you said what? Holly Berry, like Holly Berry. And we talking about Boomerang Holly Berry, but I
I'm
get it.
talking about
So who?
no Holly Berry. I like, bro. I don't fall for this bull, man. Like, I don't be
So
going for it.
Okay,
what type of women
so
you what type of
what's
women
the
you like?
star?
The
No,
star,
give
like
us a
to me,
star. Give us a star that we all know famous. Give us somebody
I
so
like
it can
Sofia
make sense.
Vergara. I like
Oh,
Sofia
Spanish. Okay.
Vergara, and no, that don't mean I'm into Spanish women. I'm just giving you a
I,
star.
yeah,
And
I'm
then I
listening.
like, Selma Hayek, a younger Selma Hayek. She was bad.
Okay, that's Spanish too, ain't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's just too Spanish. That's not that. Like, bro, what is you doing? What are y'all doing, bro? Like,
I'm just you saying
But
what
it's
you
nice
saying, bro.
too.
I just said Spanish. That's it, bro.
It's not like you don't like black women though, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Shit. I know a lot of people that don't like black women. That's them. But
I never said I didn't
you
like
just
black
ain't.
women. No, not at
What's
all.
Yeah,
another
I
one,
man.
bro?
never said it.
Hey, no, it don't matter. Your taste is your taste. I feel you. Some people don't really
Cause
be. They
Sophia
ain't into all that
Vergara, I guess
Afrocentric look.
her, cause her body type from Salma Hayek is two different ones. That's like two different scales. You know what I'm saying? So what's another one?
But okay, but both of them are thick though. They are thick in the right places. You gotta give them that.
I mean they're Latin, so they're gonna have hips. So would it be safe to say Shakira too?
Uh, yeah. I guess you could say that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got to. Have you put them two together? Yeah, Shakira that too. Them hips. I get it. I get it.
yeah.
I
You
mean,
could
shit.
definitely say that.
Yeah, I get it, bro. Whoever you like, man. As long as you happy, bro. As a man, bro, I don't care who you with. You know what I'm saying? As long as she make you want to get up every day and just live, I'll be happy, bro.
Who would you go for? Would you okay? And I was asking my barber this yesterday. Would you go for a modern day what's her name? Damn, a modern day Ruby Rose or Young Money Nicki Minaj?
Ruby
Ruby
Rose.
Rose.
Ruby Rose, most
Y-
definitely.
Ruby
Not gonna
Rose.
Y'all
lie, she
passing up
fine as
on
hell.
Young Money? Y'all passing up on
Yeah,
Young Money
man.
Nicki Minaj?
Yeah, she alright.
Nah, not Nikki, bro. Nikki too hood, bro. I
Yeah,
don't want
Nikki
too
cool,
much of
but
a hood. See, you can only take Nikki so many places before she start cutting up.
facts.
It's too quiet,
Ruby
bro. She gonna
Rose
act
got
away.
that.
You feel me?
Ruby Rose got that markability about herself, and she real feminine. And she been around and everything, but you really don't hear
See,
too much negative shit being so said about
you
her
really
because she
don't.
just she play her role. She just be out the way. I
Hey,
think she like
hey, you know
Eritrean or
my
something like
thing.
that. Eritrean. I
What?
don't know how
Say
to
that
pronounce
again.
it. I said she like Eritrean. I don't know how to pronounce it. She like one of them East
Oh,
African girls. I
Like
don't know which one.
Somali, like by
who?
Somalia,
Ruby
I guess.
Rose.
Ethiopian or some shit like that. Yeah.
Ruby Rose.
Yeah. She like
Shut the.
Ethiopian or
Nah, bro.
Eritrean or something.
I don't see that. I wouldn't
She
know that though.
mixed. She mixed
But
though. Like it's half Erit. It's something, but yeah, I don't know exactly. But nah, yeah,
you
she
know what
nice
my
for sure.
determining factor is though, bro? The hair, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. As I got older, I don't want to be paying no $300-400 for a good wig, bro. You can shut that down.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to
Nah,
hear
I
it.
feel you. Nah, I feel
I'm
you.
trying to hop in the pool and hop out the pool.
Yeah,
I
my
just
baby mama.
I ain't nothing.
I don't like using that
Aesthetically,
terminology,
I
but
can like
yeah,
it. My
both my
bad. Go
baby
ahead.
mamas definitely got good. No, I don't like using that terminology, yeah, but both my baby mamas definitely got good hair. I ain't gonna lie, and they definitely went on to my daughters. I mean, all hair beautiful, but no, yeah, some
Yeah,
of the
it's
hair is
nice.
definitely easier to manageable. That coily, curly.
Yeah, go ahead. Go fly down that. Go ahead. Take your time. We got time. I just ain't for it. But yeah, Ruby Rose short. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too gutter. Like just I ain't gonna say she know how to carry herself, but I don't think I
Start
seen no
from
twerk videos.
Nah,
I
she
gotta go
definitely
look
she
that
be
up.
popping. No, she be popping them up. Yeah, she got the
Who
OnlyFans,
Ruby
all type of
Rose?
stuff. Hell yeah! But the
I gotta
thing
get my shit
is,
together.
she come from a like what you call it, like a good family. So she not like super ghetto. She just a hoe. You know what I mean?
Of
There ain't nothing
course
wrong with
she
her being
do.
a hoe. Yeah, she like a well mannered hoe. You know what I mean? Like
You
so.
feel me?
Yeah,
Somebody
she
go
play her
marry her, bro.
role. Hell yeah, man. Some old white dude gonna marry her because she well mannered. She just play her role and she freaky as hell.
Of
You
course.
can't beat that. I see some photos of her, man. Man, listen. If you talking about her compared to Nikki for real, yeah, it ain't.
Yeah, it's
Nah, I don't
hey
need my
women
girl
under
trying to
hey
happen rap battles outside.
women underestimate that personality. Like that personality definitely get you further. Like a dude will overlook your whole history if you moving right. You being
Bro,
respectful. You
real
just playing your
talk.
role. Ain't
Oh
nobody
Shorty
yeah.
tripping
get
on what you
things she
did in
don't even
the past.
deserve. Why is you buying her
Right
that?
now, for real,
Yeah,
for
bro.
real. Yup. She
So
pulling up
what
Rolls
about
Royces, all type of shit.
so what about okay? What about either Kat Dennings or
don't know what that
that
is.
one girl from the Avengers. I can't remember everybody's name, but that one girl from the Avengers.
I can't
The
put a
one
face in
from
either one of them, big
the one
dog.
from the Avengers. I know you talking about
Yeah,
the
Do
one
she
with the
have a
bow and
super
arrow
suit on?
dude. Scarlett
yeah,
Johansson.
yeah,
Oh
yeah. I
yeah.
can't
Oh,
remember everybody's
okay.
name.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah. I
Scarlett
mean, any
Johansson.
girl
Yeah.
in a
I'm
super
taking her.
suit, like I'm with it. I'm all the way with it.
You
After
don't-
Yeah,
yo,
Scarlett.
you ain't
Tomb Raider,
feeling you ain't feeling Cat
Hey, I used to
Dennings?
work
I
I
don't
used to
even know
work
who
with a
that
white
is, big
girl
dog.
look just like Scarlett Johansson.
Okay, Kat Dennings was the real pale girl from Two Broke Girls.
Oh, the one
Okay.
from
That
Jersey or
sounds
the white
familiar.
girl?
Well, they both white, but she's real pale and she's a brunette.
Yeah, I like that type. I like
Yeah,
her.
that's my type too. I like real
She play
pale
on
with
the new
black hair.
show. She play on the new show with Tim Allen. Um, there's
That's
a
right.
family
That's
show
right.
Tim Allen got.
That's right. So would it be
Yeah,
her or Scarlett Johansson?
Scarlett.
Damn. Okay.
Most definitely.
Scarlett gonna look good in that super suit. I ain't gonna hold
She got the
you.
she got them lips.
Go put that suit
She got
on.
hey,
Let's go do
it's
some
them lips.
cosplay. Yeah. I'm with that. I'm with that, big dog.
Yeah, she got them lips. That's really what it is.
I mean
She
any chick that's the what's that other girl? Charlize when she played
Oh yeah,
Aaron, Charlize Theron or something like that. Yeah.
they're
I
on.
like them
Yeah.
tight suits, bro. That is nice, bro. That's nice. Cause you can really walk outside with that on. You know what I'm saying? You gonna turn heads at the Halloween party. You got something like that with you. I mean, any chick can wear it, but everybody ain't gonna wear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like women, bro. Like I don't discriminate on no race and all that, bro.
me
Even
either.
Oh
certain
yeah.
black
Yeah.
girls with the wigs, you know what I'm saying? They got the part down. You know, they dressed down. They outside looking cute with the blonde wig. Like I'm for that too.
Oh
I
yeah.
just don't
And
want to
That's
see it every
cool.
day.
no. Yeah. I
I'm
one
about to say, I've
thousand
been saying that
percent.
all my life, but that's cool.
One
You say
thousand
what?
percent.
I'm trying to fuck with an Asian chick.
I can't hear you,
Oh
big dog. My bad.
I'm trying to mess with an Asian chick. I
Asians
don't think I
too.
yeah,
They
I ain't
like
never
the
messed with an
anime.
Asian chick yet. Yeah, I don't be seeing them enough. Like where I'm at, it be a lot of Burmese women now. So I'll be trying to mess
Man,
with
you
them.
gotta go to the Comic Cons in your city or close by, bro.
Comic Con.
Grab
Oh
you
yeah,
one.
okay, I got you. Like the
That's what you
nerds
gotta
and
go
stuff.
do.
Yeah, yep,
You know,
yeah,
go
the
dress up
nerds.
like a nerd for a day. Ain't nobody gonna know you there. Naruto running around. Come on, bro.
So I
Get you a
gonna be
go get you
gonna
an
be
Iron Man helmet and walk around
gonna
with
be
the suit on.
the black samurai. So yeah, nah, for real. Hey, them
Hey,
nerdy girls
bro,
be freaks too.
believe it or not, bro, I've been there. I've been a photographer at the one in Houston. Like I think it was like 2020 or 2019. I got a pass. I knew somebody. So I was walking around, bro. When you black there, bro, they don't care what you do. You just out of place, but you interesting.
Especially if you not
Especially when
really
you can hold a
no
conversation.
nerd either. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not really like no geeky type person either. Yeah, you probably definitely stick out. They be having.
Yeah.
I'm in Indianapolis right now. They be having that type of stuff out there. They got the what you call it, the Dragon Con.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
You in the
yeah,
317, bro?
yeah. I'm in the
Yeah.
three one
Go to
seven
that
right
type of
now.
stuff,
Yeah, that's
bro.
my dad's
They there.
Definitely
hometown.
check. Oh, for real?
They'll
Okay, yeah. I've been out here for
they'll
some
have you
years now.
watching new
It's cool
anime
out
shows.
Yeah,
here.
my,
Yep.
my dad grew up in over there on the east side by 38th and Shadeland, and that's
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Yes,
You
sir.
know,
Yep. You know.
the fish spot right there, and then Fu Ying, the Chinese place right across the street.
Man, there's so
Yeah.
many, bro. You have to tell me. I don't know. I'm on the west side right now, but
Also,
yeah,
you in
I'm
Eagle Creek.
not Eagle Creek. I'm a little more south. I'm on Belmont,
Okay.
Belmont, and oh yeah, the Morris area, and then what you call it? Southwest side. I'm about to get into real estate, man. I'm trying to buy some houses out here because I know you know about Indianapolis market right now. It's going up.
Yeah,
Everything going
I'm
up.
studying real
Yeah.
estate out here in Cali. So
I'm,
Indianapolis.
yeah.
I'm yeah, hey, look, if you got some money, bro, put some money down in Indianapolis, man. It's going up. I'll tell you the neighborhoods: Fountain Square, Butler, Tarkington. Shit, I'm my mind doing a brain fart right now, but
Hey,
it's a couple neighborhoods
you
right
wanna
now.
start doing real estate in Fishers?
Oh yeah, I mean that's obvious though, because that's a good neighborhood though. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the neighborhoods that's about to go up though. Like, cause I don't know last time you've been out here, but a lot of these hoods they turned into nice neighborhoods now.
Oh,
Like,
I know. I was just out there in 2022.
Bright, bro, what's that shit called? Brightwood or something like that.
How you going about getting it, bro? You like
Just ascertain the
you
loan,
doing bank loans or
FHA.
something?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a bank loan. I ain't did nothing yet. I ain't gonna sit on the internet and lie to
Hey,
y'all, man. But yeah, that's my plan. Just get an FHA loan, 3.5% down. And I'm blessed, man. I got a lot of
you,
brothers too, so we gonna make an LLC together, and we gonna be doing this stuff together. So we gonna do. It's called the Bird method. You buy, you
hey,
repair, you rent, then you refinance.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, my bad.
hey, man, you got good personal credit?
I'm building it right now. I ain't gonna lie, it ain't where it's supposed to be. That's what I'm doing right now. I got some secure credit cards,
And
and
if
I'm doing it. I'm trying to
who
get
you
to
bank with?
740. Chase,
I'm saying who you bank with.
Chase,
Oh,
yeah, Chase,
Chase. Oh, yeah, Chase
yeah,
give out some
Chase,
good
yeah.
money, bro. You should look
They
into
do.
0% APR credit cards, bro. It's gonna be better than the bank loan.
Let me write it down. Are you talking about to get the crib?
Yeah, to get funding and all that.
Okay, zero
If you
percent.
follow, uh,
Let me grab my pen real quick.
I Platt don't like me to promote nobody, but hit me on Instagram, bro. To Boy Forever. I'll send you a spot that I'm working with myself, and I'm seeing my results,
Okay.
bro. Cause I'm building
All right,
I'm
hold
working
on.
on my business credit.
How you it's the
Okay, there
boy
it is.
TAB
TABOR Forever. I
underscore
send you the
just
link.
forever.
Yeah, just forever. One word.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Get you some
Um,
0% interest credit cards, and then you probably can hit 3 banks in one time. Maybe able to get 200-300 bands, depending on how you
mm,
moving. And then
yeah,
you can
okay. Yeah.
finagle that for 12 to 18 months, no interest, and do what you want to
That,
do and build up to the
that
FHA.
and see that'd be perfect for the Airbnbs too, because if I want to get a crib, I want to turn it to an Airbnb. I'm gonna have to fully furnish it. So that might be
They
about
they
another
gotta
10,000 out.
they got a dude on the place that I'm gonna put you on. They got some information. He be coming up because they show different things you can do with your funding. They got a dude. His course costs 3,500. The dude that's over it, he got 1.5 million in 0% interest credit card type situation. Um,
Okay.
is a dude come up. He a black dude, bro, and he'll get you started. They'll find a house in your market. They'll help you fund shit with the 0% APR credit cards. He was showing numbers, bro. Some people make almost 15, 20,000 a month, bro.
Damn. Okay. Bet. Hey,
That's
what
what I
else?
That's
like
gonna
to
be able
hear.
to help you move faster,
Yeah.
bro. So you don't have to
Hell
be
yeah.
putting all your money in one house. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, for real. Yeah. Another good
And they're
thing.
gonna
My
tell you
my
about
mom.
construction loans and stuff. My bad.
Yep,
Another one I want to
construction
look
loan.
into is my mom. She been looking into this, the salon suites. Like your girl, she go get her hair done. A lot of times it's not at a beauty salon no more. They go to like these little office spots, and it's like a salon suite where they got you go inside the room,
Commercials.
and it's like different booths, and the hairstylists they can rent them out, and you so basically
So
you get
commercial
you meet.
space broken up.
There you go. Yep, exactly. Yep, perfect.
That's what,
That's
bro.
really what it
Zero
is.
percent
Yep.
APR funded, bro. I'm telling you, that's gonna
Uh-huh.
be your move, bro.
Yep. Yeah, I'm telling you,
And
man, I'm
you
trying to get
already
rich,
with
man.
Chase, so you got a
And that's
relationship.
why I say,
You say
hey,
what?
that's why I say no, that's why back to what we were saying originally, man. It's a time for a change, bro. Black people coming up, man. Everybody ain't just thugging and rugging out here, man. People trying to get it.
Hey, we
Even
really
if
not, bro.
everybody ain't moving, even if you ain't moving 100%, legal and this shit, it's like you gonna make shit turn right, So like people getting smart about shit. Everybody just ain't out here trying to just let shit be what it is. And that's how we got to do. We got to come together, collaborate and talk about positive shit and build each other up. Because a lot of times,
Yep.
they
And
want us to stay in a certain mind space.
that's what I be telling. Like I didn't told my nephew. I probably didn't say it on here before, but it's like even though we know past information, it's like how does that serve you personally? You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Right now, we're in a time to be able to fill our head up with some good positive things that's gonna help us maneuver in the next 5 years,
not true.
realistically.
But sometimes you gotta know the history so history don't repeat itself too, though.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It makes sense. I know some history, right? But I also know what it is. So it's just like let me not focus on that. Let me focus on my future, because the
Nah,
history
fact,
looks the
yeah.
way it looks, even my own personal history.
Nah, true, yeah. Can't change
Um,
history for sure.
but yeah, bro. You got some good, decent limits.
You said credit limits?
Yeah, cause
Nah,
they matter.
I'm still trying. No, I'm still trying to build it up right now. Like I said, yeah,
You got
I got about six months to try to build it up. I got to pay off a little credit card debt. I ain't gonna lie, I got to get my utilization down. Right now, my utilization probably like at 30%, and I ain't applied for new credit cards none recently. So,
Oh
Well, you
what
yeah,
about to
company?
try to get
like this.
funding, so my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I don't know if Platt listening, but I show my camera right now. I got all my books laid out on the floor. This is what I'll be studying. I don't know if y'all could see them or
I don't
not.
know.
I
This is
can't
my
even see
first
them,
time in
bro.
this app. I don't know how to look at it.
I hear you, bro. Hold up.
Oh, okay, well,
This
this
is
is all the books I'm
this
studying
is
right here.
this is
Hold on. Put it in the chat for me, bro, if you
hey, I'm
can,
trying. Here you go. Here
because
you
I
go.
can't
Here
see
you
you.
go, Jay.
Yeah.
Come on, Jay. Now come on, dude. I got the screen broke now. When I click on, don't do that to me, man.
What?
I'm gonna click
Don't do
on.
no crazy shit.
No, I hope you're grown. I
Don't have
hope
a
you act like.
brick of cocaine out there.
No, I hope
Nah,
you
these
acting
are
like a
literally
grown.
the books.
You acting like a grown ass man. Nope, nope. I cut you on.
No, man. Look, you can
Oh, let
see
me
it,
put
right?
you up. Hold on. Look, it's Jay. Look at
I
Jay.
don't see nothing.
There goes
Look,
Jay.
these are
What is
literally the
Hold
Jay?
on.
books. I ain't lying.
Let me screenshot it.
Jay.
Real estate licensing. Okay. Okay. I just screenshot it. Bet.
All right, you got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, yo.
Okay, yeah. But no, I wasn't playing no games with you, Platt. I already know.
People be hopping on the internet doing anything.
I know, but no, we started talking about real estate, and I figure brothers want to talk business. I mean, you know what?
No,
I'd be
facts though.
stupid and not want to talk business with y'all.
Yeah, bro.
What's out here, man?
As you fixing your credit, the reason why I'm telling you certain things, bro. If you know somebody with a Navy Fed account, bro, go through that and get the account because you can do things like secured loans that'll up your credit, right? The credit card limits will be higher because when you start dealing with business credit, bro, you're gonna start dealing with comparable credit.
Yup,
And you
yup.
want a ten
Hey,
thousand dollar card so they can give you maybe 2025.
so my brother, he ex-military. Does
No,
he
my
qualify
father
for Navy
was,
Federal, right? No, I'm
but I
asking
got a
you.
Navy Fed account.
Yeah, I'm asking like, okay, Navy Federal, that's military only, right?
No,
Oh, it's
it's
not.
if somebody in your household got a Navy Federal account, you can get one. If somebody is your sibling, you can get one because they
Okay,
have an
bet.
access number.
But they got to be military to get one, right?
No,
Okay. How do you get one?
so so if your cousin, let's say your cousin with a military person, and you ask her for your access number, and she know you stand up because remember it's gonna be attached to her, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You stand
Okay.
up, dude, she'll probably give it to you. Or
Okay,
your
bet.
partner girl who got the military account. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to
Yeah,
go
I see what
about
you're
it
saying.
like that.
It's kind
Don't
of like
just
you got to know somebody to get in, basically.
yeah, bro. But if you in, bro, you gonna have so many opportunities, dog. It'll be amazing, bro. Cause you gonna be able to scale faster with them.
Yeah, yeah, it's talking about that right here. I'm looking at. I didn't get the finances yet, but that's talking about it right here in the
What?
finance section of. Well, I mean, I don't know
Which
if y'all
book?
can see it, but it's talking about finances pretty much right here. You said construction loan, or what were you saying?
Yeah, construction loans.
All right, so right
Like when
You
your
here.
trying to be a
credit, once
developer?
you get
Oh,
right
you
with
trying
your
to be a
personal, bro.
developer?
Go ahead.
That's where the money at for real, for real. No, I said you trying to be a
Nah, I'm
developer.
talking
That's where
about
the money at
you
for real,
just
for
need a
real.
construction loan to fix your house. It's not the
Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah.
bro.
Construction loan. All right,
This
I'm
is
write that
this
down too.
is you just you listen, bro. This this is you just you leveraging your credit to get the loan.
Broke up a little bit.
Oh, it broke up. Okay, okay. It might be.
I can't
It
hear
might
him.
be me
No,
messing
no,
up in
not
here.
yeah. I don't know, but I can't hear him.
Ah, okay, okay. It might be YouTube might be tripping again, but it's talking about
They say you talking too much.
refinancing.
They say you talking too much money. You got to shut
And
it
me, and I
down.
paid for the information.
Cause I don't know. Yeah, I don't hear him.
I pay for his phone calls.
There you go.
For them
Hey,
before
I
he
ain't
hit a
hear.
million dollars, over a million, or
Hey,
it
I
was
ain't gonna
way
lie
less
to
than
like
that.
the last 45 seconds. I ain't hear nothing you said. You broke up.
I was saying with the construction loan is that it's something you can use and you can learn the process, right?
Right.
Because you can
Okay.
pay it back. And then
Yep.
that way, when that big opportunity comes, you ready to go and you know who to go to. And you can
Yeah.
ask for more because you
And
got
that's
products and services with them.
And see, that's what I want to look into too, because I already know somebody he owned a flooring company, so I got the flooring down pat. But I'm trying to get people, contractors for everything. So the minute I get a house and I want to repair it, like snap my fingers, everything get done within a month or two. I mean, obviously, I haven't done it before, so I don't know the timeline, but I hope it'd be quick, so I can just instantly, get it, repair it, maybe rent it out, or maybe just go ahead and flip it. But the main
I'm gonna
thing, just
tell
trying
you.
to build
My
equity.
bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm saying the
You
main
was
thing,
talking about
I'm trying to
flipping
build.
it.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm saying the main thing, trying to build equity within that house, so that way once you get enough, value within the house, you can go ahead either flip it or rent it out. Because the
But
rental rental
I'm gonna
market
tell you
ain't that
like
good
one of the
nowadays.
dudes told us on a live that I pay $100 a month to be in this group, bro. It's on school. The dude was like same group. The dude was like, it's best that you when you get your house, don't try to rent it out. Don't just flip it. Build
Yeah, I
up
kind
your
of feel
money.
that too. Yeah, I feel like that too. Honestly, I was looking at the strategies, and I'm like, because I'm looking, they saying mortgage and rent about the same now, so you're gonna break even.
Yeah. And then they got the Section 8 housing and then they
That's a
got
good
group
one too.
home housing per bed, VA. There's ways to take it, bro.
Yeah,
And they
that's. I mean, over here is different. It's remember this is California, so everything is expensive. So
yeah, expensive.
you're trying to breaking even. You'll be lucky to do that here, but it's still a very good topic to know and get involved in because there's money to be made.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
and most
especially
likely the people
California.
you gonna learn from don't look like you, bro. And just
Oh,
accept it,
dude,
and
Oh
nobody in
yeah,
just
my
I
get
ain't
some
tripping on
bread.
class,
it. When it comes
nobody
to
in my
business,
class
I'm
looks
not
like
tripping
me
on
at
race.
all.
Hey, you could be a full blown Confederate with Confederate tattoos, SS. I don't care about that. If you give me information, I'm gonna take it. I'm not
Hey,
tripping on none
especially
of
when
that.
it's valuable, bro.
All right, yeah, that's cool. Like you can feel how you want to feel about me, but I kind of like when you run into them type of people because they tend to underestimate you too. They think you
Yeah, I'm
just a
telling you,
Yeah,
simpleton,
the thing about
yeah,
being black, we
yeah.
underestimate it. So we
And then
slide
sometimes that
in
could be
through
an
the bottom,
advantage.
and then boom.
Exactly. Yep. Sometimes that's an advantage in itself.
Yeah, and it really is, bro. That's how I look at it.
yeah,
When you doing your credit, bro, man, reach out to people, try to find you some AUs to add you some limits, add you some age. It's all gonna matter, bro. And just pay
Trade
it,
lines
bro.
and all that. Yep.
You say what?
You talking about trade
Yeah,
lines,
trade
AUs,
lines.
authorized users. Yep.
But if you
I
know
heard.
somebody personal, it's better because I can say somewhat trust them, right? Because I did
Right.
it for
Yeah.
my nephew, and my trade lines are you wouldn't expect for them to be what they are as a black man. People be
I
shocked
feel
when I
you
tell them.
saying.
I kid you not.
No, no, I feel you. Yeah. Hey,
No
about two
mispayments,
years.
age. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I'm saying about 2 years just focusing on that credit, man. You can get it up to like 800, 740 easy. Now I don't know
Bro,
where
you can
yours
do
at, but
that in 6 months, bro.
yeah, depending on what you're doing, how much. It's all about that money too,
It
because you know
depends
about
on who
secured
you
credit
know.
cards. Because like say if I get a Discover Discover IT credit card, you could put about like 7,000 on it. If you got 7,000 cash, you put 7,000 on it. You let it sit for 6 months. You pay your payments, keep your utilization under 3%. Your credit gonna go up about a good 70 points, probably about like 3 4 months, easy. And it's just you go from there. It's about that money too, and whatever income you can prove and all that type of stuff too.
Not
But yeah, I'm
necessarily.
what you mean?
All I'm gonna say is people lie all the time.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you gotta
Um,
lie. You gotta know how to lie. That's the main thing. You gotta know. Like
and,
you said, you
and
gotta
this
know the
is why
system you in.
what you need, bro, to be honest with you, it ain't even about lying. It's about dealing with people that have connections. And you're gonna have to pay
No,
for
that's
that
true.
because you don't have any
Yeah,
yeah.
until you
sometimes.
learn the game. Right? Certain
Right.
people got access to the banks. The group that I'm telling you about, they got access to the banks where they got RMs, account managers.
They
Right?
got
Mm,
MLOs. They got appraisers. They got people who seek out and do the legwork. They got open house. They got people who do certain open house activities. They got
loan officers, all that.
yeah, they got mortgage loan operators. They got people who actually do statistics when it comes to the market in the area. They got developers. They got builders. They got processors. People who actually register the APNs, and that's in California. That's the assessor's parcel number. So your parcel is basically the digital code that'll tell you where meets and bounds cross between that specific plat land of property. So in order to know that, you don't necessarily have to be like Einstein when it comes to excuse me. You don't have to be Einstein when it comes to figuring all this stuff out. You just once again got to do what DeBoris was talking about when it comes to connections, because the more connections you
Your
have,
network.
ultimately, the cheaper it can be. So, for example,
Hey,
I know when I start working in a brokerage office, as a realtor, I have to split my commission with them because they have the tools that's going to be able to help me find this property, find a buyer, find a seller. And if I want to be a dual agent, that's a different topic. But this is pretty much what you're going to have to do. The more connections you have, the cheaper it'll be. So, say for example, in a brokerage office, it's just like a team. You got a quarterback, receiver, lineman, tight end, and all that stuff. Everybody has a specific position
Hold
of
on,
what
let me
they do specialized.
take this
So
call real quick.
oh, I'm sorry, my bad. So when you come across being that experienced in what you do, especially better than anybody else, that's when you can then negotiate. Okay, I want to give lesser of a cut of my commission to this person. I want less of my gross to come out to that person. I want, because when you have those connections, you have that lawyer that'll nitpick the contracts. You have that specialized market data analyst that'll be able to find the particular particular homes in the area that have gone up in value, gone down in value, and will be able to help you set that perfect market price for that piece of land that you're trying to sell or get bought by somebody. So it's all, it really is a game of who you know.
Yeah, bro. But if you focus on your credit, I tell you, you can go meet people, bro. But you gonna want to be in position to pull triggers, bro. Because the last thing you want to do is have somebody tell you about an opportunity that you can't even get in on, and that could be the last time you hear from said person.
That's true. That's
I'm
true.
just telling you
I got to
personal experiences.
get the
You want
call
to
real
be able
quick.
to just pull triggers, bro. Just every
Hey,
time. Go ahead.
somebody in the chat made a good point too. I was researching. They were talking about them SIC codes. Like basically, when you do your LLC, you got to make sure certain codes. The banks they tend to lend to more. I don't know what's the
Net
dude name. William Lynch, which is a crazy name, but yeah, he said that
NAICS codes, that
no
codes.
SIC code. It's the fourth comment up. He said
Oh,
you have to have the right SIC codes. He right about that. I was just researching that too. Like basically when you got when you filing for the LLC, certain codes, like for example, they were saying like trucking don't get no money, like because like for whatever reason, because it's a risky business. Like this certain SIC code, like so if you under a certain code, because the SIC codes, different codes, they tend to I don't know exactly. I'm not gonna sit and act like I know understand it fully, but basically different. They got the bank. They got different codes for different forms of lending. Like
yeah.
doctors, they don't get no money. They won't get
So
much. They might get 100,000 or something at most.
Yeah, yeah. And that might be different in another state, but I know here in
Yeah.
California, um, it's really up to when it comes to when it comes to preliminary title reports. That tells you everything on the property that you need to know. So if it did have any kind of bank or specific credit union or any kind of private investor that did put any kind of money into it, that's where you'll be able to find out who did it, where they did it, when they did it, and that specific piece of property, how it was invested in, what it was invested in through. Like, for example, if it came through a trust, or if it came through a remainder man, or if it came through a quick claim deed. Say, let's just say it was won in a divorce. Then those, and that's just basically the term of what a quick claim deed would be. Either that or someone signing for a specific piece of property without the husband or the wife present, and then but they have 30 days to be able to do that with the wife or the husband present. But if they don't, then it'll go into limbo. So what the problem with that, and most times is, say, and this is why a lot of people say don't get married, because this is what it does. If you have a specific piece of property, and let's just say you were married, but you wanted to go to your children, but since a quit claim deed and conveyance deed oftentimes comes with those type of restrictions, then it could go to the wife, and then that's where court comes in handy. Or, well, not in handy, but a lot of times more than not, you'll have to go to probate court to fight that. And a lot of times I say go to, there's two places, there's two people that can't lie to you about anything that'll come on a title report or preliminary title report. If you go get the revision from a court, an official courtroom, and you seek those paperworks, or if you go to your sheriff deputy and ask them if they could get you a copy of the title. In California, I know that's what you could do here. I don't know about other states, but like there's ways to get around what they're talking about or get around specific manners of due process, which would take you months to do. And I'm just talking about jumping the system or jumping the line. I'm not talking about anything special in any kind of way. So if you did want to find out about any kind of bank or any kind of specific investor, that'd be one of the best ways to do it, because those two places have all the information. They can't necessarily hide it because it's public. They can't hide it because it's public, and then they also can't hide it because uh it's they're actually governed by the commissioner of the DRE, the Department of Real Estate, in order to have those fair market analysis due for the public to know. So if you guys ever were in waiting for some information to be brought out, those are the two places that you could go to get them a little quicker than anybody else. But I'll shut up, man. I'm yapping too much. Anybody there?
Damn. Okay. We we up out of here, man. We out of here. We'll see you guys later, man. We gotta get out of here. We'll come back later on.